This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Oh my! Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex and on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, and of course on the Surrey live stream for the second day of this championship game in the First Division between Surrey and Essex. Good to have you with us as always on a much cooler day today. The temperature has definitely dropped after the heat of yesterday, and much cooler temperatures today. Bit of cloud cover as well, and Surrey will start this morning 24 for 1, and that in reply to the 271 of Essex. Yesterday Essex winning the toss, batting first, and we're in a spot of bother until Adam Rosington and Simon Harmer got themselves together. And Adam Rosington, magnificent 100 yesterday, played really well in the circumstances amongst the carnage. His 100 was outstanding, but Dan Worrell was 6 wickets for Surrey, 6 for 56. Kemar Roach 3 for 63. It was 91 for 6 at lunch yesterday, but then Harmer and Rosington 113 they put on for the 7th wicket, and Rosington brilliant 100 yesterday, as I say. And then Surrey losing Ryan Patel in the last over, first ball of the last over last night, caught by Harmer off the bowling of Sam Cook for 4. Rory Burns is 18 not out. Again, we've got a star-studded commentary lineup today. Eva Gray is here, Jeremy Coney is here, Paul Newton is here from BBC Radio Essex as well, so Paul will be with us throughout the day. But alongside me, a man who knows these parts very, very well indeed. Someone said I've sounded like a proud father introducing you yesterday, Ricky Clark, but Ricky Clark is alongside an excellent day of cricket yesterday. Adam Rosington outstanding, Dan Worrell with the ball outstanding, and interestingly poised today.
Yeah, some fantastic cricket yesterday, wasn't there? Obviously Dan Worrell with the ball. There was swing all day for the Surrey bowlers. They put it in a good area, but then obviously the partnership with Adam Rossington and Simon Harmer sort of stopped Surrey in their tracks a little bit. They were pretty confident on bowling Essex out, I would have thought, at 91 for 6, but that partnership has obviously got Essex to a competitive total, 271, but I think if you had offered that to Surrey at the start of the day with the heat, having lost the toss, I think they still would have taken that.
Yeah, I think they would have done indeed. And I think from a Surrey point of view yesterday, the interesting thing I always think with these things is what would the opposition have done? What would Surrey have done had they won the toss? Now, interestingly, Mr. Clark, you're on the opinion that Surrey might well have had a bowl yesterday anyway.
Potentially, they might have had a bowl. You know, I think around the country we've seen a couple of decisions where captains decided to bowl, but they obviously felt that the wicket has got a little bit of grass on it, and it might have just allowed the ball just to swing and seam potentially, and then obviously you can put a heavy roller on it, which I think we've seen this morning as well. The heavy roller's gone onto it just to try and flatten it out a bit. It's always been a case here at Surrey, sometimes when you leave grass on it, if it doesn't, I think it does it in that first day, and then when you come to bat second on it, you can get that roller on it and flatten it out a little bit. With that though, the counter argument is Essex do have a certain Simon Harmer in their side, so it's just a question if the pitch stays together and doesn't break up as much. Obviously he's in a lot of form with 28 wickets in his last 2 first-class matches, so that would be the only concern there. But they obviously lost the toss, and I think they'll still be relatively happy with 271.
Weather-wise, as I say, today it's a lot cooler than it was yesterday. We saw the ball swing for most of the day yesterday, which was interesting in the fact there wasn't a cloud in the sky and it was 40-odd degrees. Today, a bit more cloud cover, cooler temperature. Ironically, you'd sort of expect it possibly to swing more today, but it did. It swung for most of the day yesterday, didn't it?
Yeah, I think that Surrey had a change of ball as well. Roughly, I think it was about the 40th over, and then that ball that they got, that was swinging as well. So we saw swing all day. I suppose the difference with Essex's bowlers, renowned to be more seam bowlers, look to try and get a little bit of nip. With that grass being on the wicket, they'll be trying to exploit that a little bit more. Maybe Shane Snater can swing the ball a little bit, but Porter and Cook are normally those sort of nip bowlers, challenging the defence of the batters and trying to nip it both ways. And as we said, we spoke about Harmer. They look to rotate their seamers, I reckon, a little bit more than what Surrey did. Surrey went pretty much with a seam attack yesterday, where I think you'll see Simon Harmer bowling a lot more in this innings.
Yeah, and from a Surrey perspective, we've talked about their batting already this season, and the fact their lowest first innings score is 308 this season, and that they bat a long way down, and they've sort of worked out their method of doing things. So I think, again, going back to what we were talking about, is the fact that I think even if Surrey had decided to have a bowl yesterday, I think at the start of play yesterday, if you'd said to Surrey, you'll be batting tonight 24 for 1 with Essex all out for 271, I think they'd have taken that, wouldn't they? Especially here, with the way they've played here this season. 100%.
I think the way they've played all season, looking at numbers, Rory Burns averaging just shy of 48, Ryan Patel 40, Ollie Pope 69.5, Ben Foakes 130 he's averaging. So, and they're scoring big runs. The confidence through the side at this moment in time is brilliant to see. They're scoring big runs and they bat low, as you say. They bat all the way down. So they'll be confident today that if they can get themselves in, it's always that tricky first hour. Yeah. It's always going to be the case wherever you play, and they'll be looking to get through that and then try and make hay and get a big total on the ball.
I was also wondering as well, we were talking about batting and all that good stuff, the Harmer factor as well. Last innings, maybe on a chase, the Harmer factor comes into it as well, doesn't it? So there's an awful lot here as our umpires making their way out into the middle. They had a busy day yesterday, especially with LBWs. There was an awful lot of shouts for LBW yesterday, so they were definitely in the game yesterday, and I can see the Essex players down there getting ready. Hashim Amla and Rory Burns will be making their way out to the middle. From memory, there are 5 balls remaining of the Cook over from last night. Yet looking up at the scoreboard, they're 9.1 overs. So all set for this second day here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex and the Surrey live stream, with the sun out and a lot more people understandably today are sat out in the open, because we were mentioning yesterday there were some brave souls that sort of sat in 40-degree heat yesterday the whole day, but most people were sort of using the stands for shade. But today, a few more people dotted around in the Peter May stand and down there in the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion, and Rory Burns and Hashim Amla out there. I asked Mr. Amla about the weather yesterday, Ricky Clark, because you know me, I'm a hard-hitting investigative journalist, and I saw him as I went around, and I said, how hot was it? And he said, well, I've been in hotter places, but he said the thing that did make it very hot yesterday there was hardly any breeze. As he said, a lot of the places he's played around the world, there's a sea breeze or something like that, but he said there was none of that yesterday. And also, it's a fair point, you know, he said being in the middle of London as well, with all the buildings around, it sort of keeps the heat in. So he said it was hot, but he said he had played in slightly hotter places, and he's out there in the middle this morning. And as I say, Sam Cook has 5 balls left of this over. Picked up that wicket of Ryan Patel last night, caught very well by Simon Harmer low down. Second slip. Rory Burns down there at the non-striker's end is 18 not out, so all set to go. Amla on strike for the first ball. Cook, to complete his over from last night from the Vauxhall end, will come right arm over the wicket to Hashim Amla, and Amla's letting the first one go that just swings away a touch from him outside his off stump, taken by Adam Rosington, and we're up and running.
Yeah, good start there from Sam Cook. Obviously normally a bit of a nip bowler, but if conditions suit, that one obviously just shaped away, so we'll see how he looks to go in this spell.
I always remember Sam Cook bowling extremely well against you out in Dubai in that sort of pre-season first-class opening fixture for the MCC. As over the wicket he comes to Amla, and Amla punching off the back foot, first runs of the day, as Wesley has to come round to his left from mid-off to do the fielding, and they'll pick up 1, and Surrey move on to 25 for 1, and the captain Rory Burns comes on to strike for the first time today. But he's always been a bowler I really rate, Sam Cook, and he's been in and around the England Lions, but he's just a very, I would think as a captain, he's a good bloke to have in your team.
Well, he's someone you can rely on.
Yeah.
You know, if you know the ball's going around the park a little bit and he's just finished a spell, can you come and give me another couple of overs, give me a little bit of control? He just does the simple things very, very well, and that's the best thing about bowling. You know, the bowlers that challenge the defensive batters and just put the ball in the right area more often than not, and that's what he does. He just bashes away line and length and keeps his patience quite nicely.
He's straight away round the wicket to Rory Burns, and that does just shape a touch at Rory Burns away. Late leave from Rory Burns, and you can see where all the footmarks have been filled in today. Looks like a desert on those footholds at the moment, where the ground staff have filled them all in. But Harmer will be hoping that the pitch begins to break up a touch. I'd be surprised here. We haven't really seen that at all this season, but Mr. Harmer, you could stick him on, as I say, in the middle of the Harleford Road and he'd get the ball to turn. As in round the wicket comes Cook, and Burns covers up, pushes this one down towards backward point, and there is no run. Burns 300s in his last 4 championship games for Rory Burns. Outstanding at Scarborough. Absolutely outstanding at Scarborough. I think he put one to bed there because, of course, in 2018, 97 on that last day with one man back on the leg side boundary rope and just picked him out unerringly. So I think when he got to the 100 last week, there was a little bit of, well, I've got that one out of the way from 2018. As round the wicket comes Sam Cook again to him, and he's off the mark, just clipping this off his hip down towards deep backward square. We'll get 2 off the mark for today is Rory Burns. He moves on to 20, and that completes the over from Sam Cook last night, and Surrey move on to 27 for 1. Burns has 20, Amla has 1, and it looks as if it's going to be Mr. Snater to get us started with bandana as well. Magnificent look that, R. Clark, the old bandana and the long hair from Mr. Snater.
It's sort of snuck in recently, isn't it, the bandana, and I imagine during sort of COVID times and lockdowns, people were getting different haircuts, and they're just snuck in with no, Stuart Broad. I think he's
he
kept
was sort
his
of the
band
one.
down,
He was the one that sort of, and that was to stop the sweat getting in his eyes, I think. But also, it's quite a good look. And Mr. Snater has the white bandana, looking a little like, I have to say, from this distance, Roger Federer in his heyday, with the white headband and the white sweatbands on his wrists as well. He's bowling to Hashim Amla. 3 slips in there. Snater will come right arm over the wicket from that pavilion end to Amla, back of a length, hops at Amla a touch and pushes this one out into the offside. Of course, Essex, one of the clubs that Hashim Amla's played for. So another one of Amla's former counties. Seem to remember watching him get a very good 100 at Guildford against Surrey for Essex. Seem to remember watching you get a double 100 at Guildford after Justin Langer got 300.
Yeah, was it 2006?
Yeah, long old 4 days that was at Guildford. Mr. Langer, he batted forever, didn't he? And then you came out and batted forever. As over the wicket once again comes Snater, and this is tucked into the leg side by Amla. Straight out there towards Nick Brown at square leg. I suppose from an Essex point of view, the other thing they'll want to do is put Surrey under a bit of pressure here. That they'll be fully aware. They'll have sat down with their stats and seen what Surrey do in the first innings, and that they'll want to get a couple early this morning, sort of get into this much vaunted batting lineup early. Ollie Pope to come next, then Ben Folkes, as Snater is right arm over the wicket, quick action, and that's clipped uppishly by Hashim Amla just in front of Nick Brown, looking to go behind square with that. I think Hashim Amla was a little bit early on it and almost clipped that straight to Nick Brown. Yeah,
at the moment from Shane Snater we're not seeing any swing, so that would be a good sign for the Surrey batters. Obviously Sam Cook from the other end got a little bit, but nothing from Snater as of yet, and the pitch is looking pretty true and nice, so Surrey will be looking to capitalise and get through this early first hour.
Bit of a breeze going across the ground as we look right to left as forward comes Amla. Just hops at him a touch as that bottom hand comes off the bat. Good length that from Shane Snater. Getting Amla forward. Amla plays, you've played so much cricket with him, but the thing that always fascinates me about Amla is how late he plays the ball and how little movement there is from him.
Fantastic batter, isn't he? Just for many years. Obviously got a triple 100 here for South Africa, I think, many years ago. But again, just plays it very late, very calm in his movements. Just stands with that bat raised, and there's a big step back across from the leg stump, and then he's in behind this one, just plays it up towards mid-off. But I find him fascinating how he builds his innings as well. Because, he's got all the shots. If he wants them, he's got all the shots. There's no doubt whatsoever about that. We've seen what he's done in T20 cricket and in white ball cricket and one-day international cricket. But just the way he builds an innings, and he just loves batting, doesn't he? He absolutely loves batting. He has amazing sort of control of each ball, playing the ball under his eyes. Good patience. Over the wicket again comes Snater, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Hashim Amla off a goodish length. End of Snater's first over. It's a maiden, and here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra at BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Essex, Ricky Clark alongside. Eva Gray will be here shortly. Jeremy Coney here as well today. Paul Newton from BBC Radio Essex. So we've got a super commentary team for you today. Mr. Kevin Howes is in Derby today, so he's in Derby today. All the games going on around the country. Days 2, of course, cooler days today. We'll keep you up to date with what's happening across the games in the championship on the second day. England, of course, yesterday losing that opening ODI by 62 runs to South Africa up in Durham. Sam Cook comes round the wicket to Rory Burns, forward, thickish edge, all along the carpet between second slip and gully, and that'll whistle off to the shortest boundary on the ground for the left-hander down to third man in front of the dugouts. Is a typical Burns boundary, really. That it looks like an edge, but it's not. He's just playing it with soft hands down into the ground. It whistles away for 4. Played it really nicely, didn't he? Yeah, just angled in round the wicket from Sam Cook. And again, the bowler will be happy with that. He'll see that as a little victory, but Rory Burns, again, just very soft hands. letting the ball hit the bat, and it just sort of guided through that vacant area in between second slip and gully.
The other thing with Amler is the number of players I've spoken to, however experienced they are, saying it's just great batting with him at the other end because he's so cool, calm and collected.
He's very relaxed.
Yeah.
In fairness, there was a game we played against Gloucester here last year, and it's the only time I've seen him not flustered, but Dan Worrell was bowling a pretty good spell with a reversing ball.
Around the wicket once again comes Cook, and that's left alone by Burns outside his off stump.
And he sort of come up to me and he goes, this is like a proper test match spell, and he's bowling rapid. I was like, thank you for that. If you're saying that, I've got no chance. But it was a very good testing spell from Mr. Worrell.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, fantastic bowler. Just everything about him, just watching him here, and haven't seen a lot of him, played against him a couple of times, but it's just his action and just the control he had with the ball both ways was brilliant to watch.
Nice. Cook comes around the wicket once again to Burns. Burns lets this one go outside his off stump. You've had the experience of my hard-hitting interviews at the end of a day's play, but I spoke to him yesterday. Lovely fella as well. And it actually was a lot, because I said, how good was it? Because obviously he would have come thinking I'm going to bowl with Roach, and then Kemar was injured. And I said, what was it like? And he said, that my top three that I wanted to open the bowling with, and Kemar's in that top three. So I think he really relished getting to bowl with Kemar, Roach. Saw Mr. Roach last night. He was as happy as Larry with the weather, I have to say. He was a big grin on his face as always. Round the wicket comes Cook to Burns. Burns lets this one go wide outside the off stump, taken by Rosington up above his left shoulder.
Did you get the other two from?
No, I didn't. I thought, you know me as a hard-hitting investigative journalist. I'd already moved on to the next question. No, he just mentioned that Roach was in his top three of who he wanted to.
I'd like to know who the other two are.
Interesting, isn't it?
If Roach is in the top three,
he may have mentioned one of them. Actually, somebody can go and watch the interview back. He may have done, as in round the wicket once again comes Cook, and this one's pushed out into the offside by Burns, just straightened a touch on Rory Burns. Nice bit of bowling that from Sam Cook. Yeah,
already this over, the first ball nicely played from Rory Burns, guided through the vacant area for third man for four, and you now see that the field has come across from mid wicket and gone into free slips in the gully now, so he's going to look to come round the wicket and push it towards the slips and try and get Burns nicked in that area, with the odd one maybe coming in, but good start from batters and bowlers.
Yeah, three slips in the gully. They've got that extra slip in now as Cook is in. Oh, now shout for LBW given. Rory Burns looking to work through the leg side, but it was pretty straight coming round the wicket, and the finger went straight up, and Sam Cook has the early wicket of Rory Burns coming round the wicket to him, and Rory Burns looking very strong shot for that. Rory Burns through mid-wicket, but it looked pretty straight, and the finger went straight up, and Rory Burns goes for 24, and Surrey, Ricky Clark, 31 for 2.
Yeah, exactly what we were saying there, that he's obviously got the extra slip in and pushed a couple across from round the wicket to Burns, and then that one's just come back in, and unfortunately for Rory Burns, he couldn't quite just clip it off his legs. Trademark sort of shot for him, and he'd be disappointed he's missed it, and obviously Surrey have got a rebuild now with Ollie Pope and Hashim Amla.
The fascinating thing with Rory Burns is, I'm sure if you go through his career, there aren't that many LBWs in there actually, because when people see him first up, they think, oh, he's a huge LBW candidate because of the way he works through, but actually he's not very often LBW, and funnily enough, more often than not with those shots, he middles them and they whistle off through mid-wicket, or you see that they're going down. But that one looked pretty straight, and I think he just, good bit of bowling, and just as you say, worked him across the crease, and the finger went straight up.
Yeah, good bowling. You have to give Sam Cook the credit for the bowling. Obviously, as we mentioned, he got sort of steered down to third man and plugged that gap, which will suggest he was trying to push across and bring him into play, those slips. But there's always that sort of worry that he would bring one back potentially, and that's the case there that he's done for Burns LBW, and Rory would be disappointed he's not clipped that. He's so strong there.
He is. Huge scoring shot for Rory Burns there. So, Ollie Pope's at the non-strikers end. Snater is in from the pavilion end to Hashim Amla, who's taking this up towards mid-on. And that rolls up there to Jamie Porter, who does the fielding. I'm just going to double check Ollie Pope's last championship innings, because of course he's been off doing stuff for England, so very good to see Ollie Pope back in a Surrey shirt. When he has played for Surrey in the championship this season, he has been full of runs, has Ollie Pope. And I think it might have been. He's in over the wicket once more. Comes Snater, forward goes Amler. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. I've got a feeling it was Kent at Beckenham. Perhaps was his last championship game for Surrey. Just double checking that. And yeah, I think it was. He made 96. So it's been a while since Ollie Pope's been out there in terms of championship cricket for Surrey. Of course, bat 3 for England. That's 4 for Surrey. Never sure one place difference makes that much difference. As over the wicket comes Snater to Amler, and Amler's in behind a back of a length ball, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Interesting stat, well not stat, but interesting one that with Warwickshire, the days back then when you had Ian Bell and Jonathan Trott. And Ian Bell would bat number 3 for Warwickshire and Trott number 4, and then for England Trott would bat number 3 and Bell.
Do you think either of them thought there was much difference in that, really?
I don't think so. I think, you know, cricketers obviously have a lot of superstition sometimes. It was just a case of that's what they did for Warwickshire and England.
In over the wicket once again comes Snater. That's up on the toes of Amler, and he's just pushing this one down into the leg side. That rolls in there towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, interesting, because there's a lot of talk about it, isn't there? But as you say, if that's what they did for Warwickshire and then that's what they did for England, I suppose that's what they did.
Seemed to be fine. It worked fine for Warwickshire and
for
England, didn't it?
Yeah. I don't think that experiment didn't work in any way, shape or form. Snater, right arm over the wicket he comes, and this one Amler's flicking away down towards long leg. Round comes Cook with a little juggle, and Amler will get back for 2 on the throw. That's good running from Hashim Amler and Ollie Pope, and that moves Hashim Amler on to 3. Surrey moving on to 33 for 2. Ollie Pope leaning on his bat down there at the non-strikers end, but as I say, started the season extremely well for Surrey in terms of championship cricket, did Ollie Pope. 58 in the opening game against Warwickshire away, then the 127 here against Hampshire. Snater over the wicket he comes to Amler. Amler's covering up again, just pushing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Tidy over from Shane Snater. 33 for 2 then Surrey. The wicket to go, that of Rory Burns. LBW to Sam Cook for 24. So yeah, the 127 against Hampshire here, and then 47 and 5 here against Somerset. 84 against Gloucestershire at Bristol, and then that 96 against Kent at Beckenham. So in pretty good nick. Tends to score big, doesn't he, for Surrey?
He's just a class act, Churchy, and you know, I'm not trying not to be biased, but he's one of the greatest young cricketers coming into the game that I've seen in the last God knows how many years. He's just fantastic. He's got all the shots, his temperament, everything about him is just oozing class. A very good first class average, averaging just shy of 70. Yeah. This year as well. He's just fantastic to watch, and do you know what's good about it as well? Really good kid.
Yeah.
Really good kid. Very, very grounded.
Well, his first ball here from Cook, short one, and Ollie Pope ducks underneath it and wanders off towards square leg and practices a defensive shot. I think I'm right in saying he's still averaging over 100 in first class cricket here at this ground. Ollie Pope does like batting here. Then of course got that, well, waited to get his first 100 north of the Watford Gap in the Test match. So that's always a good place to get the first one. Trent Bridge against New Zealand. Settles over his bat once more, does Ollie Pope. 3 slips in there for Cook as over the wicket he comes to Pope, and it's good length delivery, good lead from Ollie Pope. Outside his off stump, and taken by Rossington, moving away to his right hand side. It was funny that the innings he played at Beckenham was the best innings I saw him play this season before going off to England, basically because he left the ball so well. Just left everything that he didn't want to be going after, and then he's got all the shots. Everybody knows he's got all the shots, but it was something that he'd been working very, very hard on. He's sort of letting balls go outside that off stump of his as his back glints in the sun as he's turning this one from Cook into the leg side. That's very good running up to Paul Walter at mid-on. Hashim Amla got a little bit of a shock there, but he's quick between the wickets, is Hashim Amla. And Ollie Pope off the mark with a single. And Surrey move on to 34 for 2.
I tell you, Ollie Pope was pretty quick there as well. He's scampered down the far end, but obviously Hashim was potentially worried a little bit. He was, didn't get off to a great start out the blocks. But I think Ollie Pope would look at someone like an Alistair Cook, and having seen Alistair Cook for many years, he just sort of kept it simple and just had 2 shots. If I have 2 shots, you know, you limit the ways of getting out.
Over the wicket comes Cook then to Amla, and Amla all forcing this back through the backward point region. Not exactly where he intended, it sort of was more off the edge of the bat, but it went down. He was looking to go through extra cover there, I think. A little bit of away movement there for Sam Cook. So 4 to Amla, but I think a moral victory there probably for Sam Cook.
Yeah, again, he's had a couple this morning. Sam Cook, where he's put it in the right area and it's gone through the third man area, so he'll be slightly disappointed because his run's against his name, but he'll look at it as hitting the right side of the bat. And again, we're seeing swing. You know, Sam Cook renowned for nipping the ball sometimes, but he's got some decent swing here.
38 for 2. So over the wicket comes Cook then to Amla. That's well bowled. Just going away from Amla. Amla just trying to play inside the line of that, and then wanders down to do some gardening. So I think we've got our answer this morning, Ricky Clark. After 20 minutes, there is still swing out there, isn't there?
There is still swing, yeah, but only for Sam Cook. I think the odd one from Shane Snater, but consistently we're seeing Sam Cook swing the ball. And also the carry as well this morning. I don't know if the pitch has just quickened up a little bit. Just looks like the carry, particularly from Sam Cook, is going through quite nice. So it might have just quickened up this pitch a little bit.
Yeah, we did have some rain last night. As in over the wicket comes Cook. That's a length delivery, and again Amla's just making sure he's covering up there to play that one back up the pitch. End of the over. Ricky Clark, thank you, sir. We'll bring Eva Gray in. So Ricky Clark is with us throughout the day here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex, and the Surrey live stream. And Mr. Paul Newton will be with us in a few moments' time. Elsewhere, Hampshire and Gloucestershire, that's at Cheltenham College. That one yesterday finished at 4:30 due to heat, and Hampshire 225 for 2. Somerset and Yorkshire, 100 yesterday for Tom Abel, and Somerset 276 for 5. Kent were all out for 165 yesterday. Oliver Hannon Dalby caused some chaos. Warwickshire 165 for 6. So next run into the lead for Warwickshire, and Northamptonshire 231 for 9 against Lancashire at Wantage Road in Division 1. As Snater from the pavilion end is into Ollie Pope, who drives this out into the offside. Walters quickly round to do the fielding, and there's no run. Eva Gray, good morning to you.
Morning, how are you?
Very well indeed, thank you. Very well indeed. And I've enjoyed the cricket this morning, and as Ricky Clark was saying, Sam Cook is still getting a bit of swing from this Vauxhall end, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. He's bowled really nice channels so far with this new ball. Yeah, as we were saying yesterday, we saw movement all day for the Surrey bowlers, so that would have encouraged him. But yeah, he started really nicely here. Snater with his headband is in over the wicket to Pope, and Pope clips this one neatly and tidily up towards mid-on. And there is no run. Yeah, getting rid of Rory Burns, that will be a big fill-up for Essex. And as I said, this much vaunted Surrey batting line-up, but they've now got a chance to go at Pope and Amla early this morning, haven't they? Yeah, definitely. I think, yeah, Pope's kind of getting used to facing that new ball with his new role at number 3 for England, but yeah, he's still getting used to the ball swinging around corners at him. So Snater is over the wicket. Oh, Ollie Pope's using his feet here to get out to Snater. Pushes that one down towards backward point. There's Dan Lawrence with his white floppy sun hat on. Yesterday there was a run on white floppy sun hats, but today just the 4 Essex players in the wide brimmed sun hats. Definitely cooler than yesterday, isn't it? Definitely cooler than yesterday. Yeah, cooler, although it is still warm. Yes, it is. No, it is. It's definitely still warm, but sort of when I left last night I realised quite how warm it is actually. Then it rained. As over the wicket comes Snater, forward goes Pope. Now that's hopped at him off a goodish length,
Bottom hand came off the bat handle. He's played that pretty well as Ollie Pope, because he's trying to get as far forward as he can here to Snater, but that just spat up at him, and he's down to do a touch of gardening around his off stump.
I just wonder how much of this new Bazball mindset we'll see from Ollie Pope kind of seeping through into the Surrey team, like how he'll go about playing 2 early wickets here in the Surrey innings, and whether he'll kind of take the attack to these 2 opening Essex bowlers.
Waits again with that bat raised. Snater's into him, and he's forward again, and it's a very extravagant call of no there from Ollie Pope. Bat up in the air, calling back at Hashim Amla. What you notice with Ollie Pope as well is when he rehearses those shots, he's trying to play it as late as possible, isn't he? Just sort of, they always talk about hitting the top of the ball, and you see it with Kane Williamson, but he's just rehearsed there, literally playing it under his eyes, as Ollie Pope.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he stands out as someone who hits it as late as possible, and you've seen quite a few times he hits it so far into the ground that he nearly
can come back towards him, as this one he's forward, Ollie Pope, and plays this one down into the leg sides. Good over that from Shane Snater. Ollie Pope has 1, Amla has 7, 38 for 2. But yes, we were sort of found somewhere to stay last night. That was my first thing to do, and then I realised how warm it was walking to the hotel, and then it started raining, but it was sort of like warm rain as well. It was all very strange.
Yeah, I was back in Clapham, and it smelt of rain as well.
Thank you, Eva. People always look at me as if, what are you when I say I can smell rain? But you definitely can't you?
You can, especially when it's warm. I don't know whether it's warm rain that smells. I'm not sure, but I could definitely smell rain.
Thank you, Eva. I've said that a number of times, and people, Kevin Howes mainly, who's at Derby today, just with a raised eyebrow, but you can definitely smell the rain coming, as Sam Cook from the Vauxhall end is coming in over the wicket to Hashim Amla, who looks to drive thick inside edge. He's got to get his skates on with the throw. He's quick though, Amla. Between those stumps, he is absolutely rapid still, and a well judged single. That Amla's on to 8, and Surrey 39 for 2.
Yeah, really well run that from these 2. Yeah, it's important to keep rotating this strike. So we saw yesterday a little bit of batters getting stuck at each end for quite a while. Alistair Cook didn't face any of Dan Worrell, which I'm sure would be pleased about. But yeah, just keeping the strike rotating and scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, 39 for 2. Surrey on this second morning, as Sam Cook is over the wicket to Ollie Pope, who again is playing that as late as possible and out into the offside. Rolls out there towards Shane Snater. In Division 2, Nottinghamshire, well, Duckett and Hamid yesterday, an absolute field day, and Duckett 241, and Hamid still going. He's on 174, so 455 for 2. That's where Mr. Kevin Howes is at Derby. So 455 for 2. Nottinghamshire, we've already got maximum batting point. As over the wicket once again, then comes Cook. Forward goes Pope. Pushes this one away into the offside, and there's no run. At Lords, where Middlesex, as we were saying yesterday, won the toss and decided to have a bowl, and Sussex 342 for 5. And there was 100 yesterday for Mr. Allsop, and Pajara. That's the worry from a Middlesex point of view, is Pajara is still there. 121 not out from 202 balls. And we did mention yesterday, in those conditions, if there was one gentleman who was going to relish that, it would have been Mr. Pajara at Lords. And he's doing exactly that, as in comes Cook again. And this is tucked away by Ollie Pope off his pads, down towards fine leg. They'll pick up another single. That will move Ollie Pope on to 2. And that moves Surrey on to 40 for 2.
Yeah, I think you'll be disappointed as a Middlesex player being choosing to field, but I guess those things can go either way. I mean, we saw Warwickshire make the same decision, and clearly there was something in the pitch. I think they're 6 down already as well themselves, having bowled.
Yeah, Helen Dorby had a field day yesterday as well in the heaters. Cook is in, that swinging down the leg side, and Amler's getting absolutely nothing on that. That's taken by Rossington. And the other game getting started today is Leicestershire and Glamorgan, and that's taking place in Leicester, and Leicestershire are 26 without loss against Glamorgan in Division 2. So those are all your other scores from around the other games. Warwickshire are now in the lead, actually, 168 for 6 they are now, so they lead by 3 against Kent at Edgbaston as Cook is in over the wicket, and this one's just again swinging back a touch at Amler. He gets tucked up a bit for room. Cramped there was Amler, but plays it into the leg side. End of the over, end of me for the time being. Surrey 40 for 2. Paul Newton's going to come into my spot here and join Eva Gray. But Eva, while Paul and I sort of work out headphones and microphones and everything, just your thoughts on today and the conditions, because I wasn't sure whether it would swing as much as it did yesterday, but we're definitely seeing swing from this Vauxhall end, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely. A really nice over from Sam Cook there. He started the over with the outswingers, and you could see that something was coming, and that he was going to set up Hashim Amla, and that the last 2 in that over just kind of ducking back in at Amla's pads. And yeah, so we're seeing some movement. The odd bit of invariable bounce from this pavilion end, but nothing too major.
Snater comes in from the pavilion end, bowls, stroked out into the covers. Nick Brown fields. Very good morning to you, Eva, and interesting start to the day's play. Runs so far, Essex are bowled fairly tightly, and the 1 wicket to go down, Rory Burns, I don't think I've seen an umpire's finger go up so immediately as it did to find Burns guilty from Yorkish length delivery from Sam Cook.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a quick one, wasn't it? Yeah, they've bowled really nicely this morning so far. Just kind of sticking on that full length, get the ball swinging.
Snater in and bowls, Pope leaves. There's a good bit of lift there as Rossington takes it up round about his ears, and Surrey, who were 24 for 1 overnight, are now 40 for 2, trailing by 231, and an overworked expression, I know, but you could say this is the match here, because here are 2 absolutely brilliant batsmen. Ollie Pope with a phenomenal record at the Oval, and Hashim Amla with a phenomenal record absolutely everywhere he's ever been. If both these batsmen make big runs, well, Surrey will be well on top. If Essex could remove them in the morning session, well, they would have a good chance in the game. Snater bowls, and again, well-judged leave from Ollie Pope, and score remaining at 40 for 2.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had those 2 early wickets. Surrey do bat long today. They've still got Ben Folkes, Will Jacks, Cameron Steele, and Jamie Overton set to come in at number 8. So, yeah, definitely some strength and depth with the Surrey batting lineup. But yeah, you wouldn't want too many of those coming in and facing this swinging ball. No,
it was such a shame that Jamie Overton didn't quite get over the line for his 100 in the test match that he played earlier this season. It was a brilliant effort as Snater's in at bowls, and again the ball leaves Pope off the pitch, and he in turn intelligently leaves it. He's moving across his stumps as the bowler bowls, and once again there is no run. And Essex continue to keep a lid on the Surrey scoring rate. Apparently the only strange thing that's happened from an Essex point of view this morning was the lack of a 3rd slip in an early over, which Burns edged straight through 3rd slip, and I felt almost they forgot to put the 3rd slip there, because immediately afterwards one was put in, and he's still there now as Snater is in. And bowled, what a good delivery, and Pope came down late on it and kept a Yorkish length delivery out of his stumps. Good delivery and well played by Pope, who remains on 2. Amler on 8, 40 for 2. Yeah, just another bit of a setup from Shane Snater there. We've seen the first couple of balls in the over left outside the off stump, and that one just tailing back in at Ollie Pope's off stump even. Ollie Stump. Indeed. As Snater reaches the end of his not inconsiderable run-up from the pavilion end, in bowls to Pope, who jabs the ball down to mid-off, and the skipper Tom Wesley, and that completes a very good tight over at maiden with Pope on 2, Amler on 8. Surrey have added 16 this morning in around about 35 minutes played. Burns the man to go, LBW to the almost inevitable Sam Cook for 24, and Surrey 231 behind, of 40 for 2. Yeah, that kind of absence of a 3rd slip didn't kind of cost them too much with them picking him up LBW, but
yeah, the key one here is Hashim Amla. He can really hurt sides, really, can't he?
He can indeed, and he did have a very brief spell back in 2009 with Essex, because he's played for a number of counties, but what a career he's had since those days, and he was a phenomenon then. As Cook's in, the box all end, bowls, and this ball is edged down. There's a chase back towards the boundary for Dan Lawrence, and they're going to come back for a second run. Picks it up about 15 yards short of the third man boundary, and that takes the score to 42 for 2, and Amla moves along to 12.
Yeah, this early movement's encouraging for the Essex bowlers. We spoke about it all day yesterday. The Surrey seamers kind of saw that movement through the air all day, and yeah, Essex will be hoping to see a similar thing, but good signs early on here.
Cook gives very little away, with still 3 slips, perhaps a backward point more than the gully, is in bowls, and shouldering arms there is the great South African, and score remaining at 42 for 2, with 10 to Amla and 2 to Pope. Just to update you with scores elsewhere, Warwickshire are 171 for 6 now in the lead against Kent, seemingly inadequate 165. Northants 235 all out, playing Lancashire. Nottinghamshire a formidable 459 for 2 against Derbyshire. Sussex 346 for 6 against Middlesex. Here is Cooking again over the wicket, bowls, and Amla taken on the pad here. Ball was going down leg side. Score remaining at 42 for 2. And we have Leicestershire game starting today, 32 for none against Glamorgan.
Yeah, Ricky Clark said earlier on, just before the start of play, that these two opening bowlers were more about getting things off the pitch, a bit of nip maybe, but yeah, we're seeing all the skills here from Sam Cook. He's definitely got the ability to take the ball both ways.
Paul Newton here with Eva Gray, bringing you live commentary for BBC Essex, BBC Radio London and the 5 Live Sports Extra. Great to have them with us today, as the next ball is played by Amla defensively to Paul Walter, giant at 6'8". The counts vary as to whether he's 6'7", 6'8", or even 6'9", but it makes no difference. Sadly, he had a rare failure this season, out pretty much first ball yesterday. In fact, he did face a few balls, but he didn't score. And 42 for 2 is the score here at the Oval. There are 2 further scores that I missed out to give you from Division 1. Come back to that in a moment. Cook is in, bowls, and Amla gets one just fading onto Midland leg, and he helps it off the hip down to long leg. And they get a single. Jamie Porterfield's 43 for 2, and Amla along to 11. The 2 games I omitted: Hampshire beat Gloucestershire at Cheltenham, part of the Cheltenham Festival. Hampshire 235 for 2. Slow going from Hampshire, but they're getting into a strong position. And Somerset at Taunton a 285 for 5 against Yorkshire. That completes the roundup, and we'll keep you regularly in touch with events elsewhere. But here is Cook to complete his 9th over, and this ball is just dropped into the offside by Ollie Pope, and that completes the 18th over of the innings, replying to Essex's 271, with Amla 11 and Pope 2. Surrey are 43 for 2.
Yeah, it is kind of really clear to see Ollie Pope's trying to play this ball as late as he can, and spoke about it with Churchy a little while ago, that he is a little bit susceptible to playing on, just purely because he plays that ball completely, if anything, behind him at some stage. But yeah, he's kind of just trying to watch that swing onto the bat, and it's worked so far for him, and in an England shirt as well, it must be said.
Yeah, indeed. I do sometimes wonder with Ollie, who's such a brilliant player, whether he might just be slightly victim to the fact that people have these theories about him and where he's weak, and he tries to adjust his technique, understandably, but sometimes a player really comes good with a vengeance again a couple of years down the line, and people say, well, what's been the difference? The player will typically say, well, I've just gone back to playing the way I always did. Alistair Cook did that, you know, and he had his bad spells, and in the end he always went back to his original technique. As Snater is in, there hasn't been a change of bowling yet so far. This ball's well outside off stump and left by Hashim Amla. Score remaining at 43 for 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Ever since his Test debut, Ollie Pope has always looked like a well-organised cricketer with a sound technique, and as you say, he was victim to a bit of criticism like halfway through his international career so far, but he's come back, and also I think that confidence that he's got behind him now, that he's been promised that number 3 spot, it always helps for sure.
Snater. A little bit of sunshine, nothing like as fierce as yesterday, thank goodness, as Amla plays the ball back down the track. I'm afraid I myself didn't make it yesterday because of temperatures forecast of 40 degrees and great interruptions to the rail network, coming as I do from the Essex-Suffolk borders, or coming as I didn't because I decided that I'd use a bit of common sense, but thankfully the temperatures are much more manageable today.
Yeah, it was an absolute nightmare yesterday with the train lines. Apparently the tracks were bending.
Well, that's right, yeah, and in consequence trains sort of took twice as long as usual as hits Snater in and bowls, and this ball is played into a backward point position. Dan Lawrence there under the sun hat, score remaining at 43 for 2. And I have to say, I think it was terrific effort from the players to be out there for 6.5 hours in 40-degree heat. Remember, those temperatures are calculated in the shade. If you're in the sun, you're talking about 46. And not forgetting the 2 umpires, Peter Hartley and Neil Bainton here. Peter Hartley's 62 and Neil Bainton 51. I mean, you know, it's asking a lot, but relieved to see that they've both made it through the night, as it were, and apparently showing no ill effects as Snater comes in from the pavilion end and bowls, and this ball is carefully played by Amla, who just moves into line. He's such a graceful player, and he literally just lets the ball hit the bat there and guides it down to Lawrence at backward point. He remains on 11, Pope 2, 43 for 2.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw quite a few victims of that sun. Moment that sticks out yesterday, Jamie Overton finished his over and just sunk to his knees at the end of his run up, and he just looked absolutely exhausted. And Matthew Potts as well in an England shirt,
that's right,
went off with heat stroke, I think. So
he did indeed. And Snater's in. Oh, that's a good delivery. It takes a good one to get through Hashim Amla's defences. He was playing at that just outside off stump, and the ball moved away, missed the edge and through into Adam Rossington's gloves. But a fine bit of bowling, and score remaining at 43 for 2.
Yeah, just slightly squared up there. Hashim Amla just left him off the pitch a little bit. Yeah, Snater seeing that tail back in, and yeah, just slight movement away from him. Lovely delivery.
Was, but very clever technique from Amla, because he actually held the bat in front of the body, and if it had taken the edge, it might well have gone into his body rather than straight into the wicket-keeper's gloves, as this ball is played to short mid-wicket, and Matt Critchley does the fielding, and it's another dot ball, a maiden over, 43 for 2, Pope 2, Amla 11. Batsman out this morning was Rory Burns, palpably LBW, immediately given out by umpire Peter Hartley. Burns departing for 24, and since then Pope and Amla, faced with some good accurate bowling with a bit of movement around here at the Oval, have kept Surrey very much intact at 43 for 2 in 19 overs.
Yeah, I was just about to say when we're going to see a change of bowling. I think, is Jamie Porter coming on now?
He is indeed. Yes, Jamie Porter and Sam Cooke had very similar introductions at Essex. Porter was introduced for the first time in September 2014 and immediately impressed as a really good bowler. In the season when Essex won the title in 2017, he just pipped Simon Harmer by 74 wickets to 72. But Porter himself has been a bit upstaged by Sam Cooke, who made his debut in September 2017, and even in the short time of 4 games in September emerged with 2 5-wicket hauls, and he really is one of the top young bowlers in the country now. But as you say, Eva, it's going to be Jamie Porter, who does tend to slightly play second fiddle to Sam Cooke these days. This would only be roughly Porter's 3rd start of the season, as he comes in now from Vauxhall End, and the ball is played to square leg. And Nick Brown, and there is no run there. Nick Brown, who bats left-handed but throws right, and score remaining at 43 for 2, and we've had just 19 runs added in this would be the 10th over of the morning now, so it's been good tight bowling.
Yeah, I remember just a few years ago that people were talking about Jamie Porter for England after that season that he had. I'm not sure if it was after Essex won the county championship, but he's definitely been talked about for a long time now.
So Porter in and bowls, and this ball not timed though, didn't make a very nice sound off Pope's bat there, perfectly safe down to Sam Cook at mid-on, but that perhaps an indication that this morning batting isn't the easiest. After all, we've got two of the best attacking batsmen in the country who are both having to knuckle down and try and see off the new ball here. 43 for 2 remains the score.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just down to the 2 slips now, but it looks an obvious plan that I think he's just going to bowl really straight to Ollie Pope here. He's got a short mid-wicket and a square mid-wicket as well.
Porter bowls, and this ball this time, that's beautifully timed. Played away, it's probably what he was looking for, the ball before from Pope, and there is probably the first boundary of the day in front of the wicket. There's one that went down to the then vacant third man. Nowadays there is a third man. Third slip has moved out and there is a third man on the boundary, but 4 good runs here to Pope, takes him to 6 and scored a 47 for 2.
Yeah, I don't think he'll mind that too much. I think, as I said, it's an obvious plan that he's going to try and target Ollie Pope's pads. And yeah, slight miscue the ball before, but just erring slightly too full on that one. Good point, as Porter is on his way again. Bowls to Pope. Pope this time gets a ball on middle and off, and steps straight into line, plays it back to the bowler, and we've got this morning, it's still what we would normally call a very warm morning indeed. The forecast temperature is around about 27, 28, but of course compared to yesterday it's a snack, and we've got, I would say at the moment, about 80% cloud cover and 20% blue sky, a rather faint sort of blue sky, and the sunshine, such as there is, a little bit wan as this ball goes through outside off stump and left to the devices of Adam Brossington, who made 100 yesterday, and the score is 47 for 2 with Pope on 6 and Hashim Amla 11. Yeah, I think we're just seeing a little bit of, yeah, as you said, Essex struggled to get a massive total on the board yesterday, and here we are, the ball's only 19 overs old, coming on 20 overs old, and we've just got those 2 slips in a slightly more defensive field than what we saw yesterday from the Surrey bowlers.
And Jamie Porter's in, bowls to Ollie Pope, who leaves outside off stump, and Eva Gray, I think, is about to be substituted, but it's nothing personal in that, and Ricky Clark's going to come in. Sorry, Jeremy Coney's going to come in. My apologies. Great to see Jeremy join us here. One of my favourite summarisers on Test Match Special. 47 for 2 is the score here, with Pope on 6, Hashim Amla on 11, and Shane Snater, who's bowled unchanged from the pavilion end so far, is going to continue. And Jeremy, a very warm welcome.
Afternoon, Paul. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good. You've made it finally. Well done.
Yes, and that's right. As you probably heard me saying a moment ago, it was too hot, I'm afraid, for one so old and past it as myself to risk 40 degrees. Snater is on his way in and bowls to Hashim Amla. It just drops this ball into the covers. Paul Walter advances. The ball had already stopped before he reached it, and the score remaining at 47 for 2, and it's been quite tough going for Surrey this morning.
Tidy attack, aren't they? No easy runs. You'd expect that, to be really honest, with the seamers operating. I mean, they aren't aggressively fast, are they? So you would expect over the years that they have grooved their actions and that they can drop it, you know, on a tea towel.
As Snater's in bowls, and that was a very good delivery indeed, and Amla came forward. He was playing a sort of check shot with the bat held just in front of the body there, and it was sort of percentage shot. If it had come back into him, he had it covered. It actually left him and goes through to Rossington. But that's the second time that he's got through Amla's defences in the last couple of overs. 47 for 2 on the ball.
Yep, just nipping away and drawing the man forward, so that's good on the forward stroke. I think today is mainly about the ball.
As Snater's in bowls, and this ball is pushed into the offside. There's no run there, and score remaining 47 for 2, as was yesterday, arguably.
And you know why I say that, I think, is, you know, yesterday exactly 6 wickets falling in the first session, and then nothing at all in the second session as a partnership sort of rescued Essex. And then wickets falling a day, 11 wickets in the whole day, but nothing in that middle session. So we start the day today at 9 overs, and we'll probably bowl, what, 25?
As Snater's in and bowls, and that is well outside off stump, and left by Amla to go through to Rossington, 47 for 2.
So there we're into the 40s, basically, at that point at lunch today. That's the time at which we've found that this Duke's ball starts to go a little bit soft, with the seam breaking down actually and deteriorating more, and it gets therefore a bit softer, the whole ball. And that's when the problem starts to happen for the bowlers, and that may be the time that Essex start to look to umpires to try and change it and say we can't do much with this.
Snater bowls, Amla plays it back to the bowler, no run.
And it's when batsmen can start to prosper. There's not the same kind of threat. The ball isn't moving quite so much, either from the seam itself, because that's started to get a little bit loose, or it doesn't move so much in the air. You'd have to say, I think, that probably of the 2 bowling resources, you would think that Surrey have got the more swing bowlers than Essex have, who more hit the pitch like Snater does and moves it round from the surface rather than prior to touching the pitch.
Snater again, pavilion end, bowls to Amla. Amla shoulders arms. There's no run there. The over ends with Surrey replying to Essex's 271 and losing Burns. Palpably LBW this morning for 24 to Sam Cook, who has both wickets to fall. Patel to the last ball, as it became yesterday. So 47 for 2. And the fact that Pope, in the better part of an hour, we've had 50 minutes play. Pope's made 6 and Amla 11, of course, resumed straight away this morning. The fact that 2 such good batsmen have so far only scored occasionally is an indication that batting there is not easy. And as you say, Jeremy, they will be very conscious of the fact that if they can see off the bit up to lunch, then batting should get very much easier thereafter.
Yeah, the expectation, I think, is that the ball should do more in this first session of the day. So the bowlers should hold a bit more sway. Batsmen have to be more cautious.
Porter bowls from the Vauxhall end. This ball is dropped down into the offside for a comfortable single by Pope. Goes to backward point, and Lawrence eventually fields, but not before the 48th run has been accomplished with 2 wickets down.
There's a question, I guess, that the seamers can do the bulk of the work for Essex, but you don't want to leave Harmer out while the ball is still bouncing a little bit more, because he does get a bit more bounce. I think it's also fair to say 270 is not going to cause wild distress in terms of size in the Surrey batting ranks.
As Porter bowls and Amla plays this ball into the ground, and then it bounces up into the hands of Lawrence at backward point, no run.
Even though there's been a bit of a recovery happened yesterday, if you look at the first innings totals that Surrey have scored at the Oval this year, you've got Hampshire 467 that Surrey made in their first innings. Somerset 308 is the lowest total. And then Northants 401 and Kent 673. So they're largest kind of scores.
As Porter bowls and Amla defends, and score remains 48 for 2.
They have worked out ways of getting these totals. We've seen Burns. You can't, as a batsman, you can't, shortchange yourself in any way. You can't skip the phases of batting. You do have to know where you are relative to the stumps and be able to let the ball go. The let go is just a shot. I always thought of it as a forward defensive shot, but not bringing the bat down. It's a shot, and you've got to use that early on in your innings.
Porter bowls on Midland leg, played 2 at mid-wicket. Nick Brown, who bats left-handed, throws right, 48 for 2.
So you can't miss that part out of your game early on as you establish yourself, and that's what we're seeing at the moment. 2 decent batsmen establishing themselves, and they can take as long as they like, and they can catch up later on. They only need 3.64 and they'll get to 400 and get their 5 batting points. You know, yesterday Essex, because they lost wickets early in this first part of the day, they had to go rather more slowly and more cautiously.
As Porter's in again and bowls, and Amla leaves this to go through to the wicket keeper. Paul Newton here with Jeremy Coney for both BBC Essex, BBC Radio London, and delighted to be joined this morning by 5 Live Sports Extra.
So you can't miss out that part of your batting, letting the ball go, knowing where your off stump is. It's just such an important axiomatic thing about the game as a batsman. Second thing, you've got to move your feet. You've got to go well forward or well back and use the crease that you're given. A lot of players don't. They'll play laterally and stay around the popping crease a little bit too much.
Porter bowls again to Amla. That goes through outside off stump and no ball signal, so that will take the score to 50 for 2. And I'm not on for much longer, Jeremy. I'd just like to tell you, I was driving around Herefordshire during the first Test match against New Zealand. And you were asked the pronunciation of Blundell,
yes,
which you gave it,
yes,
but you couldn't dissuade anybody else from calling him Blundell.
No. That just shows that no one listens to me, which is
well,
fine.
I did.
So yeah, Blundell, that's correct.
What a partnership he had with Mitchell throughout all the tests. As Porter's in, bowls to Amla, plays it back to the bowler. There's no run. Score 50 for 2 at the end of that 22nd over of the innings.
Yeah, there's a good stride, and just what I'm saying really from Hashim Amla. Very good stride to get close to the ball, but to play back is very important. Suddenly a hard length that they talk about a lot nowadays, just short of a length, and trying to hit higher on the bat. If you get back to it, well back, you can actually score runs off that delivery depending on the line of the ball. So foot movement, letting the ball go, using the full face of the bat to the ball that is straight. That's what cost Burns his wicket today. He turned the bat that was on the stumps, right, just turned through the line of the ball and missed it therefore, and was LBW. So you've got to be able to use the full face of those things. You cannot avoid. They are the ways to start to form the basis of your innings. I would be very comfortable, you see, if the bowlers are going to bowl straight, that the man who's on square comes to mid-wicket and force the batsman to turn the bat a little bit more for runs and singles square of the wicket. Then you're getting the chance for him to miss that ball and get an LBW.
Cook has been switched to the pavilion end to replace Snater, and the first ball is left by Pope outside off stump. 7 to Pope, 11 to Amla, 50 for 2.
This is how you can encourage batsmen. You leave gaps strategically around the ground in order for them to not use the full face, to take you away from those axiomatic things that keeps you at the crease. So you can encourage that. I mean, there are lots of things that can happen. If the length is right and if the bowler knows what the plan is as well, not straight away, you do it halfway through and over so the batsman notices. You move, no, come from square please, let's get you to, mid-wicket.
Cook bowls to Pope, who plays it back to the bowler. There's no run there, and like yourself, I'm a little surprised we haven't seen anything of Simon Harmer so far this morning. No,
well, Simon Harmer obviously is a different factor in this game, because Surrey don't really pick spinners. They're trying to create a spinner out of Will Jacks, who's a batsman first, but who's got some promise as a bowler. That may take a few years.
Cook now switched to the pavilion end, bowls to Pope, defends it down to mid-on, and once again there will be no run at Critchley Fields.
And I guess Gareth Batty, being an off-spinner himself and now the coach, will have had a good close look and say, I think this fella can actually turn a ball, because I think that's the first thing you need to have in a spinner. Yeah. You're not just a slow bowler, you actually spin the ball and you get revolutions on the ball, and you've got to impart that with your body and with your hands and your fingers, strong hands. So that's they've obviously identified Will Jacks,
Cook is in, bowls down leg side, nicely taken by Adam Rossington, diving to his left. And of course Harmer also gets a lot of his wickets even when it doesn't turn, with clever variations of flight and bounce.
Well, that's the next thing. The next thing is prior to pitching on the pitch, you know, that the ball suddenly gets up there and you can get it up and down. That again is revolutions on the ball, holding the seam, pointing at the batsman and getting it rotating wildly so that it comes down more steeply and descends steeply, shorter than the batsman thinks it's going to be.
Cook again, bit of sunshine now, a bit more blue sky around, bowls, and this is played into the ground, bounces down. Third man who's now in position there, Paul Walter, will keep it down to a single, and that takes Pope along to 8. Amla has 11, 51 for 2, and in a moment or two Mark Church will join Jeremy Coney.
So I think, yes, Harmer is an interesting component in this game, and as it continues the course of this 4-day match, he will become, I think, a more and more important component in the game.
Cook is in to complete the over, and Amla's just going to pick up a single as he fends the ball off the backward square leg. Nick Brown chops round, 52 for 2 in 23. Jeremy, I'm loving the analytical detail of your descriptions here. It's a great pleasure to have joined you today. Thank you very much indeed, and I shall make way for Mark Church.
Okay, Paul, look forward to being with you for the rest of the day. Lovely to see you here, and you're well, alive, and you're cool. That's good, well done. Yeah, so I think as the game develops, we're talking about the surface of the pitch there, that when the ball lands on the surface, that Harmer might be able to get some turn and so on. In this first innings, as we saw yesterday, Will Jacks I thought was quite flat. But Harmer, as soon as you saw him bowl yesterday, it went up and down. And so that's a slightly different quality of bowling, I think, that can deceive the batsman. It can get more bounce, and even though it's not turning much in this first innings, he can still create opportunities.
Jamie Porter from the Vauxhall end is in over the wicket to Hashim Amla, who turns this one down into the leg side.
Now, whether Westley, as captain, wants to use him in this first session, a time when the ball is still a bit harder, and wants to give him a few overs to have a look at that bounce from Harmer and not use his 3 seamers that we will probably see bowled the bulk of the overs in this morning session, I think is certainly worth it. Nothing can be lost. I always felt as a skipper, you want to leave the field feeling comfortable that you've given most things a go and a look at to try and see what can work for your side.
Amla waits with that bat raised as Porter's over the wicket to him. Amla lets a good length ball go outside his off stump.
So I don't think there's anything lost in having 2 overs to have a look at Simon Harmer while this ball still is, and I keep harping on about the ball, sorry that folks, I mean, but it does make a huge difference. That's why bowlers do get quite upset about the state of the ball, because it reduces all the skills that they've developed over their lifetime, either in movement prior to pitching or off the surface of the pitch, or the bounce that they can get.
In over the wicket again goes Porter. Short pull by Amla. Is he caught? He is eventually at mid-wicket. Nick Brown has dived to his left-hand side, juggled with it, and then come up with the ball. And Hashim Amla there pulling off the front foot, got a fair amount of it. But Brown's flung himself to his left, got both hands to it. He's done pretty well there on the second grab, actually, to hang on to it. And then as he hit the ground, he just flicked it up to Paul Walter. But that's a big wicket for Essex. Porter gets rid of Amla, and Surrey find themselves 52 for 3, Jeremy Cody.
Well, not a delivery you would have thought that would bring about a wicket. So it's a batsman error. Amla takes that big step back, so he's back there anyway, waiting. It was short and it was inviting enough for him to get into it. He could have let it go if he wanted to, but he's been in long enough, he felt, and so it was a natural kind of an inclination that he was going to play the stroke. He saw runs, but he didn't get on top of it, did he? Or didn't clear the field. Anywhere you go through the field at fielder height, you are in a bit of danger, and that's what happened there. Decent catch, diving to his left, 2 hands, And once again, Surrey just making a wee bit of a mess of this morning. Neither batsman, dominating the game yet. Both of them getting in, and while they were getting in, I thought, oh, this is okay. They'll catch up later on. No, that's 2 wickets to fall now. So well done, Essex. Essex have to do the work here today. They haven't got the big total, so therefore they've got to keep taking wickets, particularly this morning.
So Ben Folkes makes his way out to join his England colleague Ollie Pope out there in the middle. Very cool, calm, collected Ben Folkes last week. 86 not out in the first innings and then 40 odd not out in the second innings at Scarborough to get Surrey over the line. And out there in this first innings with Ollie Pope. So 52 for 3, Surrey, in reply to the Essex 271 here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra and BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex. I've had a request. It's a little bit like, I always feel a little like Tony Blackburn at this point, Jeremy Coney.
Well, who's Tony Blackburn?
Well, he's one of the great DJs of all time in this country. He really is. He used to be sort of on the ships in the 60s, and now does Radio 2 and BBC Radio London, Mr. Blackburn. But he always used to do request shows where you could sort of request a song. And a very good friend of mine, a very great man of these parts, Mr. Stephen Howes, has requested we say hello to his niece Molly, who's listening in, you see. So hello to Molly. Hope you're well, Molly. And very nice to get a first request of the day. So now we've got a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. So in the middle tier of this stand, we've got a bit of movement. So Ben Folkes has spotted that and he's getting whoever the culprit is to move. Goodness, again, that wasn't in Scarborough. 100 people telling you to sit down. As Ben Folkes ready for his first delivery then, as Jamie Porter comes in over the wicket, and that's a goodie first up. Jamie Porter gets that to go away from Ben Folkes off a goodish length, and they bowl very nicely this morning. Have the seamers and quicker men. I've just looked at the clock and got the shock of my life on the 24-hour clock on the scoreboard there, Jeremy Coney. It's 1:45 in the morning, according to that. 01:44. Yes.
Well, just shows how keen we are.
It was a long night. I must admit, I was thinking of coming here at
how was your hotel? You had to get a hotel.
Very interesting.
Right.
Very interesting, yes. 52 for 3 as Porter over the wicket he comes, and Folkes, late leave from Folkes again, outside that off stump, and not taken cleanly by Rosington, and that's hurt Adam Rosington. Brilliant 100 from him yesterday, but that one, as he took it, was low down to him. He's thrown the glove off. As Rosington, he's okay, but a keeper's plight that. Saying Gary Wilson, former Ireland and Surrey and Derbyshire keeper, he used to punch the ground when that happened. He said it helped. I never quite...
with the sore hand or the other hand?
With the sore
or both
hand.
hands?
No, with the sore hand.
Perhaps he was a drummer.
Well, he could have been, but he punched the ground. He said that worked. As in over the wicket once again, goes Porter, that swings away from Folkes, lets it go. End of the Porter over, gets Amler, and Surrey are 52 for 3.
Just not hurting him as much as when he does hurt. He says, I can make that worse. I can make that a lot worse.
He always did, though. He always punched the ground.
What am I concerned about? That's not really pain at all. I can give myself a lot more. Self-harming.
Yes, well, basically, yes. It would hurt anyway, but he said by punching the ground...
to himself at lunch?
I absolutely don't think. I don't even want to think about that, knowing Gary Wilson. One of the great men, Gary Wilson, in the fact that, and you'll like this, Jeremy Coney, you could give him any county, his team, and say the squad number, and he'd be able to tell you the player it was. Amazing talent that he had.
Right.
Yeah. So you could say to him,
could
Gloucestershire,
put that to a better use.
Gloucestershire 36. He'd go. William Porterfield. In over the wicket then comes Cook. Short ball turned into the leg side by Ollie Pope. And that rolls in there towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
So we're going to keep watching the ball just before lunch, right?
Yes.
Because that after lunch, 40 plus overs, it's going to go a little bit flat.
What we saw yesterday.
It's the deterioration of the seam. Batsmen, settled 6 overs in the first, 6 wickets in the first session, none in the middle, 5 in the last. So this is what Surrey have got to work towards. I mean, it's a day actually about the ball.
Yeah, absolutely is. Pope waits again in over the wicket. comes Cook, turned into the leg side by Ollie Pope. Because absolutely, if you look at yesterday, 91 for 6 at lunch, Essex, and then Harmer and Rosington in that afternoon session.
Pretty comfortable too, weren't they? Coming forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
And suddenly bowlers who looked quite dangerous with movement prior to lunch was sort of slightly gun barrel straight and creating no difficulty at all for them. Not many chances, little half chances here and there, but no more than that.
Alistair Cook in there at first slip, Harmer at second as Sam Cook is over the wicket to Ollie Pope, who's looking to drive, and thickish inside edge, rolls in there to the leg side. Interesting innings this from Ollie Pope as well at the moment.
Pope, you know, the only danger, but you think about Pope, is that he's going looking for runs a bit too much. You know, just play appropriately to the bowled ball. Don't try and make too much early on of what you can do with it. So Burns, yep, playing through the line, just turning the bat through the line, a straight delivery, LBW. Amler out, batsman error as well. Pope, formidable sort of record here at the Oval. Jack's dangerous. Folkes, hard to get him out.
As short ball is pulled away by Ollie Pope, hooked away by Ollie Pope for 6. Well, there you go. That's the first one that Sam Cook has banged in. Ollie Pope saw it very early and hooks it away over deep backward square for 6. Pope's on to 14, 58 for 3.
Yeah, well, that's going hard at it. You see, that's what Amler didn't do. He just sort of just played a nice, just gentle stroke to the ball and got it, as I say, at that height of fielders around the circle, and that's always a danger. Yeah. He just mishit it, really, didn't he? Just mishit it.
It was a good catch from Nick Brown, wasn't it? In there at short.
Yes.
As you say, anything in there. Sort of actually coming out of the white seats, probably saw it okay, but had a little juggle to his left, but managed to keep his composure. Did Brown in there at short mid-wicket, 58 for 3, Surrey.
No Curran.
As Cook is in over the wicket, and this one's down the leg side. Saw a bit of this yesterday. Ollie Pope's got bat on that.
Yep.
And that has flown down to the fine leg boundary rope. So he's got bat on it, and it's kept swinging. As Rossington dived to his left, was never getting near that, but saw a few of those off the thigh guard yesterday, and some off nothing at all, but that one just a bit of bat on it, and it flies away. It wasn't too far away from Rossington's left mid, and away for 4 it goes, and Pope's on to 18, and Surrey move on to 62 for 3.
Yeah, I just didn't see whether Rossington was able to get the knees bent to drive off that leg, to get that little bit further, to make a glove to it at least. Just away from the left hand and falling.
He's probably got quite tired knees today, I would have thought, for Rossington after yesterday.
It's all over.
This one's pushed into the offside by Ollie Pope, down towards backward point, and there is no run. End of the over, 62 for 3. Thank you to Mr. Jeremy Coney. Jeremy with us throughout the day here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex, and Mr. Ricky Clark. He's joining us away to our right hand side, but no, as always, brilliant points from Mr. Coney, and that fact that it was 91 for 6 at lunch yesterday, then it stopped swinging, so he managed to get the ball changed, then they got it swinging again, and Ricky Clark's back alongside. But that's the key, you're sort of looking further ahead in the day, aren't you, as much as anything at the moment?
Yeah, I think it's crucial that you sort of build your partnerships, and it's always been a stage in county cricket, particularly with the ball, that if you can get through 35, 40 overs, it does become a lot easier. But obviously Surrey had that ball change yesterday and managed to get swing all day.
Here comes Porter from the Vauxhall end into Ben Folkes, who's forward and plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
At this moment in time, we're not seeing a lot from Essex. A little bit of movement here and there, particularly from Sam Cook, who's come back into the attack of that pavilion end. He's been the pick of the bowlers so far, and just basically just doing the basic things well. Porter, the odd sort of shape, but again he's renowned for nipping the ball and potentially not that sort of wicket for that delivery, so maybe not long till we see Harmer.
Porter in over the wicket he comes, and that's turned folks around. Late swing again there from Porter, and that hits the outside edge with soft hands from Ben Folkes. Well fielded in the gully by Dan Lawrence. That was nicely bowled though by Porter.
That was a case of what do I know. There's a little bit of shape there from Porter, but again he's had it a little bit every now and then. He'll be looking to try and get it a little bit more consistent, ideally for him. It just allows you to just have more margin for error, particularly if you've got a bit of shape on the ball, with more consistency.
Turns again, down below us does Porter, and comes in over the wicket. And forward goes Folkes, little inside edge onto the pads, that runs off down towards fine leg, and Ben Folkes is off the mark. Afternoon to Sparksy Red, who's listening and watching from Malta. Nice in Malta at the moment, I would have thought. Thank you, Sparksy Red. I hope you're well indeed. As to strike comes Ollie Pope on 18. Elsewhere it's raining at Cheltenham. It's raining at Cheltenham. Hampshire 235 for 2. But it's raining in Gloucester at the moment. It's raining again at Taunton. Rained yesterday at Taunton. So Somerset and Yorkshire delayed by rain, with Somerset 298 for 6. As Porter comes over the wicket to Ollie Pope, and Pope is forward. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Warwickshire now lead by 28, 193 for 8. So don't book anything for Friday. Edgbaston, I don't think. Northamptonshire 235, Lancashire 14 for 1 now. In reply,
there's only one score I'm waiting to hear. Churchy.
Sussex Middlesex.
Over the river.
Yeah, well, now, here we are. Pajar is still in. He's got 132. As in over the wicket once again comes Porter. Pope's forward, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. 371 for 6. So a couple of wickets for Middlesex this morning. How many overs has Murtagh bowled now? That won the toss and bowled. 21 overs from the captain. Picked up that early wicket of Ali Orr, as we were saying yesterday, and he said, "This is a genius decision, boys." Told you. 371 for 6. Sussex
might have been having a quiet pint on his own, I reckon, after yesterday.
Yeah, they wouldn't have been queuing up with him, would they? As in comes Porter, and in behind this one goes Pope. Turns this one into the leg side, and there's no run. End of the over. 63 for 3 then, Surrey. So very good stuff from Essex this morning. But as Ricky Clark, Jeremy Coney and Eva Gray have been saying, this 2 hours this morning with this ball are absolutely crucial. Jeremy Coney saying today is all about the ball, and I think he's spot on as always, isn't he?
I think it brings the bowlers into play so much more when you've got, as I said, more margin for error. You've got the ball doing something, you always feel in the game, and that's what the Surrey batters will be looking to nullify and build this partnership. Ollie Pope and Ben Folkes, incredible form, both of them. Ollie Pope coming into this game averaging 69.5, and Ben Folkes 130.75.
Yeah, well, he wasn't out at Scarborough, which always helps. The two red inkers, and he's had a big 100 not out as well somewhere along the lines. I'll just have a double check of that, as Cook is coming in over the wicket to Ben Folkes from that pavilion end, and Ben Folkes allows this one to pass outside his off stump. He's looked in great nick all season. 86 and 42 not out it was at Scarborough for Ben Folkes. Then of course he went off for England for a while, so 91 at Beckenham as well for him. What was that 100 for Ben Folkes? First game of the season, of course. 132 not out at Edgbaston. He's also got a 48 not out in there, a 45 for 63.
He's loving his not out.
Absolutely.
Looked at the averages.
As he waits again with that bat raised, as Cook is into him, and this one beats the edge. That's nicely bowled by Sam Cook. Again, it almost didn't get to Rossington there. He sort of had to dive forward a touch to take that. Adam Rossington. Outstanding innings from him yesterday, of course. Elsewhere, Nottinghamshire still going on their merry way against Derbyshire. 490 for 4 they are. I think Hasib Hamid is out now. Ben Duckett, of course, a double 100, and Hamid's still going. My apologies. 187 not out. That's, of course, top of Division 2 was Cook is in. That swung as forward goes Ben Folkes. Much fuller length, that one, from Sam Cook. Ollie Pope wanted a single there, but Ben Folkes sent him back. Always keen for a quick single is Ollie Pope. And then Leicestershire and Glamorgan opening day of this one. And Leicestershire 87 for 1. There in Leicester. Those are all your other scores from around the country. Folkes waits again with 3 slips behind him. Alistair Cook, Simon Harmer and Dan Lawrence as Cook's in, and up on his toes goes Ben Folkes, punches this one out towards cover. Snater is out there to do the fielding, and there's no run.
Question for you, Churchy.
Oh no.
You normally have the questions for everyone else. I've got a question for you. Where do you sit with how the county game is at this moment in time? Obviously, going into the West Indies and England away, there's a lot of talk of pitches and stuff in county cricket, and it was almost like a bit of a blame towards county cricket, which I think was very harsh.
As Cook comes in over the wicket to Ben Folkes, and this one's tucked away into the leg side by Ben Folkes, and they'll pick up a single. And one more to the total, one more to Ben Folkes. I can only say what I see, and the cricket I've seen again this season in Division 1 has been really, really good. And I'll go back to what Gareth Batty said. Gareth Batty at the start of the season, when he was asked that question, said, hang on just a second everybody, where are England getting their players from if it's not county cricket? And there are some very, very good players out there playing county cricket. There is nothing wrong with county cricket, absolutely not. I've said it for years, there is nothing wrong with it. As in over the wicket comes Cook, and this one's turned by Pope into the leg side. My fear is, if I'm honest, 64 for 3 at the end of the over. My fear is that who's going to meet in the middle ground? Because there will be changes, because 2022, 100's not going anywhere, we know that much. And there seems to be a foot in one camp or a foot in the other, and no meeting in the middle. Now, my personal preference with it is, if you're trying to free up the schedule, the one that screams out to me is the 50 over competition. That screams out to me. And also, what and I was chatting with Eva about it at the back of the boxes. I just get the impression at the moment as well, with 50 over cricket, there's question marks around it again, as there was. And I actually tweeted it this way. I am absolutely 100% convinced that if India hadn't won the 50 over World Cup in 2011, we wouldn't be playing 50 over cricket now. As Jamie Porter is in over the wicket, and this one's pushed off the back foot by Ben Folkes. That rolls out there towards extra cover, and there's no run. So to get back to your original question, there is nothing wrong with Championship cricket, and there never really has been. And there are some excellent players in both divisions playing. I'm fascinated to see what they're going to come up with. I'm fascinated to see what they're going to come up with, because they're going to have to try and keep an awful lot of people happy. But the one to me at the moment that really smacks of freeing up the schedule is the 50 over comp. As in over the wicket again goes Porter, solidly forward goes Ben Folkes. And the reason I say that is what I'll go back to last year is we are still the 50 over world champions in both the men and the women's game. Now last year all I thought to myself was, if you're bringing in a new competition and you're taking your best players out to play in that while your 50 over competition is going on, you're basically putting in big red letters, we're not respecting the 50 over competition. And where are the next crop coming from? As in over the wicket comes Porter once again, and this one's turned into the leg side by Ben Folkes, and that rolls in there towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. I think you're seeing with England now, Stokes has retired, Morgan's retired. I'd be fascinated to know the thinking of Root and Bairstow at the moment with what's happening with Test match cricket. And I think that brilliant World Cup side, I think they peaked there. I think that was their peak, and God bless them for doing that as well, because we always remember that's what they were aiming for, and they did it. As over the wicket once again comes Porter. This is turned by Folkes into the leg side, rolls in there towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. And a lot of 50 over cricketers now playing for England haven't actually played a huge amount of 50 over cricket domestically. They're all 2020 players that got bunged in And you saw that with the sort of, when they had that second fringe, who played really well against Pakistan, don't get me wrong, but so the thing that gave it away to me, if I'm honest, was you're playing the 100 at the same time as the 50 over competition, then you're basically putting up a big red sign as forward goes, folks. And obviously if we're playing international 50 over cricket, we have to be playing 50 over cricket, but I'm just beginning to wonder how much, because a lot of people now are talking about the international schedule as well and the amount of cricket there is, and when Ben Stokes sits there and goes, I can't work with the schedule, you do have to sit up and take note, don't you? But getting back to your original question, absolutely there is nothing wrong with first class cricket in this country. As in, over the wicket again comes Porter, and this is flicked away by Ben Foakes, and that's off the pad, I think, and that's going to rush off down towards the fine leg boundary rope for 4 leg byes, 68 for 3.
Pitch has been better?
Better, absolutely, 100%.
We're seeing a lot of runs scored across the country. And a lot of games, there's always going to be the odd one or two, isn't there, that is going to go in 2 days. That's going to happen. And also the other thing is, I get it, you know, if especially this year when you don't quite know, you know, in any other sport, would you be over halfway through your season playing in your 2 divisions still not knowing what that's going to mean for next year? No, that wouldn't happen anywhere else, would it? So you're playing this at the moment, and I get it. You know, you want to be in that. Let's be brutal about this. You need to be in Division 1 this season for when the changes come. But the pitches have been, and a lot of games have gone back end as well, which is good. And you've seen big runs. Just the only other thing that slightly concerns me, and we spoke about it this morning, is, and he hates the term Bazball, doesn't he? Yeah. I'm just slightly concerned as well, this whole thing of playing the way they want you to play. That's all well and good, but you know, there are many ways to play the game of cricket, aren't there? And you don't want players sort of trying to whack the ball out the ground because that's the way they think they can get in the England team. I think you have to look at it that a lot of individuals, hopefully, will just play to their strengths. Because if you try and play a different way that suits someone else and a method, and you don't get the runs, you won't even get looked at anyway. So I think a lot of the time you have to look at the way you go about your business, and if you're a batter, you put runs on the board, selectors will take note, and if you're a bowler and you get wickets, selectors will take note. I think that's how we look at it. Simon Harmer.
Indeed, so Simon Harmer into the attack. Imagine saying to me, Sally, I think I did say that we are the current world champions in 50 over cricket in both the men's and the women's. So yes, fully aware of that. But just with the men's stuff at the moment, driving out into the offside is Ollie Pope. First ball from Harmer, that's going to race away for 4. And away for 4 it goes, 72 for 3. So greeted with the drive. Eva's coming on in a mo, so we can talk to Eva about the fact that, you know, the 50 over competition in the women's game is terrific. Absolutely terrific, isn't it? And we're seeing that, but I just wonder whether in the men's game it's not quite as important as it was, and whether that could be an area. And man with large hat has said to me, can we please stop prefacing conversations with the 100 isn't going anywhere? It isn't. Man with large hat, it's not going anywhere, my friend. They have hung, the ECB have hung their hat on it. It's not going anywhere.
Small hat or large hat?
It's quite a large hat. Yeah. It's not, for the time being, the 100 is being played. As in comes Harmer, and driving is Ollie Pope out into the offside. They'll pick up a single, and Ollie Pope moves on to 23. And the reason I said that is that that's going to be part of the schedule. So you've then got to work around that. That's not going anywhere for the time being. That August block is not going anywhere.
Saw an interesting tweet actually from Chris Nash, ex-Sussex and Nottinghamshire. Made a valid point that the ECB app and Twitter account did not congratulate Hampshire on their NatWest Blast final win, which obviously
it is interesting.
They are pushing the 100 quite a bit.
Well, they are. Well, look, we know that is the case. That there it is. and as I say, it's not going anywhere. As Simon Harmer is in, and forward goes Ben Folkes, plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. And whether you like it or whether you don't, you know, I think that's the point. He's staying, and the reason I said that was you've then got to work your schedule with that. As in over the wicket comes Harmer, and forward comes Ben Folkes, plays this one out into the offside. So Harmer immediately doing what Jeremy Coney wanted him to do and giving this ball a bit of air, just floating it up there.
He will do it. He'll give it a little bit of flight and then tries to drive.
In he comes again, and now, hello, that's turned. Thank you very much. Here we go. That one has turned and bounced from Simon Harmer. But as I say, you could put him in the middle of the flattest motorway in this country. Not that there are many of those these days, but and he'll still get it to go. Will Harmer. Over the wicket he comes again, and this one's tossed up, and this is whipped leg side by Ben Folkes in there to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Ricky Clark, thank you, sir. We'll bring Eva Gray in. I'll do one more over with Eva, and then Paul Newton will jump in. But no, it's a very interesting debate, and as I say, the point about the first class stuff as well is there's nothing wrong with it. I love my red ball cricket. Everybody knows that is my favourite form of the game. All I think is that, you know, can a middle ground be met? And also, in any other sport, would you be at this point of the season without knowing what it means for next season? That would be my other point on this. Is, you know, I think everybody knows you want to be in that top division coming into this season. It might even be you want to be in the top 6 of that division from other conversations that have been had. But even from a women's point of view there, and as I was saying, you know, current women's world champions and all that good stuff. But the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy is a brilliant competition, isn't it? As Porter is coming in from the Vauxhall end over the wicket. Oh, outside edge from Ollie Pope, dropped by Harmer. Away to his left at second slip. Now, would that have got? I think it would have done to Alistair Cook to his right. Harmer went to his left and got a hand to it. And that's a life for Ollie Pope. So that is a life for Ollie Pope. Harmer's still flat on his front. But I think Alistair Cook was definitely going to his right there at catchable height. Harmer went across in front of him and tipped it round the post. So Ollie Pope gets a life. He moves on to 24. And Surrey 74 for 3.
Yeah, he was at full stretch there, wasn't he, Simon Harmer? And going to your left, it kind of does make you think that would have been straight to Alistair Cook. But, as you say, a life for Ollie Pope.
Porter is in, over the wicket, short delivery, and in behind this goes Ben Folkes, plays this one back up the pitch. The thing I would say about the women's games, right, Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, brilliant. And T20 competition magic, Charlotte Edwards Cup. What fascinates me though is when England women play Test match cricket, then the chat starts, doesn't it? About you only get one test in however long. It's only 4 days, and everybody wants to play more red ball cricket in the women's game. As Porter comes in over the wicket to Folkes, who lets this one go outside his off stump. As a player, what are your thoughts on that? Because sort of the interesting thing I always find is going into a test match with absolutely no preparation against a red ball.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually quite entertaining, really, that it's test match week and they start preparing with the red ball 7 days before, and you're meant to be good at red ball cricket. Listen, everyone that I've spoke to in the county game, the domestic scene, is keen to play more red ball cricket.
In over the wicket comes Porter once again. Forward goes Folkes, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
I've seen, it's funny, like all the talk of the scheduling for the men's side of the game, like it does raise the question, if you want more test cricket for women, then where does that fit in? That probably means that the international players aren't going to play in the 100, or their schedule becomes even busier. So it's kind of what they want to prioritise, and I'd imagine at this stage they're not going to want to see the 100 without the England or other international stars in it. So I'm just not quite sure where it fits in, but
so much cricket as this one's whipped into the leg side by Folkes. That's a great shot, just back of the length from Porter and into the leg side and whistles away over the boundary rope for 4. Sally, I do apologise. Basically what I was saying was, when 100 last year, when the 50 over competition was being played last year, England were of course still the current 50 over world. Australia are now, obviously, but no, I was saying that last year, my point being that if you wanted to put up a big sign from a men's point of view saying actually here's our priority, that would have been it. But absolutely last year when that all started, that's what. But absolutely no, you didn't imagine that. Australia certainly did win the 50 over World Cup, but I was just talking about last year when this whole debate started. As in, over the wicket comes Porter to Folkes, who's punching this one straight back up the pitch. Porter does the fielding off his own bowling. End of the over. Eva Great, few thoughts from you here, because Harmer in that first over got one to turn a touch. Pope's had a life. So Essex still, we've got what, half an hour till lunch, still will be hopeful of picking up another wicket.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a couple with turn and bounce there from Simon Harmer. It'll be interesting to see what he can do with this over now. As we've said all morning, it's going to be interesting to see him bowl. He's got 28 wickets in 2 games, which is quite astonishing really. But one thing's for sure is that these two are really good players of spin, and if Surrey wanted anyone at the crease when the ball's turning and bouncing, then it would be these two.
Thank you, Eva. And Simon Harmer about to bowl just his second over of the morning from the pavilion end with a slip and a bat pad. Alistair Cook and Nick Brown respectively. And this ball, bit of a leading edge from Ollie Pope there as he looked to turn it into the onside, and it ends up with Jamie Porter in the covers all along the ground, so no hint of a wicket there, but 84 for 3 on the board. They get a single. Pope moves along to 25, and Ben Folkes, who played that lovely shot off the pads through mid-wicket to the boundary at the end of the previous over from Jamie Porter. Harmer's on his way to bowl to Folkes, who's steered this down to mid-on. There'll be no run there. And Tom Wesley, the skipper, fields 84 for 3 on the board, so 60 added this morning for the loss of Burns for 24 and Amler for 12, as Harmer's in again and bowls, and this ball's just played a yard or two into the offside. But certainly, although that's only the 9th delivery that Harmer's bowled so far this morning, 3 of them have overtly discomforted the batsman.
Yeah, interestingly played off the back foot off a very full delivery there.
Yes. Harmer's in bowls, and this ball is clipped away, and they get a quick single, well judged, to the right of Tom Wesley at mid-on. Snater did his best to deter the batsman by moving from cover very smartly, just couldn't quite cut the ball off, but they'd already committed themselves to the single. So 85 for 3 and Folkes to 7, and Harmer preparing to bowl again to Ollie Pope. Goes on the reverse sweep, doesn't quite get it where he hoped to, but he does get a single. Porter was able to move smartly to his left and cut off the possibility of a 4. It would indeed have gone for 4 had he not intercepted. 86 for 3 now, and Pope to 26.
Yeah, an obvious plan here from Ben Folkes to use his feet against the off spinner, I think. As we say, a very good player of spin.
Harmer bowls to Folkes, tempts him here, but nicely worked down. 2 runs down toward the 3rd man boundary, very fine. And Porter, with plenty of work to do in the field during this Harmer over, does the retrieving 88 for 3 then. And Folkes moves up to 9, Pope 26. Paul Newton here with Eva Gray for BBC Essex, BBC Radio London, and 5 Live Sports Extra. A thoroughly absorbing morning's play, 24 for 1 at its inception, 88 for 3 now. A couple of points here, Eva, and one of them, the catch. Harmer's absolutely brilliant fielder at second slip, but I do agree, I think he rather sort of queered Alistair Cook's pitch there, because I think if it had been left, Cook, who would have had the longer to see the ball, would have taken it at first slip. But it is rare to see Harmer put one down as Snater prepares to replace Porter at the Vauxhall end. And Mark Church touching on one of my big points here. County cricket is always to blame if the England cricket team isn't doing very well, so we have all this neurosis about how we must change everything as quickly as possible. Suddenly, as a result of the appointment, it would seem, of Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes, terrible performances have been replaced by acts of genius as Snater is in and bowls and the ball goes down to mid-on and there is no run. But meanwhile, it would appear Rob Key in particular is hell-bent on going back to the conference system. I love the two divisions myself, and as Mark says, it's a farce with teams not even knowing whether we're playing for promotion and relegation here.
Absolutely. As you say, we're halfway through this season now, and there doesn't seem to be any sign of the ECB even announcing it anytime soon. It feels as if we're going to get to September and still not going to know what's happening.
Snater's in, bowls and balls played back to the bowler, and what does really annoy me, nobody ever says, "Oh, well done, county cricket," when England go well. Sort of, hey, we've got Root and Bairstow, look what county cricket can produce. Ben Stokes and others as well, you know, Anderson and Broad and what have you, world-class players. But they never say, "Oh, that's down to county cricket." It's always just county cricket's fault. That's really annoying, and that conference system, I mean, last season, if you weren't in the top division, the other sides just thought, what are we playing for here? As here the next ball is played back to the bowler and there's no run there. Score remaining at 88 for 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ricky mentioned it earlier as well, that there's definitely been better pitches this year, I think.
Yeah.
I think we've seen some really big scores from sides batting first, and it means that bowlers have to work really hard for the wickets. And yeah, as you say, county cricket has produced some really good cricketers, and yeah, you can't help but feel a bit sorry for the counties themselves.
Snater's in, bowls, and the ball is pushed out to point, and there's no run there. Dan Lawrence nips into field, score remaining at 88 for 3. And I also think as well, you've got about 400 players as the pool of professional cricketers in the men's game, the 18 counties, and I very much hope, in the words of the Surrey chairman, you know, that it matters that we have the 18 counties and we don't sort of suddenly try and oblige for them to disappear. Just to break in, because as a bit of sunshine breaks out, Snater's on his way back in from the Vauxhall end of bowls, and this ball's just chopped to backward point. Lawrence fields smartly, no run, 88 for 3. But you know, it's so important really that you can't just, for me, run a 400-man tournament on the basis of maybe about 20 players who might play Test cricket. If you're going to have 380 further people playing, you can't just ignore them. They all matter.
Absolutely. We've actually seen a bit of a similar thing with the women's game. We've now got these 8 regions, and so they've been devised of all counties merged together, and so county women's cricket has been devalued a little bit.
Snater bowls, well pitched up, hit down the ground to mid-off as Wesley fields, and that ball has, I thought it was a bump ball initially, but it's gone on the full to Wesley at deep mid-off, who tumbles forward and takes the catch, and Pope has gone just as he was beginning to look as if he was going to make another big innings here. He's very reluctant to leave the arena, but he is making his way as slowly as possible off, caught by Wesley, off Snater for 26. Inspired bowling change, you could say, and Surrey lose their 4th wicket at 88.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened there for Ollie Pope. It was a full delivery, pitched up well within his arc, the right shot, a good option to go over. Mid-off just slightly deeper than your conventional mid-off, but yeah, it just looks like he's not timed it. I don't think anything's happened off the pitch or anything, just a bit toey off the bat, I think.
Yes, that's right. I mean, he almost hesitated before leaving, almost as if he was hoping that perhaps a bump ball might come into consideration, because we have seen a few occasions today when the ball's been played into the ground and leapt up, but on this occasion it was not the case. It went on the full, and Wesley, despite initially seeming not to make much progress towards the ball, eventually took it tumbling forward, safe pair of hands. And well, I did say earlier that if Amler and Pope could do their usual here, then Surrey would make 271 look a rather inadequate first innings total. But if Essex could get rid of both of them before lunch, then it might be a different story. Obviously, Essex will be well aware these Duke's balls tend to get softer and softer, and as Essex proved themselves yesterday, the fact that a side may have ripped through the top order doesn't mean that the lower order won't come into its own later on. But Essex will be pleased with their morning's work.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, the 2 key wickets before lunch, and yeah, still plenty left in the ball at this moment in time. I think we've got Will Jacks coming to the crease. He's averages 32 in first class cricket. Everyone knows he likes to field bat on ball, he likes to score quickly, so especially against this turn that Simon Harmer's seeing, I would imagine that it might be a little bit quicker scoring, but also he might give some chances as well.
Well, he's a wonderful cricketer, Will Jacks, without a shadow of a doubt, in both red and white ball cricket. Fantastic fieldsman, capable of taking the most extraordinary catches, very useful with the bat, and no slouch with the ball either. So you've got a wonderful cricketer there who can play all forms of the game and excel in all departments of the game. Okay, you know, he's still got a little bit to prove, but he's got the ears to prove it, and I always feel he can't be all that far from the selectors' thoughts. Yeah,
absolutely. He had a really good T20 blast campaign for Surrey. Kind of carried the top order batters really. And yeah, we've just this year started to see some form in red ball cricket as well. He started to spend some real time at the crease and yeah, as you say, prove a bit of a point in the red ball game.
Well, it's Folkes in the meantime who's facing Simon Harmer, beginning the 33rd over, and the ball is played back to the bowlers. Scores 88 for 4. So just going back to the missed catch, it didn't actually cost Essex all that much. 3 runs to be precise. Pope put down by Harmer at second slip, probably should have left it to Cook, but he was on 23 and out for 26. As here is Folkes playing the ball back to the bowler, Ben Folkes, who began his career at Essex, and indeed his mother is still very much a key helper behind the scenes at Essex. As here Folkes just drops a ball into the offside. 88 for 4 up on the board, and Folkes remains on 9, and Jack's yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, a slight bit of invariable bounce there. We've seen the odd one pop off the pitch, as we say, turn and bounce, but that one just kept a little bit low.
Got a short mid-wicket put in as Harmer is in. Balls to Folkes, who plays it to the short mid-wicket, and Dan Lawrence just fields and in the same movement flicks the ball back to the bowler. And 88 for 4. It's been on 88 for just a few minutes now as Harmer's in. Balls to Folkes, clips it to mid-on. Tom Wesley, again there will be no run, so we've got slip backward point, deepish mid-off, mid-on, this short mid-wicket, the back pad. We've got an ordinary mid-wicket behind the short mid-wicket, a man on square leg boundary, and a backward square leg for Simon Harmer bowling from the pavilion end. And this ball is just pushed down the pitch. There's no run. 88 for 4. Interesting fact here, all the 4 wickets to fall have been when the bowling has been from this Vauxhall end. 88 for 4 up on the board. Don't know why that should be particularly. I suspect it's just a coincidence.
Yeah, Simon Harmer doesn't look short of confidence, does he, with those 28 wickets behind his...
No, that's likely to change. And of course, as you rightly say, 28 wickets in his last 2 games, both at Chelmsford, where he excels, and it's the second time in his career that in consecutive Chelmsford games he's picked up 28 wickets in 2 games.
Didn't know that.
Snater will continue from the Vauxhall lane.
Yeah, around about 15 minutes left until lunch. These two will be looking just to get to that break and survive any scares that might come.
So Snater in, bowls, and this ball is pushed down to mid-off by Will Jacks, and Snater in many ways I think deserved his wicket that he did get, even if it was slightly strange the way the wicket came with a catch at mid-off to get rid of Pope, but he did bowl very, very well in his spell from the pavilion end earlier this morning.
Yeah, definitely. We saw a little bit of movement through the air from Snater and from Sam Cook at the Vauxhall end. We saw a few occasions where he set the batters up with swinging both ways, but yeah, well deserved for Snater.
Yeah, I thought he bowled particularly well to Hashim Amla as this next ball goes through outside off stump, and no run there, 88 for 4. Snater can be a little bit wayward on occasion, and Amler is such a wonderfully clinical player. If you just err that little bit, he'll hit you to the boundary without any emotion at all. He just is such a wonderful player, and the fact that he didn't at any stage really take Snater to task was a testimony to how accurately Snater bowled.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the thing with Hashim Amla. He respects good bowling, doesn't he? But then pounces on anything that's a little bit wayward, and as you say, that there was no flurry of runs early on this morning, so good indicator that.
2 slips in the gully as this ball goes to backward point, and Dan Lawrence as Snater is bowling, and Jack's just playing that one away, yet to get off the mark, and mindful of the fact that lunch is only 12 minutes away. Surrey wouldn't want to lose a 5th wicket. They are 88 for 4.
Yeah, into his 8th over now, Shane Snater, 1 for 2. Again, just a bit of an indicator as to that tight channel that he's been bowling all morning, just kind of hooping the ball back into the stumps.
And this next ball played carefully again into the offside. Jack's still to get off the mark, but justifiably taking time to play himself in. So a quiet period of play going up to lunch, and Surrey, replying to Essex's 271, remain at 88 for 4.
Yeah, just the 2 slips and a 4th slip for the Essex. For Essex here, Shane Snater, yeah, just hovering on and around that off stump. Big gap in between point and extra cover to tempt the drive if he wants it.
Snater's in, a leave outside off stump. No run there, just looking elsewhere. It doesn't look as if they've started at Cheltenham yet today. 235 for 2, Hampshire still. Somerset are 307 for 6 at Taunton against Yorkshire. Warwickshire 206 for 9 are just 41 runs ahead of Kent's 165 all out. Northants 235, Lancashire in reply 42 for 1. That rounds up the other Division 1 games. Notts a formidable 514 for 7 at Derby. Here's the next ball, that goes through outside off stump. Snater bowling to Jacks, maiden over completed. Sussex 404 for 6 against Middlesex, and in a game starting today, Leicestershire 119 for 1 against Glamorgan. And Mark Church is about to Jeremy Coney is coming back in to join me. And in round about 5 minutes' time, Mark Church will replace me. Thank you very much to Eva Gray in the meantime. And so, a slow scoring morning, but a thoroughly fascinating one, with runs having to be earned here as Harmer begins a new over, and the first ball is stroked by Folkes down to mid-on, and there's no run there. And just seeing Harmer bowl again with a slip, a back pad and a short mid-wicket from the pavilion end. Good use of the feet by Folkes, plays it up to Dan Lawrence, the short mid-wicket, as we welcome back Jeremy Coney.
Hello Paul, how are you?
Yeah, still bearing up.
Yeah, good. Well, I mean, it's been a fascinating session.
Harmer's in bowls and Folkes drives down to mid-off, and there is no run there. Matt Critchley fields.
Very tidy bowling from Essex, have contained the way that Surrey probably want to play.
Harmer's in the bowls, and this ball is whipped off the pads to mid-wicket. And again, there'll be no run. Yeah, I was saying to Eva that I think Shane Snater deserved his wicket at Pope, because he bowled very well in that opening spell this morning.
Tidy, got the ball to nip occasionally away and beat Amler a couple of times.
Harmer's in, bowls, and this ball is turned into the onside. Again, there will be no run there as Snater fields, and the score remaining 88 for 4 as it has been for a good 10 minutes now. Harmer, pavilion end, comes into complete, just his 5th over, and this ball's played down to mid-off, and again there will be no run. Another maiden over. Folkes has 9, Jack's yet to get off the mark, and approaching lunch, Surrey replying to Essex's 271, 88 for 4.
And it's probably earned Essex really the 2 wickets of Amler and Pope, hasn't it? I mean, just very tidy bowling, Nothing much loose, no easy strokes. And if you're a batsman who likes to find your boundaries, to keep the score rolling along, and you haven't had to work really hard, then suddenly you go looking for bigger shots, don't you? You look for that boundary to release the pressure that's starting to build on you, and really that's when you make mistakes. And so that's what Essex have created today for themselves. There are different ways of skinning a cat, aren't there?
Snater's in, bowls, and this ball goes through to the wicket keeper. And yeah, one of the arts of county cricket, from a bowling side's perspective, even if you're not taking wickets, is to make the batsman really wait for their runs.
Well, Umla got a short ball and certainly mistimed it really, and was caught nicely just in front of square. And then Pope there just driving and hitting it uppishly, and a decent catch, a sort of tumbling catch at mid-off to his right. So, well done, Essex.
Snater's in, bowls, and this ball goes through outside off stump, and score remaining 88 for 4. And there's an expression in county cricket and other sorts of cricket as well, that you can't win a game in a single session, but you can lose it. And if your cricket's untidy, the fielding's poor and the bowling wayward, just in the space of about half an hour, if you give away 50 runs, you can lose the initiative.
Well, let's wait and see if we get that little thing you've just described after lunch today. We'll just have to check that one out.
Snater's in, bowls, and away movement here, but it began well wide of off stump and goes even further. Nicely taken by Rossington, and score 88 for 4.
Snater's interesting, isn't he? He doesn't use his front arm at all. He's still very accurate and nips it and hits the pitch hard enough so that when the ball actually touches the surface, there's enough heat on the ball that it can actually grip and then move and change position.
Yeah, he's a very strong man, and I do like coaching not to be over intervening with people's natural way of doing things. So Snater's in and bowls, and this ball just played defensively into the offside by Jacks, because a lot of players have been ruined by over-interfering coaches.
Yeah. Well, obviously someone's spoken to him at some point about it, and he said, no, that's not for me. I mean, Anderson went through that issue as well, absolutely, as a bowler. So, I mean, yes, there are plenty of coaches who want to clone, if you wanted, for want of a better word,
Devon Malcolm was another example.
Yes.
They tried to change him completely, and thankfully he would have none of it as Snater's in and bowls. And this next ball, first runs for quite a while. It's going out towards the mid-wicket boundary. They'll take a bit of reeling in, but it will just be kept in. They've taken 2 runs. They think about a third, but it's not there. And a good bit of relay fielding out by the mid-wicket boundary. Jamie Porter, involved with Nick Brown, keeps the score down to 90 for 4. At the end of this over, I will bring back Mark Church as I have to go and update the good listeners to BBC Essex with what's happened this morning. But 90 for 4.
Well, we all have our cross to bear. A couple of runs for Jacks through the mid-wicket area, just a little bit shorter there from Snater and Strater.
And Snater rhymes with Strater, comes in and bowls, and this ball's played down to the skipper at mid-off. The over ends 90 for 4 up on the board. 36 overs bowled with Jacks on 2, Folks on 9. You'll hear next from Jeremy Coney, and he will be joined by Mark Church.
Well, overall, as far as the game is concerned, it's poised, isn't it? 181 runs still behind Surrey, behind that 270 scored yesterday by Essex. So, and having claimed the 3 wickets today through consistency, really, not allowing easy runs for Surrey. They haven't found it easy. We've got a 6-3 field at the moment. Harmer is now bowling from the pavilion end. Personally, I think he's at the wrong end. Once again, with the cross breeze, he might get a little bit of drift away from the right-handers.
Here is Harmer over the wicket from that pavilion end to Ben Folks, who just nudges this one down into the leg side. It's picked up by Jamie Porter, and there's no run.
Is that the usual end that spinners are selecting, or is it because perhaps there's more movement from from the broadcasting end for seamers.
As in over the wicket again comes Harmer. Forward goes Folkes. It's an interesting one in that. And the only reason I'm saying this is as he left the ground, I said to Mr. Hashim Amla last night, how was it heat-wise? And he said, yeah, the thing is, there was no breeze. As I know, as over the wicket comes Harmer, and this one's tucked into the leg side, and there is no... Now, I know it sounds a ridiculous thing to say, because we're looking at that flag sort of bustling away in the breeze down there in the distance, and all the flags up there.
And the trees as well, to the left.
As over the wicket again comes Harmer, and forward goes Folkes. And there was that yesterday as well, in the afternoon, that I remember saying about the flags, there is a breeze. But then Hashim said...
No.
Didn't feel any breeze at all, so I don't know whether it's got anything to do with actually when you're out there you don't really feel the breeze, as this one's pushed by Folkes back up the pitch and there is no run. I'm trying to think, Ashwin last year bowled from both ends, but then he picked up all his wickets from the pavilion end. So yeah,
I've got something in my mind too, that as you move left on the block or on the square,
as in comes Harmer again, forward goes Folkes, pushes this one up towards mid-off. There's no run, end of the over, and Surrey 90 for 4.
That's from our position here as we sit at the broadcasting end. So towards, I don't know what direction is that. You'd have to tell me. Towards that area of the block, that whole area there. Yes, which I'm saying that as the pitch is
south or
okay,
west.
There you go, and it's over to the left of the square as we look at it. I've got a feeling that the ball does a bit more, that it turns a little bit more, that there's more in it for the bowlers. But as you go to the centre of the square, better pitches, and as you go to the right, that's where sort of bigger runs start to occur.
It's really, yeah, absolutely. But the other thing, and this isn't a pitch at all like it, but I remember the games where there have been pitches that have turned. They tend to be in this area actually of the square. I'm thinking back to Gloucestershire last year. So they tend to be in this sort of block where the ball does turn.
Right.
But the only thing I'm saying with the breeze is, speaking to Hashim yesterday as he left the ground, he sort of said there wasn't any breeze, and I was thinking, well, there was a big breeze, wasn't there? Here is Critchley into the attack to bowl his leg break, so we've got a bit of leg spin before lunch as well, and that's pushed by Will Jacks out towards backward point, and there is no run. This might well be our last over before lunch, and funny enough, Surrey, yes, they had Essex 91 for 6 at lunch, Surrey are 90 for 4, as this one's pushed by Jacks out into the offside. Snater does the fielding.
Well, it's been a slow session, hasn't it, for Surrey, because they started on 24 today, so only 60-odd runs.
To the 3 wickets, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Will Jacks. Little bit of something there for Critchley, of course, going away from the right-hander with his leg break. Quick leg breaks these are from Mr. Critchley at the moment, as Jacks waits over his bat on 2. Punches off the back foot this time out towards the sweeper. Paul Walter out there on the cover boundary rope. They'll pick up another single. I think I'm right in saying as well that Sacklane, he was predominantly the pavilion end as well with his offies. But I think Sacklane could have bowled at any end really and picked up wickets. But it's an interesting one. 91 for 4. So scores exactly what they were yesterday, bar the wickets column. Essex was 6 down at this point yesterday. Surrey are 4 down as Critchley's in again, and that's the googly, which is just tucked away by Ben Folkes, but too short, and Folkes lots of time just to wait for that, nudge it out into the leg side. They'll pick up another single. So I think this will be the final delivery before lunch. BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra at the conclusion of this session. We're heading back to Mr. Kevin Howells at Derby. An interesting morning here though, as over the wicket comes Critchley again, and this is punched off the back foot this time by Will Jacks out there to the sweeper on the cover rope. That is the session done and dusted here in this morning in South London, and Surrey go to lunch 93 for 4 with Will Jacks on 4, Ben Folkes on 10, and that means they trail by 178, and I think Essex will be Jeremy Coney satisfied with those 3 wickets and keeping that Surrey run rate down below 3 as well.
They are 2.45 at the moment, so it's dropping below Essex's run rate yesterday. 3 for 69 in that 29 over session. So you'd have to certainly give that to Essex. They have to do that though, because of the power still resides in some of that middle order with Jacks there. No Curran, of course, this game, which is a loss for Surrey. But Steele can bat as well, and then don't forget Overton as well. I noticed he got a 40 at number 10 at one sort of stage of the inning. So there will still be some confidence in that shed that they can just, if they can get a little partnership going, as Essex were able to do yesterday, there's still a chance that they could get a lead. But 178 runs still in deficit, so well done Essex. Seamer's dominating the thing. Harmer got 1 to turn, which was interesting. So yeah, we're nicely poised actually in the game. It could go any way at this stage. Surrey could end up with a deficit, and Essex then would feel very good about the way that the ball might turn later on in the match. So all to play for, all to play for.
There certainly is. Jeremy Coney, thank you sir. Mr. Coney will be back with us after lunch, as will Ricky Clark and Eva Gray. But here in South London, with Surrey 93 for 4, we'll hand you back during the lunch break to Kevin Howes, who's there in Derby. And on BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Essex, we'll be back with you in 40 minutes time, and also on the live stream. But here at lunch, and Surrey 93 for 4. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex, and on the Surrey live stream. Lunch break is over on this second day of this First Division Championship match between Surrey and Essex. At lunch, Surrey 93 for 4. That in reply to Essex's 271 of yesterday. Surrey started this morning 24 for 1. The first to go this morning was Rory Burns, the captain, LBW, to Sam Cook for 24. Then Hashim Amla caught at mid-wicket off Sam Cook again by Nick Brown for 12. And then Ollie Pope driving Snater up to Tom Westley. And Ollie Pope going for 26. Jacks has 4, Folkes has 10. And interestingly poised all of this, Simon Harmer will get us started after lunch. Ricky Clark, Eva Gray and Mr. Jeremy Coney, who's with me, your commentary team for today, and Paul Newton, of course, who's doing his updates next door. But it was yesterday, we were saying, that lunch yesterday, 91 for 6, and then Rosington and Harmer up to sort of the tea break until Surrey actually managed to get the ball changed. It stopped swinging. We'll wait to see what happens here, because Harmer, of course, will be the factor. As Harmer it will be to start from the pavilion, then coming into World Jacks, who's looking to work round that front pad, hits the pad, rolls away into the leg side, and there's no run. Good afternoon, Jeremy Coney. An interesting couple of hours coming up, I think. Well,
yeah, Surrey have been sort of driving in a built-up area, haven't they, this morning? Quite slowly. It's not open road territory.
As forward goes Jackson, works this one down towards long on. He'll take a single. Our first run after lunch. Jacks moves on to 5. Surrey move on to 94 for 4.
Pope was an important wicket because, you know, of the players that I've seen today, he would have been the one to attack length, I think, particularly of Harmer, with a little, you know, shimmy of the feet to get to the pitch of the ball and then open up areas. I mean, at the moment you can see it's a 3-6 field, so 6 on the onside, and there's a lot of men saving the single.
Harmer's in to Ben Folkes. Forward he goes, just nudges into the leg side, and Dan Lawrence does the fielding at short mid-wicket.
So if, you know, there's always against a spinner like Harmer a battle for length, always in cricket. So the batsman can't allow him to own that.
Quicker this time, tucked away by Ben Folkes, down into the leg side, just past Nick Brown in there at short leg. And again, there's no run. Jack's thought about it, but was sent back by Ben Folkes.
And players find their own methods to try and get him off that length. The sweep is the obvious way, because you've got the bat way out in front of you.
He's in here, and Folkes just nudges leg side again, straight out to Snater in there at mid-wicket.
So you want to really, ideally, as you're playing and you get it, you know, as you get in a bit more, you can get on side of that and therefore open up a gap on the onside a little bit more, even a push into the covers.
And again comes Harmer. Forward goes Folkes. That's nicely clipped away into the leg side out towards Paul Water. He'll pick up a single. 2 off the first over after lunch. Welcome back to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Jeremy Coney is alongside, and Surrey adding 2 in that first over after lunch. 95 for 4 they are. Will Jacks has 5 and Ben Folkes is on 11.
And we didn't really see anyone in that first session solve problems. I mean, that's what batting kind of is about. When bowlers are doing their thing and doing it well enough, you're in a situation as a batsman, how do I solve this problem? How do I score off a good ball? How can I score off a length delivery? Now, if that means that you're moving out of your crease just if the pace isn't going to concern you too much, and I don't think the pace here is so aggressively high that you would feel that it's going to be awkward if you batted 6 to 10 inches out of your crease for 2 or 3 balls. Then you move back, then you move up again. You try and unsettle the bowler in some way. You let your mate at the other end know that we're looking for singles. There's one there and there's one there. If I call you through, let's go. And so you start to try and just come to an agreement.
Slater from the Vauxhall end. Oh, Ben Folkes has cut a short ball straight to backward point and has gone. Oh, Ben Folkes will be absolutely livid with himself there. Dan Lawrence with the catch, and that is a bonus for Essex. Short and wide, and Ben Folkes has just clipped it straight to Dan Lawrence at backward point, who takes the catch very gratefully Ben Folkes goes for 11, exactly what Essex would have wanted straight after lunch. 95 for 5, Surrey.
Well, that's 4 mistakes now out of 4 actually from the Surrey batsmen. Burns turning the bat through the line was palpably LB, and didn't use enough bat and enough wood that he's got there. Amler pulling the ball, or it's half a hook, half a pull, caught. Pope driving straight to mid-off, really, out again, and now a cut straight to backward point, straight after lunch. So often, you know, a break causes a wicket, and that's, I mean, they're their own down, the architects of their own downfall at the moment.
So here comes Cameron Steele. Now this is a big opportunity for Cameron Steele. Good player, making his way out there at number 7 with Surrey needing an innings of substance from somewhere. But Essex won't mind how they come. And they'd have sat there during the lunch break and gone, if we can get Folkes, because Folkes, as we were discussing with Mr. Ricky Clark, who sat behind me nodding sagely because he's done his stats, but Ben Folkes this season, there's a lot of sort of 70s, 80s not outs in there, and 100 not out. Yeah. And I sort of looked at it with Ben Folkes of if he sticks around, then everyone else will bat round Ben Folkes. Well, he's gone now, so Folkes has gone for 11, and Will Jacks and Cameron Steele with a job to do here for Surrey.
We didn't really think of the possibility, did we? I mean, because of the confidence of the, you know, the 673 and the 401 and the 308 and the 467 in the first innings by Surrey at the Oval this year, it didn't suggest that they might perhaps trail by 100 plus.
Yeah, absolutely.
At this stage. So someone has to get stuck in, score off decent bowling.
Will it be Cameron Steele? He waits for his first bowl. Slater's into him, and he's forward, playing this out into the offside. There's Paul Walter to do the fielding.
What's over to next, I would have thought, and then the 3 bowlers. Yep. So they've worked their way beautifully through this top order. Everyone promising a lot, but not delivering today.
Yep. The interesting thing is, I know it's the first innings, but you look at what he's done in the last 2 games and the bowler he is, that Harmer hasn't taken a wicket yet. It's been all the quicker men. As in over the wicket comes Slater in his headband, and this is pushed by Cameron Steele away through backward point. The chase is on for Dan Lawrence. His white floppy hat's fallen off his head, and they'll get back for 3. And that is Cameron Steele off the mark with 3 runs. And Surrey move on to 98 for 5. Slater comes marching back towards us once again. He does look a lot like Roger Federer from here, with his white bandana on.
Does Roger have that sort of stubble? I mean, I'm sure he does if he doesn't find his razor.
No,
but I
don't know if Roger has ever gone with stubble. He's a very clean-cut man, isn't he, Federer? Maybe more a bit Nadal then, because Nadal likes a bit of a beard with a headband, doesn't he? Slater is in over the wicket to Jacks, and Jacks letting this one go outside his off stump, and he did swing, but it was wide outside the off stump and taken by Rossington. Be interesting to see how Will Jacks goes about this as well. Very interesting. He played a terrific innings at Beckenham where he got his head down, but he's a very, very good batter, as we know. But this is a situation which calls for a little bit of discipline. Head down for a while. As Slater runs away from us again to Jacks, and Jacks gets a ball that does swing and turns it into the leg side. Slater's arm goes up in the air. Round comes Porter. So that's encouraging for Slater as well. He's got that wicket of Ben Folkes, and that one did swing.
It swung and he rang wide, didn't he? So he brings, therefore, because it's swinging just a little bit more for him, he can run a bit wider and start it at the stumps, and it just straightens because of the angles, and so it brings LBW into play.
2 slips and a 4th slip really in there. I don't think Dan Lawrence could quite believe when that shot from Ben Folkes went to him, as this one is swinging a touch again as forward goes Jacks. Very solid looking defensive shot that from Will Jacks up towards Tom Wesley, the captain. He'll be delighted with this. So 98 for 5 Surrey, still trail by 173, and Mr. Harmer takes off his sun hat Hands it in to umpire Hartley, and he'll continue from the pavilion end. When you were scoring Test hundreds and playing against like the West Indies, Mr. Coney, and the pace attacker, you talked about working out a way to score runs.
I didn't find any solutions to that.
But what I'm saying is, against the tax,
what can you play?
Yeah,
what shots can you play when you've got guys who you guys have, by bringing them over here, gave them 6 days a week, and they got more and more and more accurate. And diligent about the way they prepared themselves.
Harmer's in from the pavilion end. Forward goes Cameron Steele, turns this one into the leg side.
And I guess their fitness, and then Dennis Waite arrived for them as well as the physio. But coming through around about sort of just above your chest, every ball.
As in comes Harmer once again. This is pushed by Steele out into the offside.
And I guess I felt... well, they can't get me bowled.
Right.
And they can't get me LBW. Basically, they're reducing themselves to court.
Harmer's in again. Forward. Oh, goes Steele now. Has he got something on that? Because it's hit the gloves of Rossington. No buys. Nicely bowled, though, by Harmer. It looked a perfectly good defensive shot from Cameron Steele. But it's just drifted past his outside edge. We're watching it again here. Oh, there's turn. There is some turn there for Simon Harmer. It did Adam Rossington as well. 99 for 5 as over the wicket comes Harmer once more, and this one's pushed by Jacks into the leg side. So taking Albion bowled out of it.
Yeah. So you then decided for yourself, I've either confronting the proposition that I have to bat for a very long time. I mean, I will look through the MCC coaching book for boys, and
forward goes Jacks, plays this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
And I couldn't find the page that said the drive off the throat, and so it became a question of letting all those go and just forcing them patience. It was a patience game with them.
This one's pushed by Jacks down the ground. They'll pick up a single, and that will be the 100 for Surrey. 100 for 5. Jacks moves on to 6. So a ripple of applause. End of the Harmer over. He did get one to turn at Cameron Steele.
Yeah. So it was just batting for a long time, and when they pitched up, it wasn't a big flowing, flourishing arc of a drive. It was a kind of a punch. And I remember sitting in front of the telly at home in New Zealand, and I got paint tin emptied and put in what we call lead head nails. They're nails you normally put on the roof in New Zealand, so it's a normal nail, flat head, but then it's got a little lump of lead on the top of it, heavy, sort of goes around the actual top of the lead head when you knock it into the roof. So I got all those little lead bits, you could take them off, threw it into the paint tin. So it got quite heavy as you filled the paint tin, 5 litre tin up. Then you go down, you get a broomstick down from just a normal Bunnings or whatever, and attach a rope to it, a bit of a clothesline. This is number 8 piece of wire, Kiwi stuff.
Stater is in from the Vauxhall end. This is turned by Will Jacks down towards mid-on, and there's no run.
These are not, these are not big sort of solutions here. But so I just attached it to the top of the broomstick, and the other one to the handle of the paint tin, and you can just turn it. As you turn the broomstick round, the rope got tighter and tighter, pulled the handle up, and then you started pulling the paint tin up with all the lead head nail in it until it got to your hands.
Over the wicket comes Snater once again, and this is left by Will Jacks outside.
And then you just went in the opposite direction, and it lowered it then down to the floor. So it was a question of just strengthening the sort of the lower part of your arms, really, to get that punch into a shot that could go for perhaps not to a boundary, maybe for 2 or 3, because there was no one in front of you.
No.
I mean, you got out there to bat. Normally there's a few guys dressed in white on the big green chessboard in front of you, and there's no one. And then you look behind you and you see about 40 yards away, and that's where everybody is.
Over the wicket comes Slater again. Forward goes Jacks, pushes this one out towards cover.
And so that's really that's the way I kind of approached. Well, whether it was Marshall Marshall was a pretty accurate kind of bowler. Didn't give you much momentum. Bowlers, would start off in the car park, sweep onto the ground, and then doing about 40, coming in, and then straight through his action. Momentum, as I say, to give you the pace. Michael Holding was a wee bit different than that.
As over the wicket once again comes Snater, and there's no run there as Jax pushes up towards mid-on.
Yeah, he was more away from a right-hander, whereas natural instinct, I think, Malcolm sort of came in at me a bit more. Garner always looked as if he was quite slow because he had such big levers, didn't he? But very difficult, because make it bounce to, from much closer than the other guys had to pitch short to get it up to someone like me. He would come much closer, so it gave me less time to play.
Over the wicket once more is Snater, and that's left alone by Jax.
Very difficult, and Jamaica was a pitch that was just up and down. You had to stay in line just a bit longer, because it might just sort of just shoot at you a bit more, and squat. So you had to stay in line for those ones, and then of course that's where I broke my arm. They got me there. It was just long times, but I got a few runs against them. And wasn't prepared to hook.
No. So did you just cut that out completely?
Completely out.
As in over the wicket once again comes Snater, and this is tucked into the leg side. But Jax doesn't really time this at all.
So you never got a ball like that.
No. Anything up to the bat.
Anything out wide, you give that a crack outside the off stump.
Yep.
You'd back yourself to say, I'm going to beat third man here, and you'd go hard at that.
Patterson, was he knocking around?
Patrick Patterson was there. They were all there. I mean, but it was really Mikey and Malcolm Marshall and Joel Garner. They had Tony Gray came later. Tony Gray was later.
Yeah.
He wasn't. He was still a young guy. Who they had? AME Roberts.
Oh, of course.
Andy Roberts.
Yeah, he wasn't slow.
Yeah, so it was. But he was coming towards the end of his.
But
to be fair,
the thing with that, and our clerk's listening in intently as well with this conversation, is he was absolutely relentless. There was no break from it. There was just there'd be four of them as that's bowled by Harmer. It's a nice bit of bowling that just bounces on Cameron Steele as he pushes forward. Because IVA used to come on and bowl a little bit of spin now and again. It didn't happen very often, did it?
No.
So you were literally going out there, and you, as you say, it was going to be four quicks all day, trying to take your head off. As this is swept by Steele, nicely played by Cameron Steele. Behind square on the leg side, Walter comes round to do the fielding, and they'll pick up a couple of runs. Not the best of throws from Paul Walter, but two more to the total.
Well, what it meant was that you couldn't score quickly. You could never, even if you did occasionally get into a position where you thought you were parity, maybe even better sometimes, and we beat them a couple of times.
Steele just turns this one down to short leg. Nick Brown's in there to do the field. A bit of bounce there for Harmer as well.
Very hard to get a run on. You ended up getting a bit sort of nervous in terms of I want to get in charge. I want to get some runs here, but you just couldn't, because it was 12 overs an hour.
Hugely satisfying though when you did score runs against that attack in those conditions. As forward goes Steele, playing this one down to backward point. And the bit that fascinated me was when you said you sort of work it out, and as you said there, you knew you weren't going to have to drive it a great deal.
No,
it was all going to be up round shoulder high. You took the hook out of it.
Yeah.
Anything wide, go after. Yeah. As in over the wicket again comes Harmer. This is pushed by Steele.
And occasionally, if they did pitch up because they just were sick of me letting it go, that's when you got your punch
with your big forearms
and no one in front, so you ran 2 or 3.
I'm going to go home and try that tonight.
What?
With the broom and the as this one's turned into the leg side by Cameron Steele down towards short leg, and there's no run.
The other thing is the guy Don Neely, who was the selector, rang me and said, "Come on, I've got an idea." So okay, I said, "I've got an idea," and he took me over to Kilburnie, which was just a little club ground as you come in from the airport in Wellington, and he had mowed a little strip with his own mower, a thought this looks pretty dodgy. Anyway, he'd got it there, and he'd done it right on the outside of the, on the periphery of the ground, where people were sitting watching the game, on a Saturday, but this was a Thursday, so no one there. And so you're up on the steps, and he then got himself, put a net up, so I'm facing almost the steps, right on the outside of the boundary. And he'd climbed 2 steps, and then he got the dog throw, and then just started heaving it at me. From a height.
Clever. As this is Snater into Jack's, bit of bat on that as he looks to turn leg side, and Cameron Steele was thinking about a single that isn't there, and there is no run.
So that was the Joel Garner.
I see.
Getting me used to the optics of just looking, instead of just there, perhaps you're just looking up there a bit more, and that was Don.
Very clever.
That was Don. So
I remember there was that story about Mark Butcher on the tour, 98 tour to the West Indies, where he hadn't played any warm-ups at all. And then somebody was ill, and he'd had no cricket whatsoever going into the first test. I think he got called up the day before, something along those lines. And the only place he could find to practice is that's let go by Will Jacks outside the off-stump, was at the hotel on a pathway. And he just got whoever it was then just to sling balls at him off the path, getting it, and then he was out first ball in the test, because it was that amazing one that got abandoned after however many minutes.
The Richards ground.
I think he got a length delivery that hit him almost on the nose and gloved it. But I always find it fascinating how people batters work out their methods for certain. But that sounds. That relentless 80s West Indies attack. Wow. Yeah. As in over the wicket comes Snater. This is tucked away by Will Jacks down towards fine leg. They'll pick up a single. One more to the total, 103 for 5. Of sort of those bowlers you mentioned, all legends of their own right, it's sort of, people always talk about Holding, but the one that everyone always talks about
Sylvester.
It's Sylvester Clark.
Yeah, it is. In his sand shoes.
Rapid, horrible. Yeah. I've seen footage, and obviously
that's
here.
His little bar.
Absolutely. And here he's just the name Sylvester Clark at this place.
And it has his special drink that he used to drink.
I know.
It's well up there.
Yeah. But I've seen.
You'd keel over.
That Snater routine, and this is pushed off the back foot by Cameron Steele, and there's no run.
It's a bit high to have that bar. I would have thought you'd have that down on the bottom. You'd swap that with.
But blimey, he was rapid, wasn't he? Absolutely rapid, and that action as well. And was he the best? Do you think?
They're all pretty much
the same.
Yeah. Once you get over 93, 94 miles an hour.
Over the wicket comes Snater once again to Cameron Steele, who's forward and pushes this one solidly up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
I remember that last session we played at, it was at Sabina Park, and I went out to bat. We were about 3 for 9, or 9 for 3, whatever you guys, however you say it. 9 runs, 3 went out. I went at number 5. John Wright was still batting with me, shaker, and played for Derbyshire.
Good player.
Jerry. Mikey has been taking it away from me.
In over the wicket comes Snater. Oh, and has bowled Cameron Steele with a good one here. Cameron Steele really hasn't got anywhere on the crease, and it's knocked out his off stump. And now Surrey do have problems, and Cameron Steele there didn't really get forward, didn't really get back, and it's just knocked out his off stump. And Snater has 2 after lunch, and Surrey now have problems. 103 for 6, and Cameron Steele on his way back for 5.
Yeah, just played the wrong line, didn't he? I just thought it was, maybe it just straightened a little bit at the last moment from Steele, but that went outside the bat and hit the off stump hard. So terrific work from Essex to get themselves into this position. You wouldn't have thought so yesterday at lunch, would you, that we could be actually sort of looking at this and the way that this game is heading at the moment?
Absolutely not. Snater very good, 3 for Snater. So John Wright. Wright, and left-hander, of course, John Wright.
Taking it away from me. And last over, he brought one back. And I said, oh. And he said, at your end, Malcolm is bowling like the wind. I said, jeez, Jake, I said, a simple good luck would have done. You know, so, I mean, we spent most of the time, I've got to say, that was where they really sorted us out, and that was about the 4th test. And we'd played at Guyana, where it was flat, and we'd drawn that match, and we'd played at the other places we'd done okay. We'd sort of held them up. But now that was their chance, and they really made the most of it. And the crowd were involved. It was we look more like rugby players actually, with all the grass stains on your trousers as you're looking down.
I've always said so the series I always remember, and I'll be bored because I've said this, is the 1985 Ashes series. I remember that. I was like, how old would I have been? 11? And England obviously won that, and then they went off to the West Indies. But this was before coverage of the games and everything. And they unleashed Patrick Patterson on an unsuspecting England batting lineup, and it was utterly terrifying.
Wasn't he?
But the only thing you ever got was sort of a little snippet on the news or in your Cricketer magazine. As in comes Harmer, and Jacks turns this one up towards mid-on, 103 for 6, and Jamie Overton is out there at the non-striker's end. And Tim Robinson was my great hero, and he'd scored lots of runs in the Ashes series, and sort of I think the one-day series was first. Obviously Mike Gatting had to come back because he got that ball from Malcolm Marshall, and the famous "where did it remind us where it hit you, Mike?" in the press conferences forward goes. Jacks plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. And actually England didn't go too badly in the one-day series from memory. Gooch got 100, I think, but then that first test they unleashed Patterson, as over the wicket comes Harmer, and this is turned leg side by Jacks. He'll get a single, and I just remember a photo in my Cricketer of my hero Tim Robinson. First test, I think it was, Patrick Patterson playing the most immaculate forward defensive shot with his middle stump cartwheeling past Jeff Dujon, and then all you saw on the news, you get a couple of minutes if you're lucky at the end of the news, was Gower lying on the floor, or Botham diving for cover, or David Smith, and it was absolutely and then a famous photo of Phil Edmonds pulled his shirt up and it was just bruises everywhere, as sweeping is Overton to his first ball, and that's out towards deep mid-wicket, and they'll pick up a single. But sort of to a 10-year-old kid, that it was like, that is unbelievable. To actually be out there against that and score runs, Mr. Cody, which you did, and I know you're very modest about what you did in the game, which was outstanding, but to do that against that attack, because this one's pushed by Jacks out into the offside, and they'll pick up a single. And as I say, when I get home tonight, I'm going to find myself a painting, some lead and a broom and a bit of rope, and I'm going to come in by the end of this, my forearms are going to be a bit like Viv's were, because Viv's were proper forearms, weren't they? As over the wicket once again comes Harbour. Quicker one this time, that's just nudged away by Jamie Overton, down towards fine leg it goes, and over the boundary rope and away for 4. We'll have a double change at the end of this over. Jeremy Coney and I will depart. Mr. Coney's going to depart first. We'll bring Ricky Clark in, and once Mr. Clark's in situ, then Paul Newton will join our Clark. But Surrey in a spot of bother here at 110 for 6. Welcome back, Mr. Clark. And there is a bit of work here for Surrey to do. Very good from Shane Snater, though.
Yeah, very good. He's picked up 3 wickets for 8 off his 12 overs. And a good bit of bowling to get rid of Cameron Steele. Just dropped the fielder on the hook as well just before that ball. Cameron Steele had been coming forward quite nicely, playing nice and straight up the ground, and then the ball just before got him out. He dropped the man on the hook and kept the same line of length and just caught Cameron Steele trapped on the crease, and similar sort of pattern we're going into as yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely, Ricky. Here is Shane Snater looking for a 4th wicket. Into the Vauxhall end bowled, ball played out into the covers, and Paul Walton, no run, 110 for 6, and interestingly, all 6 wickets to have fallen have been when the bowling's been from this Vauxhall end.
It has. I think we've seen throughout the game, really. Obviously, Worrell operated from this end yesterday, and he got a sixer, and we've seen the ball just swing a bit. We're just looking at the flag at the top of the pavilion, just moving across the ground a little bit towards the city, so it could be the case that the breeze is helping it swing a little bit more and giving assistance to the bowlers.
Well, thank goodness there is a breeze. So here's Snater in bowls, and that's nicely played, fine shot into the leg side by Jacks, but equally well fielded by Nick Brown at mid-wicket. Prevents a run. 110 for 6 the score.
Yeah, just gone for the in-swinger there, isn't he, Snater? He's earned the right, definitely. His figure's been fantastic. 3 for 8.
Well, last time I was here, Ricky, you were playing, and what a record you had against Essex for both Surrey and Warwickshire.
Oh, yeah, not too bad, I think it's right.
It's very good indeed. Used to dread seeing you up
here.
Was it?
Okay. I'll take that as a compliment.
Very much meant as one. Snater's in, long way outside our stump. No shot there, a score remaining at 110 for 6. Yes, whether it was with the bat or with the ball. And what I liked about you as well, you always look so relaxed out there in the middle. It looks as if you really enjoyed every minute of it.
It was. I think playing against Essex, I always got on with everyone at Essex.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's documented, but I was actually born in Essex and most of my family still live there, so...
We should never have let you leave the county.
H4.
So here comes Snater again, having a very good day here so far. Bowls, that's edged and put down at first slip. And that's a let-off for Surrey. 110 for 6 at the time, 111 for 6 now. And Cook got hand to the ball there. Usually he's very reliable with one that keeps a bit low. But he couldn't hold on to it, and that's Essex's second drop in the slips. The other one from Pope didn't prove expensive. It's 111 for 6.
That's a fantastic bit of bowling from Shane Snater. We'll just hopefully see the replay, but he came wide of the crease and really sort of dragged in Will Jacks into playing a shot, and just a lovely little nick. But as it just went low, didn't it, all the way? And I don't know if Rossington hinted to go. So this next one is outside our stump, goes through to Rossington, and 111 for 6 remains the score. Always a downer on a bowler, isn't it, when you sort of bowl a ball like that and the catch isn't taken? It is. I think it's a situation that Shane Snater's got 3 for 8, I think it is at this moment in time, so he won't be too disheartened, or 3 for 9, and he's bowling nicely. He's got good swing. And he'll be a little bit disappointed it's gone down, but he'll still be trying to get these batters out and continue his good form. Snater to Overton, played back to the bowler, very straight bat, and yeah, you can tell from the way Snater kicks the ball away at the end of the over that he's not best pleased. I must say, he's been remarkably economical today. He's been fantastic, yeah. We're seeing 3 for 9 or 13. He obviously had a go at the far end, but he's getting good rewards as well from this end, the Vauxhall end. Yeah, he'd be disappointed there. I think looking at that edge, I just wonder if Sir Alistair Cook felt that keeper Rossington was going to go, and then sort of put out a hand, didn't he? Did Alistair Cook, and just sort of hit it, and yeah, I'm sure you're right. He'll be disappointed. And here's Harmer continuing from the pavilion end to Will Jacks, who plays it crisply to mid-wicket, and there is no run there, and score remaining at 111 for 6 as Snater fields. Got Alistair Cook at slip, Nick Brown under the helmet at bat pad, also Dan Lawrence at short mid-wicket, and there he is, Dan Lawrence, doing the fielding there. So he's straighter than the conventional mid-wicket, and score remaining 111 for 6. Nice field here from Harmer as well. And yeah. Ties in the drive through the covers for Will Jacks. Harmer still looking for his first wicket, having got 28 in his previous 2 games, both at Chelmsford. This ball does produce a single just to the right hand of Snater at conventional mid-wicket, and the score to 112 for 6, with Jacks on 11 and Overton coming into strike on 5. I think these two Surrey batsmen, and Surrey in particular, will be looking for a similar partnership to yesterday. Yeah, absolutely. Harmer and Rossington come together. 113 for the 7th wicket.
rescuing Essex. Oh, and bowled. I'm afraid that's not going to happen now. And quite what possessed Overton there, I'm not sure. I'm glad you got a sense of humour, Ricky, because it was a bit comical, because he went for a huge mow, and he was into the shot before the ball had even bounced, and it was just, the ball didn't do a great deal. There was a fraction of turn, and it just went into the vacant stumps, and 112 for 7.
I think you have to give credit to Simon Harmer and the delivery there and the field he set, in fairness. He realised that Jamie Overton was looking to sweep when he first come to the crease, so he sort of blocked it off a little bit and said, I'm leaving the open area through the offside and the covers, and Jamie Overton has tried to sort of sieve it through that extra cover area and just took a little bit of pace off it, did Harmer. It gripped in and just hit the top of middle, so disappointing way to go for Jamie Overton, but in comes a very exciting young player indeed in Tom Laws, 19 years of age, so he'll be looking to try and build a partnership now with Will Jacks. Will Jacks, as we know, is a very aggressive player when he needs to be, so it's all about just staying with Will Jacks at this time and trying to build the partnership. But Essex were obviously looking to try and finish off this innings quite quickly, as Surrey were yesterday. So
yes, you rightly described that as a disappointing way for Overton to go, and probably there are at least 3 other Surrey batsmen who you'd also have to say disappointing the way they got out.
I think sometimes you have to give credit to the bowler,
yeah.
You know, particularly there, but it's, he's taken the bait really there as Jamie Overton. So he's a canny operator, as Simon Harmer. He's left the vacant area, as we said, on the offside. He blocked off Jamie Overton's scoring options on the leg side.
I think credit to Essex. I think they've snared a few players by that sort of tactic. As Harmer will come in, bowl to Tom Laws, new to the crease, and stretches forward to the first ball, and probably a mixture of bat and pad, just pushing it out into the offside.
The good thing is I can talk from experience from Simon Harmer, because I tried exactly the same once and he done for me. So
yes,
you see that vacant area in the offside, you have to go for it sometimes.
Harmer's in and bowls and pushed into the offside, and he is a demanding player to face without a doubt, because he thinks people out.
I think that's incredible cricketing brain, and he's got so many options with the ball and skills, but sometimes he just keeps it very simple. He puts the ball in the same area often than not. He mixes his pace up sometimes, but it's all about, you know, setting the field to just create the pressure, and when the pressure builds, you know, batters, their job is to score runs, and sometimes you feel you have to do something, and that's when you can get your half chances, or in Jamie Overton's situation, an actual chance and get him through the gate. Yeah,
I've seen Harmer take a lot of wickets when he's been hit for 4 or 6, and he bowls exactly the same ball, next ball, and gets a wicket with it. Yeah, he's just very shrewd, isn't he? Yeah. He's been doing it for a number of years now at Essex, and he's been a fantastic signing for Essex. And Snater in. This ball's played out towards the cover boundary. Finsman running round to cut it off. Dan Lawrence succeeds in doing so, and they take 2 runs. Dan Lawrence always very good fieldsman along that cover boundary, very quick and able to do exactly what he's just done, prevent a boundary, keep it down to 2. 114 for 7. I thought it was noticeable there about Dan Lawrence. What a lovely arm as well. Yes, that's true. Straight over the top, and it looked effortless. It's quite a big boundary out on that side. Yeah. Well, the thing about Dan Lawrence is, although it sometimes is undoing, but he makes the game look so easy, both as batsman and fielder. Here's Snater in. Bowls, and this ball is played back to the bowler by Jacks, who remains on 13, given a life in the previous over. As you said, Ricky, a chance eventually put down by Alistair Cook, but it was as though he was expecting Rossington perhaps to move across and take it, and only put his hand down as an afterthought. I think it's quite difficult, so it just stayed that sort of horrible length the whole way. It was one of those nicks that just carried on around about 1.5 foot off the ground, and sometimes they go up and travel into a nice position, but it just stayed. Snater's in, bowls on that ball, smashed into the offside. Here comes Lawrence again. He can't do anything about that one. That was beautifully picked up by Will Jacks, and off the back foot through the covers, and he moves along with that boundary to 17 out of Surrey's 118 for 7. You're going to see Will Jacks go on the offensive a little bit here. He's going to try and counter punch, as they say, and
Be sensible. Obviously, he's a very aggressive player, and he's jumped on that very quickly from Snater and got it in the vacant gap. Obviously, Dan Lawrence a deep point and just managed to get it for extra cover.
It's only the 15th run taken from Snater in his 14th over now, as this ball's going to be just one more run as it's flicked into the onside, and Nick Brown comes in off the square leg boundary. So 119 for 7, 152 runs behind Essex's 271.
Yeah, Will Jacks advancing down the pitch to Shane Snater. Snater sort of just kept his line nice and straight, didn't decide to swing it on this occasion. And I think Will Jacks has hurt himself a little bit, sort of the inside edge when it just misses the pad and gets you on the inside of the calf.
Yes, because that took the pace off the ball, and yeah, you're right, he's just hobbling around at the moment, hoping that Tom Laws doesn't get a quick single here as Snater's in, bowls, pull his length, and that one, the old Staffordshire cut, as it's gone down to long leg when he was aiming it into the offside, and that's a lucky way to get off the mark, but then again, you take any bit of luck you get. 120 for 7.
Yeah, any run for Surrey at this moment in time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Will be greatly received. Obviously in a little bit of a tricky situation. Had Essex 91 for 6 yesterday.
Yeah, I think the lunch hour came at just the right moment for Essex. Paul Newton here with Ricky Clark for BBC Essex, BBC Radio London. 5 Live Sports Extra as this next ball is hit into the onside. Jamie Porter gets down extremely well, diving to his right at mid-on. Such is the speed of the outfield now that if he misses that, it undoubtedly goes to the boundary. They get a single, 121 for 7, with 19 to Jacks and 1 to Tom Laws.
I mentioned about the outfield, one of the rare outfields. It actually looks quite lush and green.
Yeah,
so
no. Beats my garden, I can tell you.
I was going to say mine as well.
I think they've probably put rather more water down than we have. But yeah, I mean, it's hardly rained all summer. And unless you have got a really good watering system, you know, everything is just parched. So Simon Harmer to continue. Picked up his first wicket, his last over, out of Jamie Overton for 5. And here is Jacks cracking the ball to the man on the square leg boundary, and that's Paul Walter. And they get a single and a score to 122 for 7.
Like that's a helicopter or a plane just going past his house.
Yeah, making plenty of noise. Harmer again, bit of sunshine at the moment, and so goes through outside off stump, doesn't miss the stumps by all that much. And yes, we do have a forecast, even though the sun's shining now, that there could be a thunderstorm in the course of the
yellow
afternoon.
warning thunderstorm.
Indeed, yeah. There'll be no stopping them now with all these yellow and red warnings as Harmer's in. Oh, goodness me, and for the second time Laws somehow gets the ball just past leg stump when he was aiming into the offside, and it's gone all the way to the boundary despite Jamie Porter's best efforts, and scored to 126 for 7, and Laws moves along to 5.
Yeah, lucky there I think for Tom Laws, and Will Jacks has just come down to him and just said, look, just be careful. Yes, he's left the vacant area in the covers as Simon Harmer, which Tom Laws is trying to go back and to try to punch it through that extra cover region that's vacant, and got an inside edge, and it goes down to fine leg for 4.
And the next ball is clipped very firmly down to Jamie Porter. No chance of a run there. Score remaining at 126 for 7. But certainly it's one of the great intrigues of cricket that you can get wickets by deliberately leaving a gap in one area and picking up a wicket in another, as this one is played into the offside for no run. Surrey resumed 24 for 1, been very much Essex's day so far, with 102 added but 6 wickets taken.
I think it's that sort of added pressure of seeing a gap, and that's your only gap really to try and score.
Yeah.
And you feel you have to be obliged to go for it.
Harmer again bowls, and ball's played back to the bowler, and that completes that over. That's the 49th over of the Surrey innings. There's still 145 behind, 126 for 7. Quick run through the scorecard for you after Patel was out to the last ball yesterday for 4. Burns LBW Cook 24, Amla caught Brown bowled Porter 12, Pope caught Wesley bowled Snater 26, Folkes caught Lawrence bowled Snater 11, Steele bowled Snater 5, and Overton bowled Harmer 5.
Going to have a change of bowling here at the Vauxhall end. It's going to be the impressive Sam Cook.
He is impressive, isn't he? He's a really good bowler, because obviously I see a lot of him. The first time we saw him at BBC Essex, we thought, you know, this bloke's unusually good. He can't be straight from our academy, can he? And he is, you know, he's just locally produced. And his great quality is he's very, very consistent. He doesn't give much away and takes a lot of wickets.
He's getting better and better, in my opinion. He's still quite young, though, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
Yeah, it feels like he's been around for a very long time.
Only made his debut in 2017, so this is only his 6th season as he comes in now from the Vauxhall end, bowls and whips off the pads here, just be a single down to long leg, Matt Critchley, and score moves along to 127%.
I think it's always important for any side to have someone who's Mr. Reliable and Mr. Consistent, and I think Essex definitely have that in Sam Cook, who's someone who the captain can go to at any situation and say, I need a few overs from you, what can you do for me? Get me a wicket or keep it tight?
Yeah, I mean, Essex been done very well to have both Jamie Porter and Sam Cook, both through the youth system. It's nice when you can get two very good new ball bowlers without having to, you know, look elsewhere outside the counties. This ball is played down to mid-off and there's no run there. It's 127 for 7.
That's nicely played there from Tom Laws. Let the ball come to him under the eyes. Nice defensive shot.
Yes, absolutely. It's if you can sort of not go looking for it and just let the ball. I mean, Hashim Amla is the master of that. You know, he just lets the ball come onto him and conveys the impression you can't really bowl to him and expect to find any weakness.
We were saying that earlier on, exactly that.
Cook's in. Bowls and Laws was an exaggerated raising of the bat, leaves that one, but yes, Amla had a very brief spell with Essex, and you may even have been playing in the game at Guildford in 2009, and Mark Church and myself just watched this shot from Amla, which just looked to be a defensive shot 5 yards into the offside, and it sped to the cover boundary.
That can happen at Guildford, though, I was.
Well, admittedly, very fast outfield. But what a player he is.
Yeah, fantastic player. A lot of time when he bats.
Yeah, makes it look effortless as Cook gives this ball time to swing, and it does. It's a very definite bit of swing there away from the batsman, but Laws plays it well out to Walter in the covers, no run. And Laws' job is surely there to get what runs he can, but above all to keep Will Jacks company, because Jacks is capable of plenty of runs yet, as long as he doesn't run out of partners.
I think it's very simple that it's this partnership, 5 runs at a time, however they want to do it. Sometimes 10 runs, just each ball on its merits, nothing silly, and try and build this partnership.
Cook's in again. Bowls, visibly pitching the ball right up, nicely played back to him by Laws, but that's the way to play the game, really, isn't it? To think either in terms of 5 runs at a time or 10 runs at a time. I think when you're chasing a target, it's often good, you know, to take each decade down and sort of say, now we only need sort of 90 odd to win, that type of thing.
Just gives you that focus. I think it's just always important that sometimes you can look way too ahead and say, oh, look, we're 144 behind here. We've got to play loads of quick shots because we're going to get out eventually. But sometimes just small little targets and goals. As the field goes out onto deep point and deep square leg, the single's there for Tom Laws if he wants it.
Cook bowls, plays this one nicely to Walter in the covers, and the over ends with Surrey replying to Essex's 271 all out, 127 for 7. Will Jacks recently reprieved with a drop catch in the slips on 21, and he's been joined by Laws on 5.
Still going to see Simon Harmer operating at the pavilion end. Just an interesting passage of play this for Will Jacks. Will he look to take on the seamers and be aggressive, or will he look to go at Harmer as well? That's the question. very aggressive player, very talented player in fairness.
He is.
With bat and ball and fielding,
Yeah.
so very exciting talent for.
And with both red and white ball cricket as well. What a very good player to have. As this next ball is just played to mid-wicket and Shane Snater, and there's no run there. Jack certainly won't miss chances to score runs. He's on 21.
He's got the singles on the leg side if he wants him, pretty much free on the boundary.
Harmer into him again, pavilion end, bowls, and here is one such example as he finds that nice gap in the covers and picks up a single. But Essex won't be too disappointed at that, because they'll be looking to try and eke out the men at the other end. So 22 to Jacks, 128 for 7, and Laws on to strike.
Yeah, as you see the field come up now, predominantly on the leg side. Captain Wesley mid-on, Lawrence at mid-wicket.
Very carefully, Laws just drops this ball a couple of yards up to Nick Brown under the helmet, a bat pad, position that always used to be tenanted by Ryan Tenduscarte. Set such a wonderful example as captain, did the job others didn't want to do. I think that's a great move from a captain. But Brown's very good in that position now as Harmer bowls and Laws defence into the offside. There's no run there. We've got conventional slip Alistair Cook, we've got the bat pad Nick Brown, and we've got short mid-wicket and Shane Snater, and also an ordinary mid-wicket just to Snater's right and a few yards behind him. Harmer's in, bowls, gives us plenty of air, and ball just very slowly returned to the bowler. 128 for 7.
I think it's a sign of a good side and a good spinner when you got good fielders around the bat. Surrey had it back in the early 2000s and late 90s with Saqlain Mushtaq.
Harmer bowls again, quicker delivery, well met by Laws there, and Harmer disappointed that ploy of the quicker ball didn't quite work, but credit to Laws, played the over well, and score at the end of the over is 128 for 7, 143 behind, and a fascinating battle of wits out there.
It is, yeah. It's as I said, Surrey will be looking to build this partnership, currently 16. They obviously want a few more than that and get as close as they can to the Essex total of 271. It will be Sam Cook to continue from the Vauxhall end. I tell you, we're talking about short legs and silly points. I saw Paul Water this morning. He was getting some catches as well with Nick Brown. That's the tallest silly point ever, I reckon.
Well, he is, yes. He's 6'8". As this next ball is run down to the vacant third man boundary. Deliberate shot, nothing edgy about it. And 4 runs, 2 Will Jacks, takes him along to 26, and the score to 132 for 7, and just a suspicion of a little bit of a partnership building.
Yeah, it is. I think you're going to see predominantly Will Jacks be the aggressor, and he'll be asking Tom Laws to just hang around with me. He's played that beautifully well, just shaped away from Sam Cook. Not a bad ball, but he just let the ball hit the face and just guided it down to third man, where it's quite a big area down there because point is on the boundary.
Cook's in again, Vauxhall end bowls, and this again is going for 4. Again it was nudged down deliberately, and it quickly went to ground. Harmer just about got the suspicion of a fingertip to it, but nothing he could do to arrest its progress down there, and we have actually had a third man in place on occasion in the run-up to lunch. 136 for 7, Jacks has 30, and such is his ability in that area, I think I probably would have a third man, because as soon as it goes past the slips, it is going to be 4.
Yeah, I think there's the discussion now that you've got 2 slips in there, trying to get Jacks out. Obviously he's already nicked one through that area and was dropped off the bowling of Snater, but I'd be shocked if you didn't just drop a man back or try and plug the gap in some way, because you give Jacks the 1 and you can bowl at Tom Laws. But back-to-back boundaries for Will Jacks.
Second slip, Simon Harmer now out to gully, just the 1 slip therefore now, as Jacks plays the next ball. It's not very well fielded for once by Porter. I say for once because apart from 2 drop catches, Essex have fielded very well today. There's no run there. It's 136 for 7. But of course any runs Jacks gets, the fielding side are thinking, oh no, we should have caught him, and now he's punishing us. And they got it away with it with Ollie Pope, because he only added 3 more after being dropped and was then caught at deep mid-off.
it's always that case as well when you're the one that's dropped it.
Oh, absolutely.
Sort of counting the...
Yeah. As Cook is in. Bowls. And Jack steers it to the aforesaid Paul Walter. Fielding in the covers. Had a very good season for Essex, Paul Walter, and it was a rare failure for him in the first innings here when he got a duck yesterday.
Fantastic player and just getting better and better as the years go on.
Yeah.
Obviously, would you say he started off as a left-arm seamer?
Yes,
and
you're
back
right.
down the order and turned himself
You're right.
into a top-order batter?
He was in club cricket. He was also a ferocious batter, but for Essex, he's had to fight his way into the team. Originally, he was probably more bowler than batsman, but he hardly bowls now, and has really, got better with each season as a batsman.
Yeah. And sometimes you just go up the order in one-day cricket, is that
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean,
Good
he can
striker.
play it both ways. He can bat all day in red ball cricket and hit the ball all over the place in white ball cricket. Here's the next delivery that's played by Jacks down to mid-on. In fact, mid-wicket just walks across to intercept, and the score remains at 136 for 7.
Yeah, nicely played there from Will Jacks. As you see the field come up now and try and keep Jacks on. Oh, sorry, away from strike.
Yeah.
Try and keep Laws on and let Harmer have a good 6 balls at Tom Laws.
Doesn't always work though, trying to bowl at the supposed lesser batsman as Cook's in and bowls, and well, they succeed at least in keeping the batsmen at the ends where Essex theoretically want them. Ricky, thank you very much. It's been a great pleasure to meet you in an enjoyable session. And we are about to welcome Eva Gray back, and at the end of the next over I'll swap places with Mark Church. So thank you very much, Ricky. And 136 for 7 on the board, as this partnership now has put on 24. It's the first time really for quite a while that we've had a bit of a partnership build for Surrey, much needed from Surrey's point of view. They're now just past halfway to Essex's total of 271. Simon Harmer going to continue from the Vauxhall end initially to Tom Laws, who played the last over from Harmer pretty well. Harmer bowls to him now, and he's dug this one out into the onside. 136 for 7. Welcome back to Eva.
Thank you. Yeah, as you say, Tom Laws looked okay against Simon Harmer last over. He looks much more comfortable when he's on the front foot.
Yes.
Caught out a couple of times when he had to get on that back foot, but still here.
Harmer's in the bowls, and this ball is played for a single down toward third man. Be retrieved by Sam Cook, and Sam, in addition to being one of the finest young bowlers in the country, is also very, very decent in the field. Seen him take many terrific catches. 137 for 7, 134 behind, 93 for 4 at lunch. So Essex have had again the better of things so far, but now this partnership doing well, and Jacks gets a single, flipping the ball down to Walter at deep backward square leg. 138 for 7, 133 behind, and Jacks moves on to 31. Paul Newton here with Eva Gray for BBC Essex, BBC Radio London and 5 Live Sports Extra. We have a slip, back pad, short mid-wicket, the close field as Harmer's in and bowls, and Laws plays the ball a yard into the offside, no run.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Will Jacks plays the next few overs. Yeah, as you said, Tom Laws looks comfortable at the moment, and for now we'll just be looking to bat with Will Jacks for as long as he can.
Harmer bowls again to Laws, tosses this up, very pleasantly driven into the offside, but superbly fielded by Matt Critchley, moving smartly to his left at wide mid-off. 4 runs all the way if he doesn't get across to that. 138 for 7.
Yeah, there's been a slight increase in tempo from Will Jacks since Tom Laws came in.
Harmer bowls quicker delivery, kept a little bit low if anything, but well negotiated by Laws, playing it back to the bowler. So 138 for 7 now in 53 overs, and more from Eva Gray, and she will be joined by Mark Church.
Yeah, 138 for 7 here. Will Jacks will be looking to just keep the scoreboard ticking. Got Kemar, Roach and Dan Worrell to come, so he'd like to still be there even if the wicket of Tom Laws falls. Undoubtedly a challenge for Laws here. Simon Harmer has had a great start to the season and coming off the back of 28 wickets in 2 games, so definitely a challenge for him as he comes to the crease now.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, sorry, we've got some work to do here. At 138 for 7, Will Jacks on 31. Tom Law's just got to keep Will Jacks company, but they've been very disciplined with the ball today. Essex, as Cook is in for the Vauxhall end to Will Jackson. I just wonder, as he lets this one go, if some of those dismissals from Surrey have come from the discipline of the Essex attack. If you think about the shots, but Ollie Pope, right shot, just got it wrong. Also, you think about Ben Folkes there straight away after once getting a short one and eyes light up, but they haven't given them a huge amount here, have they, Essex?
No, absolutely. As you said, Ollie Pope got a ball just full of a length, and it was there to drive. He just mistimed it, and same with Ben Folkes. You've got to pounce on those balls that are short and wide. As
in comes Cook, and this is drilled back down the pitch towards him by Will Jacks. Jacks had a fascinating chat with Jeremy Coney about sort of working out a way of scoring runs, and you can see here Will Jacks is sort of working out his way of scoring runs. Part of that will be running very, very hard between the wickets, which we've already seen so far. Surrey still trail by 133, and the other thing that Surrey will have noticed is that Harmer's already getting it to spin. Now, Surrey will be batting last on here as forward goes. Jacks plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, really nice piece of bowling to get Jamie Overton a few overs ago. Yeah, that one kind of floated it up there, just a bit slower than the previous ones in the over, and yeah, just as he bowls it that touch slower, get some more turn out the pitch.
Jamie Overton was through the shot almost before the ball bounced. As Cook runs away from us, comes in over the wicket, and here's Will Jacks using his feet and then just pushing this one away out towards extra cover. Just a reminder of the wickets to go today. Surrey started the day 24 for 1. Might be just tuning in for the first time here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London and BBC Radio Essex. Rory Burns was the first to go LBW to this man, Sam Cook, for 24. Hashim Amla caught by Brown at mid-wicket off Porter, just looking to pull a ball through the leg side, and neat catch from Brown as over the wicket goes Cook to Jacks. Solidly forward again goes Will Jacks, then Ollie Pope checking a ball really from Snater up to Wesley, going for 26, and then after lunch Ben Folkes, second over after lunch, got a short one from Snater and cut it straight to Lawrence at backward point. Cameron Steele bowled by Snater. Good bit of cricket that actually from Essex, because they just put the man out at deep backward square for that delivery, and he didn't really get forward and hit the top of his off stump, and then Jamie Overton bowled by Harmer looking to sweep for 5 as over the wicket comes Cook again. This is pushed by Will Jacks down towards backward point, but it's another tight over from Sam Cook. 138 for 7, maiden over from Cook. Jacks 31. Laws will be on strike on 6 here to Simon Harmer. Snater today, either 14 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 18, so he's been very, very good today.
Yeah, he's bowled really nicely. Just held that really tight line to off stump really. Not doing anything too fancy, just plugging away at that line and length. You get the sense here that Will Jacks, he's looking to be aggressive, I think. We saw a couple of balls in that last over. He just did a little shimmy down the pitch, moved his feet a little bit, but yeah, the Essex team is just holding their line and length, and he's not able to do anything with it.
Yeah, and then you've got Harmer from the other end. It's going to be a gamble to attack him as forward goes Laws to Harmer. Again, a bit of bounce there from Simon Harmer. I was saying to Jeremy Kenny, I could watch Harmer bowl all day. We were just saying we wished he'd changed ends so we could see exactly what's going on from this end, but he's bowling beautifully again here from the pavilion end. He's only picked up the 1 wicket, but you just think some of those shots might have been played. As this one's turned into the leg side by Laws, the discipline of the quicker men, and also it's that whole thing of taking on Harmer.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got the job of just holding down this end from the pavilion.
Comes in once again. Laws is forward, playing this one back up the pitch. Alistair Cook likes that. He's clapping away in there at first slip. Have a quick look at the other scores from around the country as well on the second day of these championship games. First day of Glamorgan Leicestershire today, as in comes Harmer once again, quicker this time. Lawes covering up, pushes this one back down the pitch. And there's no run. So Hampshire and Gloucestershire. Hampshire 307 for 4 now at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire. They're off for some rain earlier. James Vince is 56 not out. Ben Brown is 6 not out, as forward again goes Lawes to Harmer. Again just pops this one down into the leg side. Test of this for Tom Lawes at 19, but he's doing all right against Harmer at the moment.
Yeah, he's just settled into a rhythm there. He's got a lovely action, Simon Harmer.
Oh, he's just such a good bowler to watch. He really is. This one's pushed off the back foot by Lawes, down into the offside. Plays it very well, but back-to-back maidens for Essex. 138 for 7. Surrey trail by 133. At Somerset, 374 for 6 against Yorkshire at Taunton. Lewis Gregory 75, Casey Aldridge 23, and 116 for Tom Abel. And a little bit of a drinks break here, because we're ahead of time with Harmer bowling so many overs at the moment. Kent and Warwickshire, well, this game's moved on because Warwickshire are all out for 225 in reply to Kent's 165, and Kent are 30 for 1. Still trailing by 26 runs now, 34 for 1. I'm saying I'm not sure they'll all be there in Birmingham on Friday, the way that one's going. Oh, now Northamptonshire 235, Lancashire 75 for 4. So wickets already there for Northamptonshire. Luke Wells has gone, Jennings has gone, Croft has gone, and Jones has gone.
Northants coming off the back of that win last week.
Just beginning to put it together now, Northants, because they're moving their way up the table. And it's interesting, but the table I'm looking at the moment sort of has the latest points, I think, added to it. So as we stand at the moment, Surrey have extended that lead above Hampshire by 18, but still a lot of cricket to come over the next few days, of course. In Division 2, Nottinghamshire declared at 618 for 8 against Derbyshire, and Derbyshire in response 12 without loss. So there we are, some runs for Nottinghamshire. Oh God, Ricky Clark's not here for this. Sussex is still batting at Lords. 459 for 7. Mr. Pajara's still there on 177. So,
how many balls he faced?
Oh, well, quite a lot. Yes. Anyway, we did wonder yesterday. 323 deliveries for Mr. Pajara. Murtaugh's brought himself into the attack now. He's in his 28th over.
He's got big regrets.
1 for 68 for the great man. And I did like the thought of Ricky Clark reckoned that if Murtaugh went to the bar last night to get himself a drink, there would have been none of the Middlesex players with him at all. He'd have been all on his own. Leicestershire and Glamorgan, opening day of this one, and Leicestershire are 200 for 3. Lewis Hill 74 not out, and Mulder 37 not out. Fella drinks break here in South London, so we're ready to go again. Eva Gray alongside, Sam Cook down below us is going to come in over the wicket to Will Jacks, who's forward, pushes this one away through backward point. Take a single with Will Jacks, that'll get Lawes onto strike. But again, even that shot from Will Jacks, very positive stride forward, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see it so often from Will Jacks, as we've said. He's such an aggressive player, but yeah, even when he defends, it's almost a check drive rather than a defensive shot. But still a little bit of movement here for Sam Cook. Not really as much as we saw yesterday for Dan Worrell, even when he was into his 16th, 17th over, but there's something there.
Yeah, still a bit there. Whereas over the wicket comes Cook to Lawes, and Lawes lets this go. Outside his off stump. So Lawes doing a good job here. Been out there now for 29 deliveries for these 6 runs. Surrey still trail by 132. Essex on a run. They won their last 3 games, of course. So Surrey for the first time this season in their first innings in trouble, in a bit of bother in their first innings. Cook over the wicket, he comes to Laws, and Laws shorter length delivery this time, gets right in behind it, plays it out towards cover point, and there's no run.
I don't think Surrey have bowled first too many times this year, have they?
It's a very good question. That's my little book.
I'm just thinking of a lot of big first innings batting totals. Can't think of too many.
I think probably actually the biggest one they've conceded would have been at Scarborough last week, actually, when they bowled first. Forward goes Laws, and they still managed to work their way back into the game. They'll get a single here. Pushed forward their thickish edge, and that's gone through the slip in there, which is Dan Lawrence. Do you know what I think I've done here, Eva? I've torn out, to do our rotor, I've torn out my first page of my book with all those totals on. I found it now though. So I think Yorkshire 521, and that was batting first. But Surrey responded with 515 as this one's turned into the leg side. Surrey definitely batted first against Warwickshire. Hampshire, I think Hampshire were first up, 2-2-3, then Surrey 4-6-7.
A mixture then, really.
Same again with Somerset, they batted first. But yes, as I say, this is the first time in the first innings they've been anywhere near short of 200. As forward goes Will Jacks, plays this one off a goodish length up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Jacks 32, Laws has 7, 140 for 7. You almost feel already that every single run is vital though, don't you? Because thinking further ahead in the game. Now obviously from here for Surrey, the closer they can get to that 271 the better. That's an obvious thing to say, but also just thinking further ahead in the game with Harmer, if you can get to within 50 and then bowl well, because anything's going to be difficult to chase with Harmer batting last, isn't it? But if Essex could have a lead of 100, and then even if Surrey knocked them over for 150, 200, 300 against Harmer, it's going to be tough, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've just got to take this in stages, I think. 140 for 7 now. They've got to look at 170, 180 and then to the 200 mark and just kind of take it that way, because if you look at the overall situation at the moment, trailing by 131, it seems like a big task when you're already 7 down with Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell to come.
Westie's managing to get the ball changed now. He's just had a long chat with umpire Peter Hartley, so we're getting this ball changed after 56 overs. And Tom Wesley and Dan Lawrence have immediately gone over to have a long chat with Will Jackson, try his bat out here. So you cricketers, you're all the same, aren't you? You all want to have a go with somebody else's bat and see whether it's better than yours, and if why is this such a good pickup, etc, etc.
Absolutely. I've got the pleasure, Alice Capsey has given me one of her old spares.
Oh, lovely.
And it's
I bet
big.
that's a good bit of willow.
Yeah, although she was telling me the other day she's just got a new batch in for her selection in the England squad, and she got an invoice through and it said it's the Tammy Beaumont Sphere Dunkley range, and she was like, well, what have I been using then?
Well, there you are, you see. Tammy Beaumont Sophia Dunkley range. I know which range that is. Oh, great nicks. Nice bits of willow, those. But yes, you're all the same. Anyone who's ever played cricket is the same. You see somebody else's bat and you just want to have a go with it, don't you?
Yeah, I don't really know too much about bats, but one of the coaches at the Stars, Tom Lister, he, without fail, will pick up every single person's bat, and something about the oil, something needs sanding, something. It's beyond me.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And I was chatting with someone the other day about when I got my first bat, you can use it for 6 months because you had to linseed oil it and then get an old cricket ball in a sock and spend hours knocking the thing in. As round the wicket comes Simon Harmer, then they've got themselves a different ball and changed the ball, so 56 overs and another ball for Simon Harmer to have a go with, but this will be more for the quicker men. And see if they can get this ball changed and swing now. We'll wait to see if this one swings anymore. It was when Surrey got the ball changed yesterday, they managed to break that partnership of Harmer and Rossington. Played so well yesterday. Harmer around the wicket to Laws. Laws plays him down into the leg side. Brown does the fielding. But yes, I think sort of legend has it that when sort of your overseas pro gets their bats, then everybody's onto them straight away. And when they leave, you're always trying to see if you can get one of their bats. This one's punched up the ground by Tom Laws, and there's no run.
Yeah, luckily these days they come pre-knocked in, so you don't have to annoy your parents by...
Well, I enjoyed it, Eva. It was like a night out for me, that. Rock and roll for the young Church. Banging his new cricket bat in as forward goes... I slept with mine. As forward goes Laws, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Genuinely, my first bat, I slept with my first bat. It meant that much to me. Yeah, I had to wait 6 months to actually use the thing, right? It took that long to knock it in. As in comes Harmer, and this one is just pushed away again by Tom Laws. He's doing a good job here, Tom Laws, because actually I think the plan here has been that Laws is going to see more of Harmer at the moment, and then maybe Will Jacks thinks he's got more chance of attacking the quicker bowlers as Harmer's in again, and Laws just nudges this one up the ground towards mid-on. They'll pick up the single. No, they won't. Apologies, there isn't a run there. End of the over, 140 for 7, maiden over. Jacks has 32, Laws has 7. When Mark Ramprakash got his 100th 100 at Headingley back in 2007, he was actually using one of Scott Newman's bats. And Scott Newman was just giving him the bat for that innings because he wasn't working with his other ones, and he got the 100th 100 with that bat. So I think, you know, sometimes that can happen. But yeah, so all cricketers love, especially batters, sort of 1, 2, 3 type batters. They absolutely love having to go with everybody's bats.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a Grey Nicks gal as well, and I went down to the factory last year.
Is that still Robertsbridge down in Sussex? Yeah, it's a lovely place, that is. Cook is in and pushed by Jack straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. And
Guy Ian said something to me like, do you want the Pro Performance blade? And I was, yeah.
Wow, yes, please.
Yeah.
Thanks
Sounds
so much.
great.
Sounds super. Adds 1,000 runs onto the season. Thank you very much indeed. I used to like the old Power Spot. And then they had the Dyna Drive, which had four little scoops at the bottom of... in over the wicket once again comes Cook. Lovely shot from Will Jacks. That's driven firmly out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. Brilliant work from Dan Lawrence. Gets round very quickly and gets one hand on the ball and then gets the throw away, and that'll be 2 more to the total, 2 more to Will Jacks. He moves on to 34 and 142 for 7. This partnership worth 30 now. Came together at 112 for 7.
Not worried about that rope out there, is he?
That's a brilliant bit of work, really. Great athleticism. Sprinting full pace and then one hand down, and the throw away is over the wicket again. Goes Cook, he's across his stumps, clips this up towards mid-on. They'll take the single as the throw comes in from Porter. That's 1 more to Will Jacks. Tom Laws responding to that call from Will Jacks. He's on to 35 is Jacks, and Surrey moving on to 143 for 7. Yes, I remember the old Dyna Drive. Then there was the 1 scoop, which did exactly what it said on the tin. Just had 1 big scoop at the back.
Who comes up with these things? Oh yeah, we'll take a scoop out of the back.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely. Real retro. I remember getting very... and you saying that, obviously now with Gray Nichols Sophia, is in over the wicket goes Sam Cook. This one's pushed up the ground. Other bat manufacturers are available, everybody, obviously, and there's no run. But I remember when Sophia went to Newbury, and I was like, this is now... We are old school now. I tell you, this is exciting. And then Mark Stoneman as well went to Newbury. It's, yeah, that was a real sort of retro look, that bat.
It's always exciting, isn't it, when someone changes bat sponsor?
Oh, absolutely, it really is. Sometimes it can be, well, it's like the end of a relationship. This one's coming back, shout for LBW, I think that's going down. Got that to swing. Laws pushing forward. It's the pads and rolls away into the offside, but nice bit of bowling, just getting that to tail back in. But yes, it can be a little bit like the end of a relationship.
Yeah,
you invest your time in a player, and then all of a sudden they switch and they don't tell you.
Almost like a different stage in their career as well.
Yeah,
I remember
absolutely.
Joe Root with a GM and Joe Root with a New Balance.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. As over the wicket once again goes Cook, and forward goes Laws. Good-looking shot this from Tom Laws, and that'll be 4. The on drive from Tom Laws, just punched down the ground, just slightly over pitch by Cook. Very good shot that from Tom Laws. Good runs these from Tom Laws. Just the 11, but he's doing a good job here with Will Jackson. Surrey make their way to 147 for 7 at the end of the over. Jack's 35, Laws on 11.
It's a lovely shot that from Tom Laws. I think that'll settle the nerves a little bit. Still searching for his first proper score in county championship cricket.
That was beautifully played. Well, I remember when Graham Gooch switched from Duncan Fernley to SS. Oh, devastated. Absolutely. It's a bit like, it's my equivalent of this Love Island thing. when a player switches bat manufacturer, because you invest your time in them, and then they don't let you know, and all of a sudden you look up and oh, hang on just a sec. As over the wicket then comes Simon Harmer. This is tucked away by Will Jacks down into the leg side. Porter comes round to do the fielding. Not sure it'll quite catch on as a sort of a weekday series, but yes. As in comes Harmer once again over the wicket, quicker this time. Jacks just nudges into the leg side. Walter tumbles across to do the fielding, but the equipment these days is amazing, absolutely amazing.
Absolutely, I feel like it's just about how it picks up for me. If it feels nice, then it'll do.
Yeah, absolutely is. Tossed up again by Harmer. This one turned once again into the leg side by Will Jacks. Jacks just wanders off towards square leg for a second, composing himself, and then we'll wait once more. As in over the wicket goes Harmer. This is tucked away by Jacks, straight down the ground. He'll take a single. Will Jacks playing this very sensibly at the moment. He's on to 36. 148 for 7, so Surrey trail now by 123.
Big couple of months for Will Jacks here. I was saying earlier to Paul, he's really kind of making his mark on red ball cricket this year and kind of cementing his place as someone who can bat for time, really.
It's all forward goes Laws, and that's going into the hands of the silly point. Paul Waters just been put in there at silly point. In over the wicket once again comes Harmer. Laws is forward, plays this one down in front of him. End of the over. Many thanks to Bob, who sent me a picture of the Dyna Drive. Thank you, Bob. Brilliant from you, sir. And then David say, didn't the single scoop and double 4 scoop come before the Dyna Drive? It might have done. It might have done, yeah. It could have done.
Stand corrected.
Yeah. Reese is saying, when I did my work experience at the county ground and the players and ground staff used to pop in to have a net in between coaching sessions, they'd just grab any kit, unless NASA was in, and then we had to tell everyone not to touch his bats. Well, there you are. You see, some players are very particular about their stuff. And oh, Bob's saying the Dyna Drive was a double scoop. Yeah, so there we are, double scoop. Steve saying Rob Keogh is a serious player. He certainly is a very, very good player. And so which was the one with the... Hang on, I'm just going to look at this picture here. Hopefully if I click on this we'll be alright. Oh dear, I might not do that. But yeah, I seem to remember there was one that had 4 little scoops at the bottom. Maybe that wasn't called the Dyna Drive. I remember the power spot, I remember the single scoop. Anyway, Critchley's coming into the attack to bowl his leg break, so they've taken the quicker men out the attack from this Vauxhall end, so bowling his leggies. Critchley in the first one lands on a goodish length, and it's pushed by Will Jacks out into the offside.
Interesting that we've got a change in bowling after they've just had the ball changed.
Yeah, yeah. And actually you got one to swing there as well, as this one does bounce outside Will Jacks' off stump, as he's just pushing at that outside that off stump, and that goes past his edge, and that's taken by Rossington. Bounce there for Critchley. Over the wicket he comes once again. Quicker this time. That's pushed by Will Jacks out towards Paul Walter. In there at short extra cover. 148 for 7. Sun's coming out now. It's been a cloudy day, but sun's coming out now. Was talk of a possibility of rain later. As forward goes Jacks. Plays this one from Critchley out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, I had a look at my really accurate weather app, AccuWeather.
Excellent. Is that a good one, is it?
It's really good, yeah.
Excellent, excellent.
And it didn't, no rain predicted for the next.
Well, we'll believe that.
3 hours.
Other apps are available, of course, that tell you the weather. Sometimes it's right, most of the time it's wrong. As forward goes Will Jacks, plays this one straight back up the pitch. Did rain last night though. Sudden sort of dead. It was actually quite invigorating, I have to say.
It was weird. Usually rain makes you cold, but it was really nice. It cooled you down, didn't it?
It did. That's nice. In again comes Critchley, and this is punched off the back foot by Will Jacks, and they'll pick up a single. So this is sensible stuff from Jacks and Laws. So we've got spin from either end. We've got Harmer with his off spin and Critchley with his leg breaks now. Surrey creeping along to 149 for 7. I had to purchase some emergency toiletries last night for my night at the hotel, and I also even had to purchase an emergency T-shirt.
Ah.
Yes, from a well-known supermarket. Yes, because I did.
What's that then?
Well, one of the bigger ones with an orange sign that rhymes with Bainbury's. if everyone can work that one out. Got a nice selection of T-shirts in there.
Have they?
Oh, very good it was.
Was it a local one or a big one?
It was near. It was quite a big one, near to where I was staying. Here is Harmer coming into Will Jacks, who's turning this one into the leg side, rolls in there towards Walter. There is no run. Again, the field on that leg side spread out, and then he's left the whole of the covers open. So 3-6 field again. As punched off the back foot by Jacks. Walter will come round to do the fielding, but again there's 2 men back on that leg side boundary rope, and the long on, and then a wideish mid off and a backward point. As he's in again, Harmer. This one's tucked by Jack's leg side. Good bit of work there from Nick Brown down there at short leg. Mr. Paul Newton is moving his way back into the commentary box. Mr. Coney is here as well. So we'll do a couple more overs and then have a double change. As punch by Jacks off the back foot straight down the ground. He'll pick up a single, and that will bring up the Surrey 150. So 150 is up for Surrey, 150 for 7, to a ripple of applause around the ground. So trailing by 121. 38 this partnership is worth now. Doesn't sound a huge amount, but actually from where Surrey were, they're still in a heap of bother. When Overton went, as here is Harmer again. It's really tossed this up. Laws almost falls for it. Drove, thick edge, rolls down towards backward point. Harmer thought he'd done him there for a second. Really did throw that one up and has left that cover region completely open. And again comes Harmer. Laws forward again. He's played very well here as Tom Laws pushes that one in towards Paul Walter. It's the end of the over. Thoughts, Eva Gray, of where we are at the moment?
Yeah, quite a lot of pressure on Will Jacks is what I think. I think if Laws goes here, then he'll kind of look to up the scoring rate a little bit with Roach and Dan Worrell. But yeah, Tom Laws doing a really nice job here of just sticking with him, really.
The other exciting thing is, because we're seeing so much of Harmer as usual, And now Critchley's on. We're whipping through the overs. So we might even be not too near at the right time for everything today, which doesn't happen very often. As Critchley from the Vauxhall end is into Jacks, who's pushing. This one from Critchley with his leg breaks out towards Paul Walter. There at extra cover. 150 for 7 as in comes Critchley once more and forward comes Jacks. It's looked a bit like a googly, that one from Critchley.
Yeah, he's got a big follow through, doesn't he?
He does. It's like sort of at the end of a 100-metre sprint when you burst through the line. Forward goes Jacks, nicely played, just nudges it leg side, we'll get a single. Sensible stuff this from Will Jacks again. 39 now from 90 deliveries from Will Jacks. Playing the situation, I think it's fair to say, in modern parlance. It's Will Jacks. 3 balls to go in this Critchley over. Tom Laws comes back onto strike. Critchley's keeping him waiting with a couple of practice deliveries up to his captain Tom Westley. Sweeper on the cover rope and one at deep backward square, as that's just allowed to go outside the off stump by Tom Laws, apologies.
Slightly more surprised we haven't got a couple more catches in or men closer to the bat, especially bowling at Laws here.
In again, Critchley. Laws backs away and cuts. Good shot. Late cut, and has got it away down to that deep point boundary rope. Nicely played by Tom Laws there. Eva just waited and waited and then little back cut for 4.
Yeah, really nicely played. Got that really far to the left hand of a very backward point. As I say, very late cut.
It's look good here. It's Tom Laws on 15. Keeping Mr. Jack's company. He's also seen a lot of Harmer. This one's tossed up by Critchley and pushed by Laws. End of the over, Eva Gray. Thank you very much indeed. Eva will be back in about 45 minutes time. Jeremy Coney is going to come in and situate himself where Eva was sat. Looks like Harmer is going to continue from that pavilion end. I'll do this over with Jeremy and then we'll bring in Paul Newton. So Jeremy Coney making his way back in and popping his headphones on in a sec to see what's happening up there in the middle. Mr. Coney, welcome back, sir, and a good little partnership developing here between Will Jacks and Tom Laws, but they need it to continue for some time yet. Armour it will be to come over the wicket to Will Jacks. Jacks is forward, whips this one back up the ground, and Armour does the fielding off his own bowling and there's no run.
It's interesting, isn't it, in this situation, 7 down, Will Jacks really the only batsman left. Do you want the long on now, or do you bring him up and say, look, invite the stroke?
This one's really tossed up by Armour, and Will Jacks has looked to drive through extra cover. It's gone straight down to that long on fielder, and he picks up a single, and Jacks will move on to 40. 156 for 7.
It's just a slightly different way of looking at it, isn't it? I mean, you can say he's up there and it's preventing a big stroke, but at the same time, if you're a spinner and you value the fact that you are able to defeat someone in the air, then you can get a catch. You know, someone who's at 3/4.
In comes Harmer again, and this is a slog sweep from Laws. That's a great shot. Tossed up by Harmer, and Laws slog sweeps him straight through mid-wicket for 4 for Laws. That long on comes up, and he's got 2 close catches. So there's a bit more space out there for Laws. That's a very well executed shot from Tom Laws.
Yep, outside that off stump. So he's been able to access the sort of a straight mid-wicket, if you like, because of the line is outside off. Now, can he just out there again and just toss it slightly slower?
In again, forward comes Laws. Prods this one down towards Walter. Lurking, tall man, Paul Walter. Long arms, and long legs, obviously, but long arms in there at Silly Point. Over the wicket once again comes Harmer. That one is tossed up, let go by Laws. Little bit of purchase back in there, not enough, but little bit of purchase for Harmer.
Yeah, there's not much rough outside that off stump of Laws, is there? Bowlers running round the wicket.
Balls forward here, drives Harmer up towards mid-off. End of the over, end of me for the time being. A few thoughts from Jeremy Coney, and then he will be joined by BBC Radio Essex's Paul Newton.
Yeah, well, I'm interested now. Jacks has been in for 92. We know he's a good player. We know that he's got a range of shot that can put pressure on certainly the quicker bowlers I've seen him attack. I haven't seen him play a lot against spin, but you know, 92 deliveries now. I'd like to see just him start to move perhaps up, not a wildly up into another gear, but to show us that he can attack length just a bit more, and whether that's a sweep stroke or whether it's a down the track.
As Critchley is in, bowls, and this ball off the back foot by Jacks to Walter in the covers, no run.
I'm not suggesting he tries to do silly things, I'm just saying, can we go through a gear?
Critchley bowls, good delivery, well played by Jacks back to the bowler, 160 for 7.
And if he does that, then he earns himself some shorter deliveries because he's attacking the length that the bowler's happy to operate from.
Critchley, this is shorter. It's pulled away. It may well go for 4 and has done. And that bisects long on and mid-wicket. And 4 runs, nothing the two fieldsmen who tried to get to it, Snater and Porter, could have done to prevent that. 164 for 7. Loose delivery from Critchley, duly punished by Jacks, 44 to hit.
Yep, just a long hop, just dragged down, and so plenty of chance. But quite often you pick out the fieldsman when those sorts of strokes, so that was well done.
Critchley pitches this one up, very pleasantly driven into the offside. There's Stan Lawrence on the cover boundary area to keep it down to a single. 165 for 7. Jacks along to 45 and dropped when he was, I didn't just note exactly what he'd made, around about 13 when he was dropped.
I saw that was Alistair Cook, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. As the next ball is pushed into the offside, there's no run. Ricky Clark was saying that Cook may have been late to get down to it because he thought the wicket-keeper would have come across and
it's on his left,
taken it, which I think is a fair point. Critchley's in, bowls, and that's well left by Laws, who's beginning to play with more and more confidence out there. And 45 to Jacks, 19 to Laws, and that last boundary brought up the 50 partnership. 165 for 7, last wicket at 112, so 53 vital runs now put on for this 8th wicket. And we probably are seeing the same syndrome, I think, Jeremy, of as the ball gets older, batting gets easier.
Yeah. Well, they've got 3 seamers, haven't they? And I can't. What, some of them are bowled. One's bowled 17. I guess the other one's 14, are they? 14 and 10.
Yeah.
So there's a few little overs there. We're getting close to what? How many overs now? That's 64. So 16 to go before the second new ball. 8 each end. Perhaps a seamer might come on at some stage to give themselves then a bit of a break before they have a go at the second new ball.
Harmer begins a new over from the pavilion end. Single from the first ball to Jacks, who moves along to 46. And Laws comes in to strike on 19. 166 for 7. And if there was a thought originally that Essex wanted to bowl principally to Tom Laws, I'm not sure that applies anymore. He's long since played himself in.
Well, he's played a slog sweep and a very nice drive, hasn't he, and a back cut.
Harmer pitches this right up. Laws not to be tempted, drops it into the offside. Walter retrieves under the helmet, silly point. 166 for 7. A bit of palish sunshine, and of course there is a forecast we might get a thunderstorm at some point. Doesn't look as if it's imminent yet, as here is Laws playing the ball up to Walter again, no run.
I mean, these are easier conditions to play someone like Harmer. He's not getting any turn at the moment. He's mainly working with line, just pushing, trying to bring the batsman wider and right and draw him out.
Next ball is returned whence it came, 166 for 7.
And that's the difficulty as a batsman. You've got to see the line of the ball. You end up playing deliveries you don't have to. You can get a little edge through to Cook there at first slip, or one to the keeper.
On a quicker delivery, but Laws is well up to that, and again plays it up to Paul Walter at silly point. Nick Brown's under the helmet at bat pad, and Alistair Cook at slip.
In the second innings, if he starts to get turn as well, then you bring the two men catching in front into play.
Next ball is played to short mid-wicket. There's no run there. The over ends with Surrey just 105 behind now at 166 for 7. Jacks 46, Laws 19. Just looking at the other Division 1 scores, easily the most noteworthy score is Lancashire's collapse to 93 for 6, replying to Northamptonshire's 235, and Northampton are doing pretty well actually for a side promoted in 2019 and now getting the chance to play in Division 1. They look in no danger of being relegated. Elsewhere, Warwickshire 225 led Kent by 60, and Kent are 62 for 2 second dig. Somerset 404 for 9 at Taunton against Yorkshire. Hampshire 339 for 5 at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire. And those are the other Division 1 scores. And Matt Critchley just reminds me slightly, Jeremy, of the last spinner that Essex had that used to play for Derbyshire. That's Jeff Miller many years ago. Different type of spinner, but nevertheless just a physical similarity as this ball from the leg spin of Matt Critchley does get a little bit of turn there, played back by Laws to the bowler. Laws playing very good hand here. I think he has looked in very little trouble really since he came in, and he watches the ball carefully. Like the way he played that one up to short extra. There's no run, but again he watched it carefully, timed it nicely to the subfieldsman on at the moment, Aaron Beard at short extra. And here is a terrific catch taken by Beard. It was hit with full force by Laws, who remonstrates with himself. He must be at least the 5th Surrey batsman. I know no one's ever going to look pleased when they're out, but he'd really done everything right there, but suddenly hit the ball in the air, and the first time that I can remember him hitting the ball off the ground, it went like a rocket because it was beautifully timed, and Beard, who I rather fortunately just noticed there, was on, I'm not sure for whom, put his hands up, and although you can say should have caught it, but I thought it was a very smartly taken catch and a vital breakthrough from Essex's point of view after a very fine partnership of 55. Surrey now 167 for 8.
Loose drive really from Laws. We haven't seen a lot of that. He's certainly starting to widen his game, wasn't he? We were seeing a back cut and we saw some drives and so on, so it's brought about the fall of his wicket. He's caught at short cover just to his right, two-handed catch, just about shoulder high, so again just lofting the ball to an area that, you know, round about that fielding, those fielding positions, so it's a bit of a danger. So that's the 8th wicket to fall now, and that brings Roach out to bat. He can bat a bit too. They need another partnership, don't they, really, here? Another 50 odd runs if they can. And Jacks is now going to have to play slightly more of a role, I think, until he feels comfortable, as he was with Laws, to be fair. And I think your comments about Laws looking, you know, composed at the crease, and I think he was, until he played that stroke. So Roach the new man, 104 runs still behind the Essex total. So they've done very well today. They've kept on changing the bowlers, they've kept on claiming wickets throughout, just the one partnership, and that's really the one that we've just seen broken now. So 167 for 8. No one's really got on top of Harmer at all. He's bowled, what, 20 overs for 39, something like that?
Yeah, Essex have bowled very tightly. I mean, none more so than Shane Snater, who at one point had only had 9 runs hit from 14 overs. Critchley bowls, and Kamar Roach First ball is received, plays it out to the subfielder, Aaron Beard. I've yet to work out who he's on for, but I just mentioned him, and no sooner did I do so than Tom Laws, who'd never hit the ball off the ground previously, suddenly hit one in the air. It was 4 runs unless he hit it anywhere near Aaron Beard, who snatched it out of thin air. And here we see Roach tickle the ball round the corner. It's going down towards the fine leg boundary, just waiting to see if there was definitely bat in that. And no, they're leg byes, because it was a suspicion that it had come off the pad, particularly with the long time it took to actually cross the fine leg boundary. So 171 for 8 up on the ball.
The loping stride of Alistair Cook.
Yes.
Didn't really look as if he was going to threaten that leg bite. Normally, of course, slows slightly when it hits the pad.
Yes, as you look round, this is Dick Davis, Jeremy, who is going to be here for the next 2 days. My stamina only lasts for 1 day nowadays.
All right.
So well, when I say that...
it's a lively shirt you're wearing.
It is.
You found that in the cupboard somewhere, didn't you?
It's deliberately made to mask the fact I only last 1 day. So,
all right.
But
to
no,
be noticed.
Yes, having
in the
not
time that you're here.
We share the days, and having not come yesterday because of the intimidating forecast, so it's Dick's turn for the days 3 and 4, as Harmer prepares to come in. 171 for 8 up on the ball, with Jacks on 47, and we've got slip and a bat pad as Harmer's in from the pavilion end, bowls, and Jacks tickles it round the corner to short mid wicket. Paul Walter, no run, 171 for 8, exactly 100 behind. Harmer again in and bowls, and Jacks has flicked this one away off the pads, gets a single down to deep backward square leg. Dan Lawrence, and scored to 172 for 8, so the lead now under 3 figures, and Jacks to 48. Kamar Roach, no mug with the bat. Dan Worrell, the only man we've yet to see. 148 added today, Surrey, for the loss of 7 wickets in the course of the day. Harmer in bowls, and prodded back down the pitch. So we've this is the 67th over being bowled. Another 13 and the second new ball, if Essex haven't bowled Surrey out by then, would be available. Harmer again. Bowls, and Roach has clubbed this beautifully through the covers for 4, and the invitation was made by Harmer, and Kamar Roach was not slow to take advantage. 176 for 8, Roach off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, enticing slower ball, nice and wide, but the foot got out there, gave it a good swing. I think again I'd like that man up at the long on to sort of 2/3 rather than right almost on the boundary.
Harmer bowls to Roach, tickles it round the corner. Porterfield's at backward square leg, no run, 176 for 8.
He's only been in 4 deliveries, and I think you're certainly, as a bowler, you're allowed to have the man up for the catch.
Yeah, as Harmer is in, bolts to Roach, and places off the back foot, keeps low, but he's very watchful there, Roach, and plays it out to Paul Walter, to shortish mid on, and that completes the over. 95 behind now. Jacks has 48, Roach 4, 176 for 8.
I suppose you'd have to say in Westley's defence that it's been quite an effective policy, haven't it? This 3-6 field, 6 on the onside, 3 on the leg side to Harmer. It's been difficult for the Surrey people to get really on top of him, and it's enabled him to bowl outside that, just outside that off stump. No one's really got close enough to the ball as a batsman that you could actually score through that offside. You'll find a lot of Indian players who, instead of going just propping forward.
Critchley begins a new over from the Vauxhall end, ball played to backward point, there's no run.
They'll tend to go back, and they'll go into middle and leg, so it opens up the offside a little bit more for you as a batsman. So as it, and they'll use their wristy sort of strokes, the Indians, to get singles and 2s.
Critchley a little bit short, and this ball's played down to wide long on. Jamie Porter single, takes Jacks to 49. Roach will come into strike on 4. Essex have used 5 bowlers and they've all got at least 1 wicket, with 3 to Snater, 2 to Cook and 1 each to Porter, Harmer and Critchley.
Yep, they've been quite tight, although as you look at run your eye down the dismissals, there's been a lot of batsmen who've been culpable about their own dismissals today.
Very, very much so, that's absolutely true. Nice shot from Roach, but well fielded by Walter in the covers, and score 177 for 8. Yes, I reckon there's 5 who've got a good reason to look back and say, how did I get out to that? As this next ball's played into the covers, no run, and that's not to say the bowling hasn't been good, but but the dismissals were eminently avoidable, and so many Surrey players have played themselves in only then to get out. Jacks is the one, and he was lucky too to be dropped when he made 12 or 13, something like that, but he's taken advantage of his life. Walter again fields in the covers from the next delivery from Critchley to Roach. 177 for 8 remains the score. Slip and a bat pad the close field. Critchley bowls, and here is a mow into the offside, but again Paul Walter, who seems to have the exclusive rights to fielding in this over, and he stops the run. Roach remains on for Jacks within 1 of a 50, and Surrey at 177 for 8 are 94 runs behind Essex's 271 all out.
So 12 overs now to that new ball, and that may be one of the things too that might be encouraging Westley to leave those men out on the boundary, 3 men to the legs on the leg side to the right-handers, that he'll get through these 13 overs and the deficit will still remain relatively large, so he can try and use that second new ball a little more.
Yeah, I think I'd be tempted, Jeremy. I don't know what you think, to bring one of the quicker bowlers back before long, just in case Roach, who's looked quite comfortable against the spinners, mightn't be so keen on the quick stuff, but we'll see. Though obviously Essex don't have anyone lightning pace, as here is Harmer beginning a new over from the pavilion end, and bowls to Jacks, who plays it to Walter, who again is in the thick of the fielding, this time at mid-wicket. 177 for 8. Harmer bowls again, gets through his overs in no time. Jacks back to the bowler, no run.
I guess it depends on what the ball is like. If the bowler feels that there's something still there capable of either a little bit of movement for him. I mean, this is the time when spinners should be bowling, I think.
Well, very much so, yes. Harmer's in, bowls, and this ball's flicked down to deep backward square leg down Lawrence, and the applause will tell you that that is Will Jacks's 50 of 105 deliveries. And fine knock indeed from this very talented young cricketer, who in some ways has played a game that originally you'd have said was foreign to him, because he's really got his head down and worked here. All right, fortunate to survive 1 drop, but apart from that, played immaculately. 178 for 8, and bring you in after this ball, Jeremy, as Harmer is in, bowls to Roach, who defends back to the bowl.
He's an organised player, isn't he, Will Jacks? He's got some plays. He's got all the range of shots, so he can score, in other words, 350 or 60.
Yep.
I don't even think behind the keeper, is it?
Harmer's in, bowls to Roach, who just drops the ball virtually in the crease up to bat pad Nick Brown, and you have to be able to adapt in this game. If Pope or Amler had still been there, I think we would have seen him play a very much more aggressive innings, but well done to him for getting his head down and being prepared to constrain himself, as the next ball is just virtually stopped in the crease again by Roach, whose job is to stay there with Jacks. 50 to Jacks, 4 to Roach. End of the Harmer over, 178 for 8.
Yeah, so where is this game going? At the moment, certainly Essex holds sway, and they've deserved that. After their bowling performance, it's their bowlers that really have put them into this position. The batting, 270 isn't a huge total, but the bowlers have been able to really, first of all, constrain what is a number of free-stroking Surrey players, and then dismiss them as well. So Surrey are now confronting quite a substantial deficit. That's probably worth about 35 overs at this stage, as you know, that 93, because the scoring rates haven't been particularly high here in this match so far.
Well, my direct line to what I used to say was Tenduscarter is now transferred to Tom Wesley, and we are going to see one of the quicker bowlers come back into the attack.
Yep.
And I think it's the right move personally. Critchley did well, I thought, but nevertheless I think Tom Laws will just kick himself the first time he hit it off the ground. The
Well, he got a wicket.
Well,
Got a
exactly.
wicket.
But maybe Porter can now pick up one. Going to be bowling initially to Will Jacks, who just reached his 50. Porter bowls to him from the Vauxhall end and solidly in defence, played back to the bowler, 178 for 8, 93 behind.
So third man, just a one slip now, third man backward point, both on the boundary. So that allows, of course, the bowler to bowl a little bit wide, perhaps fourth and fifth stump if he wishes to, and maybe not go through for runs, too many of them. And then two straightish cover, if you like, saving the single, and then a halfway back to the boundary, mid-off.
Porter's in, bowls to Jacks, and they leave outside off stump. And got nice sunshine at the moment, plenty of blue sky. There is a forecast of a heavy thunderstorm at some point, particularly in the area just after 6 when I'm due to go down and try and get an interview. And I thought of bringing a coat with me today, Jeremy, but it was so humid I thought I'm just going to have to get wet if necessary.
Well, that's where the shirt will, I'm sure it'll look after you.
That's right, yes, it's got mystical powers of, of preventing me from drowning.
Right.
And Porter just with a lone slip to bowl to Will Jacks on 50, and that's a decent delivery. It moves sharply away off the pitch, but well left by Jacks and taken by Rossington, by that stage having to dive in front of slip to take it. 93 behind Surrey. Good fight back from 112 for 7. They're 178 for 8. And can't help thinking, Jeremy, if that catch had been taken of Will Jacks, I think probably Surrey would have been all out for about 135, somewhere like that. So very important that he survived, and indeed very much power to add as Porter comes in to bowl to him. That's dug in a little bit shorter, nicely played down to deep backward point for a single. That will take the score along to 179 for 8 as Dan Lawrence closes on the ball, sends in a good sidearm throw. He's got a good arm on him, Dan Lawrence. 179 for 8.
What's his season been like? I mean, he's
poor.
Yeah.
It not helped. He was playing at Edgbaston and went to stop a ball going for 4. One of those where he was going to launch himself 2 yards off to knock it back from the rope, and his hamstring went. And he missed 6 weeks, and he came back and he got 100 at Old Trafford, and he's come back after another 3 or 4 weeks and not got a score since then. And he's a wonderfully talented player, but for me, I'll come back to the point after this ball from Porter to Roach, turns it to square leg, and although the throw comes in, they easily get the single. Roach to 5, 180 for 8. For me, I'd love to be able to effect a mechanism in Lawrence's brain whereby he didn't hit the ball off the ground until he reached double figures.
Right.
Because I've seen him so often get out before he's reached double figures, and in my old schoolmaster vein, I'd be saying, I thought I told you, don't hit the ball off the ground till you've played yourself in.
Right.
And it, you know, it is a way you don't want to get out early on. As here is Porter in and bowls, and Jacks plays it defensively into the offside. He remains on 51, the end of the Porter over, 180 for 8, 91 runs behind. But you know, if he's going to get his England place back, he's got to spend time in the middle. And if you're playing a risky shot before you've even given yourself a chance to get your bearings, it doesn't help.
So it's a risky stroke that goes in the air, is it? It's not. Is it a pull stroke, or is there some common element about that, or is it the drive, or is it just indiscriminate?
He's a very instinctive player, and I admire that in him. I'm not trying to sort of stop his sense of adventure. He's a very entertaining player to watch, but I've often seen him caught at, shall we say, deep mid-on, going for the lofted drive. And I think, well, great, as long as you've really got your bearings at the time you play it. Harmer's in and bowls, pitches this one up, and a lovely shot from Roach here, going out toward the long off boundary. Won't go over it, as it's nicely picked up in the deep. They get through for a single, 181 for 8. We'll bring Mark Church back in at the end of this over. But yeah, you know, it's just, I'd love to see him really, you know, make a mark in the England team, but through the hamstring injury, he's sort of lost his England place and hasn't quite got enough spectacular scores to give the selectors a nod, as Jacks plays the ball firmly back and Harmer dives to stop it going down to long on.
And where would he go in that England side? Would it be number 5?
Yeah, absolutely spot on.
Right.
At this stage, at any rate, he's not a 3, and 5 would be ideal.
Well, Bairstow, of course, has done quite well.
Yeah, it's done rather well, hasn't he? As this next ball is turned round the corner to Porter. Loud shout of no, and score remains 181 for 8.
Well, it's weight of runs then, isn't it?
Yeah.
For him?
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, to get a weight of runs, you must spend a long time at the crease. As Harmer's in, bowls, and this will be a single to long on, as Jack's made it on the full. 52 out of 182 for 8. And I did say to him at the end of last season, you know, you do need to spend longer at the crease, and he said, your opinion, not mine. Well, he's welcome to, because it's, you know, his right to his opinion. I don't mind people disagreeing with me at all, but I think he has got to spend longer at the crease to get the runs that you need to say to the selectors, why aren't you picking me? As Harmer comes round the wicket for the first time today to Kamar Roach, who plays the ball into the offside, 6 to Roach, and Roach looks very composed out there.
Good on the front foot, isn't he?
Yeah.
Looking for some drives through the offside as well.
Plays some lovely shots into the offside. Here, however, he's just happy to deflect a ball a few yards out. Alistair Cook, a rare time, he'd only reckon to field the ball 3 or 4 times a day. And that's the end of the over. Jeremy, you continue, and you'll be joined by Mark Church.
Yep, so Harmer's just sort of camped at one end really here at the pavilion, right from early on today, and no one has attacked him at any point. 23 overs, 1 for 47 from him. In conditions you'd have to say that don't suit spin bowling. It isn't as if it's been sympathetic in any way. The surfaces hasn't been turned from it. He's had to rely pretty much on flight and some line to actually keep the batsman quiet. Certainly he's got good control of that. If this pitch does do anything and starts to turn, there's going to be trouble, I would think, for Surrey.
Which is why the closer they can get to that 271 from a Surrey perspective gets more and more important. 182 for 8 as Jacks is forward playing this one back up the pitch. One thing I have noticed is that Kamar Roach has come out and he's batting like Carl Hooper.
Yeah.
Driving
lovely
languidly.
Drive.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dan Worrell can bat. He's got his own method, but it's good. So Will Jacks here. Was very good from Tom Laws, but you could see his frustration, his first aggressive shot really, and he hit Critchley straight to extra cover. As in comes Porter once again, forward goes a right-handed Jacks. He'll take a single. He's quite happy to give Kamar Roach the strike here, so Kamar Roach comes on to strike on 6. The other thing is Surrey 17 runs away from a batting point. Always sort of comes into play a bit.
Well, do they come into play?
They do. The first 110 overs,
5 points.
So they're not going to get anywhere near. Well, they've actually, in a way, sorry, this season with those big totals, a couple of times they haven't got the maximum batting points. They haven't got that 400 in 110, but they've just carried on. As Kamar Roach back onto strike, as Porter over the wicket he comes, and Roach in behind this one plays it solidly back up the pitch. The other thing, of course, is there is a new ball due after this over in 8 overs time, so that will come possibly into play as well.
110 overs, is it?
110 for the bonus points. Yeah, 110 for bonus points. But yeah, I think that the closer Surrey can get towards that 271, they're 88 away from it now, because they are going to bat last on here. There's Porter Great arm over the wicket, he comes to Kemar Roach, and Roach is letting this one go. Outside is off stump. Just in my break there, had a very strange conversation with the plumber, who I wasn't expecting to call, lovely man, and said, your mum's toilet needs removing. And I was actually concentrating on the cricket at that point, and I didn't quite know what was going on there, Mr. Coney. I'm not quite sure what I've just ordered.
That's like asking the keeper to bowl.
I was just as Laws went, and I was thinking, oh, he's played so well there. Yeah. I'm not quite sure what I've just ordered, but there we are, I've ordered it. As over the wicket once again comes Porter, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Kemar Roach, and slaps into the gloves of Rossington again, moving away to his right hand side.
Well, it's probably an important moment. I mean, those sorts of things can't be delayed,
but big
can they?
No, exactly. But big decisions like that,
yeah.
I was thinking, oh, he's played so well there, Tom Laws, and then he's driven that one to extra cover, and then, yeah, I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure what Mum's going to get, to be honest with you. She might turn up and find that she's got a bath where the toilet is. New shower, I don't know. I can't remember what I said. Waits again. Does Kemar Roach, as over the wicket once again goes Porter, and Roach gets across his stumps, hits the thigh guard, just rolls away into the leg side. Pick up a leg by. I always enjoy these sorts of situations, as well as about how sort of you were talking about the batters, how you work out the way you're going to go about things.
How you face problems.
Absolutely, and to me it looks like Wheeljack quite happy to let Kemar Roach see the bowling. He's not that fussed about that, and I think obviously in this situation as well, Surrey know how crucial every single run is going to be here.
You'd think if they could somehow, you know, construct another sort of 40 or 50 runs, if they could get 50 more runs, and so they've reduced that deficit to 30, that's within the compass, I think, of a decent opening partnership. And so it's almost as if it's even Stevens. You still have to bowl extremely well, I think, in that second innings.
And batting extremely well.
Harmer's having a spell at last. I think they've let him bowl, actually, too much. There's almost been a question of there's the reputation as well as the actual ball that's coming towards you, and I think with no turn and bowling on a 6-3 onside field.
Critchley's into the attack for the first time from the pavilion end. Oh, this is always part of it as well, a mix-up in the running between the wickets. Always, you sometimes in these situations do get a comedy run out, and we almost had one there because Wheeljack set off and Roach wasn't going anywhere, and Jack sort of put up an apologetic hand. 23 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 47. But there's been 108 dot deliveries in that from Simon Harmer. As here is Critchley, and he tosses this one up, and Kemar Roach, that expansive drive again, but that potters out towards Harmer. T will be, T is now, 10 balls away, actually, looking up. So T in 10 balls, as Critchley's in again. Here goes Roach again with that big extra cover drive, and it just rolls straight back up the pitch to Critchley.
It's a very Caribbean shot.
It is, it's great.
He just loves,
as I say, it's like Carl Hooper, the one he played away through extra cover. As goes wider of the crease, does Critchley, that's the other one, but he gets himself outside the line. Does Kemar Roach, sticks out a big front pad. Mr. Ricky Clark he's off for some cake at tea time.
Oh, he always gets the others boys cake when the first guy down there. He always does that.
He's been doing his rounds.
A cup of tea as well.
As this is tossed up, left alone by Roach.
He's already been down.
He's been and done. Yep, absolutely.
He hasn't rated the cake at all.
Yeah.
That means
he says no one will like the cake.
No one. Well, that means he's eaten it already.
Yeah, he's had it all. Absolutely. He's been doing his rounds today, as our Clark. Honorary life member. Only a couple of players have ever got that when he retired.
Right.
Sangakkara, Dernbach and Clark. As forward go Roach, and plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over. 184 for 8. Jack's 53. Roach 6, and we've got 1 over until the tea break. Lunch 93 for 4.
Right, lunch was 93 for 4, is it?
93 for 4. So we're.
So what have we got this session then in that case?
We're 91 for 4.
Okay.
91 for 4 in this.
From
session.
how many overs?
It was 40. hang on, what were we at lunchtime? 43, I think it was at lunch. So what are we here? We're at 40 overs. So it's going to be...
You see, that's and half of that is Harmer.
Yep.
So that's, I think, at some point one of the batsmen had to work out, how am I going to get at least singles?
Porter over the wicket to Jacks with the field spread, but again Jacks is quite happy just to get down the pitch to Porter, push him down towards the man and take his single. So one more there for Will Jacks. He moves on to 54. It's been a good innings this from Will Jacks in the circumstances. 54 from 116.
Yeah, restrained.
Absolutely.
Restrained.
Absolutely.
And because of it, he will be in a very good position to attack at some point, because he has built up that time at the crease, the light, the pace of the pitch, the field, what the ball is doing. You know, there's lots of little things that add up to suddenly you can express yourself a lot more if it's required with the last man in, that you can attack and get a quick 25-30.
Snater's gone out to deep backward square, as here goes Kemar Roach driving again out towards cover point, and there's no run.
That's Kemar's area.
Yeah,
that's the Caribbean area, just that cover point area.
Yeah, just leans on it, does Kemar Roach. But when Cameron Steele was bowled by Snater, they stuck that man out there, which was Snater himself. He was the bowler, but they stuck a man out there, and Cameron Steele saw him and didn't really get forward and had his off stump knocked out the ground. So it was a good bit of cricket that from Essex. Sun is out now here in South London as Porter is over the wicket to Kemar Roach, and Roach gets across his stumps, and it was a fairly good length delivery. He gets the bat down on it as Kemar Roach, and then just nods back to Will Jacks. Kemar Roach sort of nods to himself as well, and then wanders off towards square leg. So trail by 86 Surrey, as bleating over his bat once more is Kemar Roach. He's got that big white forearm guard on, as in over the wicket again goes Porter, right up on the toes, and then pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
It's been an interesting day, hasn't it, really? It's been a slowish day for Surrey in terms of runs per over. They've really had to find some answers, and not many of the players have really been able to solve it, I don't think. They've had to play differently because the runs haven't come easily, and whereas looking at the figures that they have constructed in other games here, they have come quite comfortably.
As in again goes Porter. Kemar Roach gets up on his toes, pushes this one straight back down the pitch, and Porter does the fielding off his own bowling, and there is no run.
Some of the players looked as though they were prepared to get started and take some time to do that. I'm thinking if Folkes was, Amla was. Pope wanted to score runs relatively quickly and easily, as he normally does, likes to play his shots.
Lost ball before tea. Porter is into Roach, and Roach covers up, pushes this one down towards cover point. Fascinating session that. And Surrey will go to tea, 185 for 8, with Will Jacks, very good innings of 54, and Kemar Roach on 6. Essex will still be very happy with where they find themselves in this game. Surrey trailing by the 86 at tea, and good stuff from Essex. Through Will Jacks, Surrey just about hanging in there, Jeremy Cody.
Well, just the 4 wickets. This was the period of the day when Surrey yesterday were unable to claim any wickets in the middle session, but Surrey have kind of, as I look at it, Folkes really an uncontrolled cut to go very quickly after lunch. Steele, as you've just mentioned, beaten by a bit of movement, and maybe the thought planted in his mind that it was going to be a shorter ball. Overton, an uncontrolled heave at Harmer, and then Laws, who actually started to play some quite nice strokes. A lovely back cut, a slog sweep along the ground that was controlled, but then just a loose stroke to short cover. So the 4 wickets that have fallen in that in that second session of play, it meant that it's put a lot of pressure on Jacks to be, there for the rest of the innings for Surrey. So where do they go from here? Well, they've got 6 overs for a start. They don't want to lose a wicket straight after. They're going to need those 2 wickets, I think, before the second new ball, which will be taken immediately to try and mop things up, I would have thought. Yeah, and it's really it's up to Surrey to get up as close as they can to this total, don't you think? I mean, it's all pretty obvious comments, I'm afraid, but that's where we are in the game. When you get a close game like this, a 25 can make a difference.
You know what you're talking about, so I'll just copy what you've said. And I think what's key is Surrey get as close to that 271 as possible. We'll be back with you after the tea break. Mr. Coney's off to see if there's any cake left, but here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra for the tea break, we'll hand you back to Kevin Howells in Derby. And here at the Kia Oval on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex and the Surrey live stream, we'll be back with you in 20 minutes' time. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex, and on the Surrey live stream. Tea break is over. Surrey 185 for 8. That in reply to the Essex 271. 4 wickets going in that post-lunch session, and it was actually 92 for 4 in that session. Will Jacks, though, great innings of 54. Kemar Roach 6 not out. Shane Snater's picked up 3 today. He's been very good with the ball. There is a new ball around the corner in 6 overs time for Essex should they need it. Ricky Clark is alongside, and we were sort of saying before tea, Mr. Clark, that the nearer Surrey can get to that 271, the more important it becomes at the moment, doesn't it? Because they still trail by quite a few, and you're thinking Harmer a bit later down in the line, aren't you? Yeah,
100%. I think it's important that this partnership grows between Will Jackson and Kemar Roach, currently at 18. It was a lovely partnership that unfortunately got broken from Surrey's point of view between Will Jackson and Tom Laws. So the two out in the middle now will be, first of all, looking to get to 200 and obviously get a batting point, and then try and build and get as close as they can to that Essex total. Will Jackson played beautifully, responsibly as well. You know, came in a tricky situation, had a life. Obviously got dropped at slip by Alistair Cook, but he's just gone about his business. You know, we know he's an aggressive player and he's got all the shots, but it's just shown a lot of maturity here, just to occupy the crease in the end and just go about his business and tick the runs along to try and get close to that Essex total.
Yeah, he's played innings like this already this season. 72 off 125 balls against Hampshire here, and he's very capable of doing this, is Will Jackson. We all know what he can do when he's on the attack, but he can also do this in red ball cricket. Here is Harmer then with our first ball after tea, just tossing it up to Will Jackson. Jacks turns this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. 88 of 140 balls against Somerset at Taunton. Well, the 103 not out against Kent here, as Jacks is working this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. You've been in so many dressing rooms, but what would the chat have been from a batting point of view? What would the chat, just play it normally? Because Kemar Roach looked absolutely fine there before tea. As forward goes Jacks, turns this one to Nick Brown at short leg.
I think it's a case of just bat. You know, they're obviously in a situation they don't want to be in 8 down for 185, but I think it's just a case of just bat and then see where we're at. And you know, you might see if Will Jackson is still there. If Surrey lose a wicket, he might.
As this one's shorter, Jacks jumps onto that back foot looking to pull. Actually gets it very fine, and Porter does the fielding.
He might expand a little bit, and we see that range of shots. But you know, at the moment in time, his strike rate is 45, so he's just occupied the crease. Real good maturity, and shows how adaptable he is as a cricketer and maturing as a cricketer.
Absolutely is. He waits again. Forward he comes, turns this one into the leg side. Kemar Roach, as I say, sort of started like Carl Hooper with a couple of his drives. Did Mr. Roach, but he can bat, Kemar Roach. That's the other thing. He's got test match runs, of course, as in comes Harmer again, and that's short. This will be 4. Nicely played by Will Jacks. First one today, really, that Harmer's dropped in. He's left extra cover wide open. Haven't been any of those today from Harmer, and he's cross. You can see he sort of put his sun hat over his face, but it was nicely put away by Will Jacks. He's played those 5 balls very sensibly, then sees his opportunity and cracks it through the covers for 4. He's on to 58, 189 for 8.
I think that's the evidence there from how patient Will Jacks has been. You know, Simon Harmer's done that a couple of times, a little bit fuller. He's tried to entice him to hit through the offside, and Will Jacks was having none of it. On that occasion, it was just short enough, and he quickly pounced. And that's important for Will Jacks and for Surrey, that they cease on the bad ball as often as they can and keep the good ones out and just accumulate runs.
So it's going to be Shane Snater with his bandana to get started from this, the Vauxhall end of the ground. So he's picked up 3 today as Snater. He's bowled very well, actually. 3 for 18 of 14 overs, 8 maidens. The quicker bowlers have been very disciplined. today. They really have. As Snater from the Vauxhall end then comes over the wicket to the right-handed Roach. He's on a length, just swinging the ball away a touch. Roach just lets it go outside his off stump.
Yeah, I think it's been a feature of this game so far that there has been swing throughout this game, and it just allows the bowlers just to settle into a rhythm and makes the batters be a little bit more watchful because they know there is movement in the air. And always used to love the ball swinging because you knew you could just hit an area and work your way in there, so it gives you that little bit more margin for error, so you can build up your maidens that way.
Snater over the wicket he comes to Kemar Roach. Short delivery which Roach is across to and turns off his hip into the leg side. I'm always fascinated by you when you talk about the work you did with Mr. Welch when you went to Warwickshire, and just about hitting that length, so it becomes absolute second nature to you. But you put in hours of work, didn't you, with it?
Yeah, hours of work, like half an hour to 45 minutes before everyone really was getting there in the morning. You just put targets down and the foam bit on the top of the stumps and just bowl for as long as possible, just aiming at one particular area.
As in goes, Snater goes wide of the crease this time, left alone by Kemar Roach. And you always said to me that actually then it became a case of you didn't have to think, it was just, as I say, second nature. Hit that length, and then if it swings, hallelujah.
It becomes ingrained in you, you know.
Yeah.
It's no different to when you're a youngster. You get on a bike a few times, you've got the stabilisers, you take the stabilisers off and you wobble a little bit. Before too long you just get on the bike and ride it, and that's sort of where I felt I got my bowling with. Graham Welsh was fantastic for me, just to give me that confidence, just to bash a line and length as much as I can.
It's over the wicket goes Snater once again, and across his stumps goes Kemar Roach. It's going down, has swung, it's gone across his stumps, had to work leg side. Leg by will be the signal. Kemar Roach is just rehearsing that shot, but again just swung back in late from Snater, but it's another run, 190 for 8. Because at the start of your career you were quick, tear away quick, but then slowly but surely it became that the Ricky Clark of, you know, hit a length, ball off. I remember when Michael De Venito got you back, and I think your opening game in the Championship was against Somerset at Taunton. I think that was your first one. As in over the wicket goes Snater, and this one's tucked into the leg side, and he'll pick up a single. And I remember him being absolutely delighted because he said, I've got control, I've got control from one end. But I think people think that is a very natural thing for people to do. But actually hitting that length ball off the ball takes an awful lot of work, doesn't it?
A little bit like my personality, I suppose. You have to be boring when you bowl. It was a case for me. You know, I've done the hard work to get the control, and you know, there were sometimes I bowled 20 overs in a day, and I bowl exactly the same ball every time, or try to.
In over the wicket comes Snater once again, short one, and Kemar Roach is ducking this, but it actually swung away from him, and it's taken by Rossington. End of the over, 191 for 8. Then Surrey. Jacks has 59, Roach has 6, and they trail by 80.
Yeah, and it was just a case of, you know, bowling the same ball every time. I wouldn't go in swing, I wouldn't go bouncer, I wouldn't try loads of wobble seam, I wouldn't try loads of different things. You know, as my career went on, I worked on different balls, so you've got them at your exposure if you needed them. But a lot of the time, you know, for me, this sort of wicket where you're seeing swing predominantly throughout the game, to right-handers I would have looked to just shape away as much as possible with the odd swing, in swing. You also have to earn the right to bowl those deliveries.
Simon Harmer from the pavilion end comes in over the wicket to Will Jacks, who's whipping this one down the ground. He takes a single, one more to the total, 192 for 8. And now with your coaching hat on, so obviously King Edward's Whitley, you've got your own academy and all that good stuff, but we're sort of with the bowler, what are you? I remember chatting with Graham Onions at the one-day final last year and saying to Mr. Onions, listen, you know, all these tricks they do and everything, as a bowling coach now, what are you getting into young bowlers? And he was just like, hit the top of the off stump. He said literally that's it. As in comes Harmer over the wicket to Roach, and Roach is pushing this one down into the leg side, and there's no run, because he said if I know they can do that, then we can start working on a few tricks and all that. But he said if you can't constantly hit the top of the offset, he said it's pretty simple actually. As in over the wicket comes Harmer, forward goes Roach, and plays this one back up the pig. And that's something you'd agree with?
100%. You know, particularly King Edward's Whitley, that's what we're looking to do. The boys and girls just bowl a boring stock delivery. Once you've got that, then you can work other skills, but concentrate on just being boring and bowling the same ball every time. Really interesting chatting to Mr. Onion. Just forward goes Roach, and as he said, that's why he had huge success in his career as well. Hit the top of the off stump, hit the top of the off stump, then perhaps the odd bouncer, but he said that is what is absolutely key. As in comes Harmer again, tosses this up. Ooh, Kemar Roach was about to unfurl one of those extra cover drives and then thought better of it. Just pushes it away down into the leg side. I think it's a case of just being, I know I said boring, but you have to have the patience to say, look, I'm going to build the pressure on the batter. You know, a batter's job is to score runs. And over the wicket again comes Harmer, that's quicker. And Roach is just pushing this one towards mid-on. End of the over, 192 for 8, Jack 60. Roach has 6. But for any youngster, I suppose the problem is, and it's lovely, but you know, they watch the telly and see everybody bowling their back of a hand slower balls and all this good stuff, wobble seam and all this stuff, and could get slightly ahead of yourself, I suppose, couldn't you? I think it's difficult because obviously, you know, you're judged on wickets as a bowler and you're judged on runs as a batter, but I think it's what you can do for the team and what the team need in that sort of situation. You know, does the captain need control and to bring it back a bit to allow someone else to attack at the other end, or are you doing the attacking yourself? But there's more than one way to go about it. I always just used to try and bowl as many dots as I could and build pressure and get my wickets that way. Snater comes in over the wicket to Will Jacks, who's pushing this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Now, new ball is due in 2.5 overs time. Ball due in 2.5 overs time. Of course, yesterday when Surrey took the new ball, Rosington dispatched it to all parts as he made his way to a brilliant 100 yesterday. And you sort of look at Will Jacks and think he's that sort of player. If he's still there for the new ball, if there's a bit of it coming onto the bat, he might prefer that, as Snater's over the wicket to him and he's driving handsomely. It's a lovely shot for one. It really is, with the sweeper out there. See more and more of that these days. The most beautiful looking shot, fully timed, and then there's a man out there. That was Dan Lawrence, just one. If the photographer's taken a snapshot of that, you would absolutely put your house on the fact that that's screamed away for 4, wouldn't you? Profile pic. Absolutely, without a doubt. Media. Well, there's been a couple I've said over the years where batter's got absolutely nowhere near the ball, but it looks amazing. And if you saw the photo, you'd think they've absolutely hammered that, but they've actually played completely the wrong line. Snater over the wicket, he comes to Roach. Oh, here goes Kemar Roach off the back foot, looking to play that away through cover point. Got nothing on it at all. Very Caribbean shot again, that from Mr. Roach, but he's sort of indicating as well there to Will Jacks. It just climbed a bit, and Will Jacks is indicating to him, we'll try the uppercut down to third man there. So that was the advice from Will Jacks at the non-strikers end. Take the positive option. Yeah, well, absolutely. It was no, go uppercut. Snater over the wicket he comes, and driving, oh dear, is Kemar Roach. That didn't make a great noise off his bat. It sort of echoed around the ground and sort of potted out towards water out there at cover, and there's no run. I hope that wasn't off the middle. Dear. I'll be speaking to my bat manufacturer if it was. Well, those are the ones you sort of sometimes your hands go numb as well, don't they? They sort of ricochet up your bat handle. Just need to see if he's got a few signatures on the front there. Well, it might be an autograph. It could be. The sound of that one, absolutely. One he's used on the beach, perhaps. It's a short one. Again, he's ducking, but actually it's very wide outside the off stump. I was saying there with Dan Worrell as well. Dan Worrell can bat, and he's very sensible about things, is Dan Worrell. Sort of defend, then if he thinks it's there, whack it. So we're still in a very important passage of play here. That's 78 now that Surrey trail by. The other thing which I always forget in these situations is, of course, batting and bowling points. So Surrey 7 runs away from another, well, first batting point, and 1 wicket away from a third bowling point to Essex as Snater is in, and that's the Yorker. Doesn't get a bat on it. Kemar Roach just going away from him, sort of under the bat in that block hole area, and taken by
Adam Rossington moving away to his right-hand side. End of the over, 193 for 8. So 2 until the new ball can be taken. Surrey trailing by the 78. 193 for 8. And fascinatingly poised, all this. It really, you know, it's not obviously beyond the realms of possibility that Essex could have quite a bit of a bat tonight with 28 overs to go.
I've also seen during the game yesterday as well that the partnership from Essex, so Surrey will be hoping that they can emulate something similar with these two. Partnership 26 in a minute, if they can keep eking away and get close to Essex.
Harmer it is from the pavilion end, coming into Will Jacks. He's turning this one down into the leg side.
I think what's good to see, Church, is it's two very, very good sides going at it.
It's a great game.
No one's really sort of letting up. It's, you know, you've come at us, we'll come back, and so on.
Over the wicket again goes Harmer. Jacks going to work around that front pad. Outside the line, it hits the pad. Well, we said before it even started yesterday, you look at these two sides on paper, this should be an absolute cracker. And it might be a low-scoring cracker, but it's still going to be a cracker, I think. And as you say, it's sort of one side nudges ahead, then the other one comes back at them. And we saw this yesterday with Rossington and Harmer when Surrey had Essex in trouble, and now Will Jacks is 61 not out as Harmer is into him and Jacks drives. Doesn't time this, that rolls up towards mid-off and there's no run. Very pleasant afternoon now. Not as hot as yesterday, of course, but it's nice and sunny.
26, mostly cloudy, the Apple Watch is saying, yeah.
Tells you that sort of thing, does it? As this is punch, great shot from Will Jacks. He's given himself the room there to punch that through extra cover for 4. It's a lovely bit of batting from Will Jacks, it really is. And he moves on to 65, and Surrey move on to 197 for 8, but that's a terrific bit of batting from Will Jacks.
Yeah, lovely shot. He did it last over to Simon Harmer, and again Simon Harmer just dropped it down a little bit too short. You can forgive him for that. He's going into his 26th over. Probably a little bit of a tired delivery.
He's in again. Forward goes Jacks, tucks this one into the leg side. They're good, those watches, aren't they? That they tell you all sorts of different information.
Yeah, it tells me my sleep.
Does it tell you the time?
That's
the one thing you can't
find. I've not checked.
Over the wicket again goes Harmer. That's down the leg side. Quicker ball. And he gets nothing on it, does Will Jacks. End of the over. I'll bring Paul Newton in to join Ricky Clark, but we'll let Mr. Clark find the big hand and the little hand on his clever watch. And Surrey 197 for 8. They trail by 74, and as we've been saying, Ricky Clark, this is intriguingly poised at the moment, isn't it?
It is, as Shane Snater will continue from the Vauxhall end, just 1 over away from the new ball. I'll be shocked if Essex didn't take it, as we see Jamie Porter swinging his arms, so that's a good indication that he'll be coming into the attack, and I'd imagine it'll be with Sam Cook, who is also getting loose down at fine leg, I think it is, or it's Aaron Beard who's on for Alistair Cook, I think he's on. So yeah, I think they're going to take the new ball after this over.
Thanks, Ricky. As Snater runs away from us at the Vauxhall end and bowls, and the ball is just turned into the onside. And although Roach hasn't scored many, this has been a very useful partnership. He's doing the right thing, keeping Jack's company. Jack 65, Roach 6, and Essex have probably got one thing wrong today. They put down Jack's when he was only just into double figures.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, it happens in cricket, but Will Jacks is someone that if you do give a chance, he can punish you. And as you said, the partnership 30 now, and Kemar Roach has only added 6 to that, but it's important that he's still there to help Jacks.
And Snater bowls to him, and that's a very nice shot indeed into the offside. He does play lovely shots into the offside, and very stylish indeed. Walter fields it at extra cover, so there's no run, but lovely shot to watch. 197 for 8.
That was a lovely shot from Kemar Roach, just rocked onto the back foot and a nice little punch through extra cover, but Paul Walter there on this occasion, so he'll be a little bit disappointed, Kemar. He didn't get a bit of value for that shot.
Well, you weren't so bad at that sort of thing, and I'll just come back to you on that point, but Snater's coming in again already. 2 slips of gully, bowls, digs it in short, and Roach ducks under it. I always think as a batsman, yeah, it's great when you crash a ball through mid-wicket, but I think when you hit a ball with a proper cover drive or off the back foot through the covers, it's a majestic shot to watch, and it must give you a great feeling as a batsman.
It really does. I think any shot that you're getting into a good position and hitting it out the middle of the bat and seeing it race away for 4, and sometimes when you can just hold your pose as well, you know you hit it that well, you don't have to sort of trot down the other end. It's quite a nice feeling.
Snater's in. Bowles, and that one has turned Roach round, and it's come away down toward the third man boundary and probably going to reach it. Indeed it does, and that's 4 runs. He was looking to turn that into the onside. It took a bit of a leading edge and flew past slip down to the boundary, and that brings up the 201 for 8.
Yeah, lovely delivery there from Snater. He went short ball just before to Kemar Roach, and then pitched the ball up and just sort of got Kemar trapped in the crease a little bit. Sort of tried to turn it to the leg side and got a thick outside edge that went past the diving gully. Away for 4 to bring up the Surrey 200.
And that lead now is down to a maximum of 70, or deficit in the case from Surrey's point of view, as here's Snater in bowls and played into the onside, and the way these two are batting, capable of making further inroads. Obviously the new ball, when it arrives very shortly now, might enable Essex to get the final 2 batsmen out. They'll certainly be glad to take it, I would think.
Yeah, I always find the new ball an interesting one, the second new ball. So we saw it yesterday that Rossington was in, he hit the first 2 balls for 6. You know, I think sometimes the ball can come on quite nice, so it can be good for batters that are in, but at the same point wickets can be taken.
And that's another good ball from Snater, and Roach discomforted by it, but plays it well, takes the right hand off the bat and jabs it down into the onside very safely. 201 for 8 at the end of that over, and 80 have now been completed. Second new ball available, but as you say, Ricky, it can be a two-edged sword.
Yeah, it definitely can. We're going to see Jamie Porter come into the attack, so no surprise that the second new ball will be taken. And I'd imagine it'll be Sam Cook at the other end. Would Sam Cook probably take it as well with Jamie Porter?
I think very likely. Yeah. Admittedly, you couldn't fault Snater for the way he's bowled today, but both wickets wise and in terms of how economical he's been.
Yeah, so he might continue with it as well.
3 for 24 in 17. I mean, fabulous economy.
Really, really good, and obviously just went through the third man area as well for 4. So it could have been better than that. So he's bowled beautifully, so he might take it with Jamie Porter. But this is the interesting patch of the play that Essex will be hoping that the ball nips and swings and does something to get the last 2 wickets for them. Will Jacks will be looking for the ball to come onto the bat a little bit more, and you might see him go a little bit more aggressive and sort of get rid of that deficit a little bit more that currently stands at 70.
So Will Jacks will face this first ball with the new ball. 80 overs gone, 201 for 8, 70 behind Surrey. 2 slips, Cook 1, Harmer 2, and Porter's on his way. There's a third man on the boundary. Jacks plays this ball back to the bowler, and what a splendid effort it's been from Will Jacks. 65 to him, 10 to Kemar Roach, and 2 decent partnerships now. 1 of 55 for the 8th wicket, and this one so far 34 unbroken.
Yeah, I think it's a credit to Will Jacks the way he's playing. You know, it's not often you see Will Jacks facing 132 balls for his 65.
Porter busies his way back in from the pavilion end. Bowls Jacks, plays this ball to Walter in the covers, and no run there. Paul Newton here with Ricky Clark, and we also have Eva Gray and Jeremy Coney with you, as well as Mark Church, commentary for BBC Essex, BBC Radio London, and at times 5 Live Sports Extra. And point you were making, Ricky, 2 good sides up against each other. They're always keenly fought matches between Essex and Surrey. Come back to that point after this next ball of Porter dashing in, and Bowles, and Jacks drives a lovely shot didn't totally time it, so just get the one run out to wide mid-off, takes the score to 202 for 8. I remember a game at Whitgift, Essex v Surrey, and Essex actually won that particular game, and Andy Flower, this is back in the noughties, got 100. And I interviewed him afterwards, and bear in mind, he's a great batsman, you know. I said to him, "You enjoyed that, Andy?" And he said, "Yes, it reminded me of Test cricket." And I think that says it all. If you get a really good game of Championship cricket, it's of that sort of standard.
I think you've got two sides here now that, you know, lots of Test experience and guys pushing for international runs as well, and I think that's only good for the game and the domestic game, that you have cricket that's hard fought and sides, you know, pushing back when they're behind it and trying to seize the initiative as well.
Got 2 slips and a gully now as Porter's in, bowls to Kamara Roach, 4 runs, and just guides it down. No hint of an edge, perfectly legitimate shot, was shortish outside off stump, and he just laid bat on ball, let the ball hit the bat basically, and if it doesn't go to a fielder, nobody's going to stop that. It's gone for 4, and there was a third man, of course, for Will Jacks, not for Kamara Roach. His second 4 down there, the other one was fortuitous, but this one not. 206 for 8.
Yeah, the fielder goes back now as Jamie Porter's not happy with that. Matt Critchley goes down to third man, just protecting the boundary a little bit as Kamara Roach with a thick outside edge through third man again.
Porter on his way in again to bowl to Roach. Roach has guided this one away past backward point, won't be 4. Critchley will keep it down to a single, running to deep backward point from third man, and the score to 207 for 8. And Roach looking ever more as if he's enjoying himself out there, has 15, and Jackson to strike on 66.
I think both batters at this moment in time are just playing normally.
Yeah.
Obviously saw Rossington yesterday, went down on one knee in his second ball with a new ball and just flicked it over fine leg for 6. It was a proper one-day shot. He played brilliant well for his 100.
Porter in, bowls to Jacks, and for once Jacks is beaten by this, but he's also got 4 runs to show for it. As he came forward, he was looking to flick the ball away into the onside, and again it's taken the edge and run down past the slips to a very fine third man. And even though there was a third man down there, but he was much wider than that, and the score to 211 for 8, and Jacks has 70, and Ricky Clark has a big smile on his face.
I'm just saying both batters are playing normally, and Will Jacks has skipped down the wicket like it was a one-day game and tried to whip Jamie Porter, and I think it took the slips by surprise as well, that it sort of flew low to Simon Harmer's left. I'm not sure if it carried or not. We haven't seen the replay, but it will be Sam Cook, who's been very impressive for a number of years now, and no different in this innings. 2 for 54 of his 17 overs. He will share the new ball, or second new ball, sorry, with Jamie Porter.
From the Vauxhall end, 2 slips. Cook comes in, bowls, and a very handsome shot here from Kamara Roach. Beautifully played, short outside off stump. It sat up and begged, and he just simply crashed it away through the covers for 4. And the run's coming very freely. 14 already off the second new ball. We've only had 7 balls of it. 215 for 8.
Exactly what I was saying, Paul. It's the situation sometimes that when you get that second new ball, it can go. Yeah. Yes, it can get you wickets, but we saw it last night with Rossington going nicely, and it sort of flew to all parts, and similar so far for Surrey.
Cook again. Bowls to Roach, and at this time far more circumspect, plays it down to mid-on, and Shane Snater, there is no run, 215 for 8. But the previous ball to that, I mean, with the new ball, the bounce was that much more, and he got on top of it, and it just absolutely flew to the boundary. Probably with the old ball, it wouldn't have sat up quite so nicely.
Yeah, it's just the way that the pitches and the balls sort of work. It just gives that batters a little bit more freedom, that they know it's going to come on nicely.
And Cook's in again. Bowls, and here this one was put up. It was much more pitched up than the one that went for 4, and Roach, without really moving the feet, wafted at it and was fortunate not to get the edge.
He was, but again, nice invitation there from Sam Cook. He's pitched the ball up, just to see if there's any movement and entice the drive, and on this occasion didn't quite find the edge. But again, Kemar Roach looking to be positive and trying to push this score along.
Cook again, in and bowls to Roach. Oh, now that is a very good delivery, and Roach would have us believe he was taking the bat away from that, but clearly did play at it, and it just did enough to leave him and go past the outside edge.
Yeah, it was just back of a length there from Sam Cook, and you saw the ball bounce and leave Kemar Roach, and he's sort of gone to play it, and as the ball's gone past and Rossington's take it, then Kemar's pulled the bat inside, making out he left the ball. But you're seeing deep point go back now. I think that is Dan Lawrence, is it?
Yeah, and also square leg, suddenly
leg.
Put right back on the boundary as well.
Single there if you want it, Kemar.
Cook bowls to Roach, and he very sensibly just plays it mainly defensively, but there's a big gap there for him to run it into the offside, square with the wicket. By the time Walter can retrieve the ball, it's an easy single. 216 for 8, Roach 20, Jacks 70, 90 between them. So between them, they've got not far short of half the runs.
Yeah, it's been fantastic batting from the tail ender. Tom Law's obviously part of that as well, with Will Jacks helping him.
49 for the partnership now for this 9th wicket. Cook bowls to Jacks. There won't be a 50 partnership here because he's played it defensively straight out to Paul Walter in the covers. There's no run there, and still we've got sunshine, no sign of the forecast thunderstorm yet. 216 for 8, and it's often the way actually, Ricky, that the second new ball doesn't necessarily have the same effect as the first one.
No, I think if you look at it sometimes that it can do a little bit. But again, you sometimes have to look at the bowlers. They're going into their 3rd and 4th spells, so sometimes that can be a reason why they don't quite get that same zip. Tired bodies and tired minds, and it's just a case of trying to put the ball in the right area. But as I said, it can go around the park sometimes. It just comes onto the bat a little bit nicer.
Porter's in, bowls, and Roach turns it into the onside. And although Jacks is backing up at the bowler's end, there wasn't a run there, and Roach sends him back. Lawrence does the fielding at short square leg. 216 for 8. So it's not impossible that Surrey can get a first innings lead here. They'd need another 56 to get into a lead. But it's the old story, the story of the season, that the second half of a team's batting lineup can very often outscore the top. And if you have the choice of where you'd like to bat with these Dukes balls this season, you'd probably choose 6th or 7th as the place to go in, as here's Roach turning the ball down to Sam Cook at long leg, single, and that is the 50 partnership, consecutive 50 partnerships from 112 for 7. Surrey have recovered to 217 for 8.
Yeah, fantastic batting from Kemar Roach and Will Jacks. Go to that 50 partnership to add to that 50 partnership as well between Will Jacks and Tom Laws. And it's always important that your tail enders can rally round and stick with a player like Jacks. He's played incredibly well for his 70. He'll be looking to add to that, and then hopefully they can get another more 20 odd runs added to this partnership.
Porter's in, that's a good delivery, but well judged by Jacks. Leaves it to Andy Rossington, and you can almost say here, for Andy Rossington, read Will Jacks, and for, just trying to think who it was, yes, Simon Harmer, read, just trying to think of that last, Tom Laws.
Tom Laws.
Yeah, and now for Sam Cook, read Kemar Roach.
Exactly, and that's the thing, they'll be taking each run as they can and trying to build this partnership. It always just be a case if you could get, say, 80 runs for your last 3 wickets.
Yeah,
that would be brilliant from the tail enders. Obviously, he's gone past that.
As the next ball's hit back past the bowler, they go for a comfortable single here, and the score with 8 wickets down is 218. Jacks has 71 and Roach 21. 53 behind now.
Yeah, just advancing down the wicket again there, Will Jacks, just trying to nullify any sort of movement or swing that there is with this second new ball, and we're seeing that sort of vacant mid-wicket area as his scoring option, but pushed it up to mid on this occasion for a scampered single.
Dan Lawrence retreats to the mid-wicket boundary as here's the next ball, and it's a looping bouncer, and that one goes straight over the head. It's actually signalled a no ball, and So that's 6 onto the total on my reckoning. That'll be 224 for 8. And, well, I can understand, Porter, why he might have bowled that delivery, but it's not exactly gone well.
No, I think safe to say he got it a little bit too short.
Yes.
And Kemar Roach needed a tennis racket to try and reach that one.
Yeah, I think Paul Walter would have to have been wicket-keeping.
I even think he might have struggled to get that one.
I'd probably backed him just about to reach it. But Rossington is probably about 5'11" rather than the 6'8" of Paul Walter.
I like the way he put his arm up like he was trying to get it as he watched it go by.
Porter again. Then he'll try that ball again, and indeed this is pitched right up, but very nicely played by Roach for a single to mid-off. And Roach moves along to 22 and scored a 225 for 8, and now the deficit is only 46. And if you get 6 runs off one ball, albeit without the bat having been anywhere near the ball, it's a bit of a bargain.
It is a bonus, isn't it? Yeah, it's just not ideal for Jamie Porter as it goes on to his figures. 1 wicket for 48 so far, and he's got 1 ball left of his 15th over.
Which he's now going to bowl. Porter in, and was appeal for LBW, may have been an inside edge into pad there, and the over ends 225 for 8. Ricky, thank you very much indeed, as Eva Gray will take your place. And commentary here for BBC Essex, BBC Radio London, and at various times 5 Live Sports Extra. Paul Newton here with Eva Gray. Many thanks to Ricky Clark, gave such wonderful service to Surrey and, for that matter, Warwickshire. So Eva, 225 for 8, and Surrey ever more back into this game.
Yeah, absolutely, a really good partnership here. Jack's playing really nicely, as you've been discussing. Yeah, he's just showing a lot of maturity and showing what he can do in the red ball game, and just batting for time, and then the runs will come.
Cook begins a new over from the Vauxhall end, and it's played to Nick Brown at mid-wicket, and there's no run, and 1 or 2 little bits of desperation for the first time today coming from the Essex bowlers. So I think they've perhaps almost tried slightly too hard with the second new ball, and we've seen a few stray deliveries that weren't there earlier in proceedings with the first new ball.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, similarly with Surrey yesterday, Essex frustrated them, and yeah, these last 2 partnerships will definitely be annoying the Essex bowlers.
Here's a good delivery from Cook, and played out to Walter in the covers, and although there was absolutely no hint of getting a breakthrough there, but I think that is the better policy from an Essex point of view, to bowl as they would do as if it were a first new ball, pitch the ball up and hope that the batsman will either make a mistake or there'll be a little bit of movement with the new ball and maybe a catch into the slips. Yeah,
definitely. I think got to get the ball pitched up there with this new ball, give it a chance to swing. We've not seen too much in this second new ball, but yeah, you've got to get it up there and give it a chance.
Cook bowls again, it's a good ball. Again, there's no hint of a breakthrough, but on the other hand, there's no run either, as it's played straight out to Paul Walter. And we've seen maybe 3 or 4 attempts to dig it in short with this second new ball, and not only has it not looked like getting the breakthrough, but it's produced a rash of runs, because we've now had 24 runs since the second new ball was taken, and we're only in the 4th over with it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so common that not only offers the chance for a breakthrough, but also a chance to score with that harder ball.
Cook bowls, and he's dug in short. Admittedly there's no runs here, but Kemar Roach is in no way going to be intimidated, and he just bends the knees, and perfect way to play a short pitch delivery, and he didn't even need to duck having bent the knees, and it goes through to Rossington.
Yeah, he's looked really nice here, Kemar Roach. I'd imagine they're going for this short ball tactic, given that he is Surrey's number 10, and he's your classic tail ender, but it doesn't look to have phased him too much when they've given it a go. I think probably dug it in a little bit too short when they've given it a go.
So Cook coming in again as Lawrence goes back onto the cover boundary, bowls to Roach, gets right behind this, once again steers it out into one of his favourite areas, into the covers, Paul Walter Fields. 225 for 8, and Surrey at 112 for 7, and now just 46 behind, and it's been a wonderfully closely fought game, and plenty of ebb and flow, and every chance of a result as long as we don't get any interruptions from the weather come the end of the fourth game. It's so often a good game between these two sides as Cook is in. Bowles, good delivery but very well played back to the bowler. 225 for 8, and Kamara Roach plays as though he's been properly coached as a batsman. He's very correct.
Definitely, yeah. He hasn't looked unsettled at all since he's come in. A good end to the over there from Sam Cook. It definitely looks like the more threatening deliveries are the ones that are pitched up and given the chance to swing. I think he was going for the big in-swinger on that last delivery of the over. Turned it out, it just held its line a little bit, but yeah, the right sort of tactics, I think, with this new ball.
So Jamie Porter to continue from the pavilion end. Earlier today, the men to go have been Rory Burns for 24, Hashim Amla made 12, Ollie Pope 26, Ben Folkes 11, both Cam Steele and Jamie Overton 5, and Tom Laws 19. Porter bowls and Jacks plays the ball to mid-on. There will be no run. 225 for 8.
It's interesting to see as well that we thought when Tom Laws was in that if they did get that wicket we might see Jacks take a little bit of a more an aggressive option, but yeah, he's still digging deep here, and 71 off 140. He's trusting Kemar Roach with both of these bowlers with the new ball, and Kemar Roach is doing his job very well.
He is indeed, and that's enabling Jacks to continue to play each ball on its merits as he whips the next one to mid-on. He wants a single, but it's not there, and score remaining at 225 for 8. But obviously Jacks, who I think possibly when first joined by Roach might have thought, as you say, perhaps I'll go for it now, but then he's very quickly reined himself in, knowing that Roach is looking at the moment anyway, solid as a rock at the other end.
Absolutely, we saw a different approach yesterday from Adam Rossington. 3 sixes I think it was with the new ball, but then gave his wicket away, unfortunately.
Porter to Jacks, single. This time he took the way off the shot so that he knew he could take the single if it went in the direction of mid-on, who is Nick Brown, because Brown is deep at mid-on, and if you don't hit it very hard there is a single to be had there. 226 for 8, Jacks to 72.
Yeah, as I was saying, Adam Rossington took the new ball on yesterday, sent some massive sixes into this stand over to our left, but then hold out to Rory Burns at long on. So Will Jacks playing a really patient innings here.
Porter bowls, Roach plays the ball to Dan Lawrence at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Lawrence, who's always very lively in the field, always looks as if he's thoroughly enjoying the experience of fielding. 226 for 8, 45 behind.
Yeah, as I was saying, Kemar Roach really looking quite solid here, and means that Will Jacks doesn't have to take on those bigger shots. All they've got to do is keep the scoreboard ticking over. As you say, that it's not looking likely that it's going to be a draw at this stage, so that they can take some time, get to this score.
Porter's in, bowls to Roach, and Roach defends this very comfortably. Maybe a new ball, but he couldn't have looked less hurried there, and just shows you that if you play the correct shot to the various deliveries, there's no real terrors in the pitch whatsoever, and that ball just goes out into the cover for no run. And as a little bit more sunshine bursts out here, 226 for 8 up on the board.
Yeah, looking very well organised here, playing the ball nice and late under his eyes, just pushing it out into the offside.
Nice relaxed stance at the crease as Porter bowls to him, and again he plays that ball out into his favourite area, that extra cover. Paul Walter Fields, another over ends. We've now had 5 overs with the second new ball, and Surrey, who were 201 at the time it was taken, have moved along very assuredly to 226 for 8, Jacks 72, Roach 22.
Yeah, it's spoken about so much, the whole kind of idea of momentum, and yeah, these last 2 partnerships from the Surrey men have really kind of switched that momentum, and Essex were in a great position when they had them 7 down early on, and yeah, even just kind of taking, if the wickets do fall quite quickly, just taking that momentum from a Surrey point of view into the bowling innings, so that if they could pick up a few early wickets as and when that does happen.
Cook from the Vauxhall end bowls, and Jacks plays this ball out to backward point and coming back for a second run. There's a good throw comes in, but Jacks is very quick between the wickets. The good thing there was he went straight away, having completed the first run, for the second, and easily beat Matt Critchley's throw in there, running from backward point. So 2 well-judged runs, 228 for 8.
Yeah, he looked disappointed out there, Critchley, but I think that was good placement and good running, I think.
It was indeed, as you say, well placed. We'll bring Mark Church back in at the end of this over, which is being bowled by Sam Cook. Comes in now, bowled to Jacks on 74. Jacks turns this into the onside with the minimum of effort and easily picks up his 75th run. Nick Brown fields from deep square leg, and 229 for 8, and Surrey are just 42 runs behind.
Yeah, well, Jacks will have one eye on that milestone. Obviously, he's got 2 first-class hundreds to his name, and it would just be in the back of his head, but he hasn't looked unnerved at all during his innings, and he's been really patient and, yeah, really playing the ball on its merits.
Cook is in again, bowls to Roach, and this is way down leg side, nicely taken by Adam Rossington, and score remaining at 229 for 8. Cook here is halfway through his 20th over, and Jamie Porter's bowled 16, Simon Harmer 26, 17 overs Shane Snater, who's been very economical, and Matt Critchley didn't bowl at all badly for his 7 overs of leg spin, picked up a wicket. Cook again in the bowls. That's a good delivery actually for once. It's just about the first time the new ball has actually beaten the batsman. There's a little bit of away movement, and Roach playing forward at it. Ball just passes the outside edge. He remains on a very good 22, 229 for 8, and this partnership's put on 62.
Yeah, I think we'll see another 1 or 2 overs from each of these 2 seamers with the second new ball, and then probably the reintroduction of Shane Snater as well as he's bowled today. Yeah,
and possibly Simon Harmer as well, as this next ball is played into the offside. There's no run there because Harmer will very often be into the attack, you know, sort of 6 overs into a new ball, and he likes to bowl with still a lot of shine on the ball and therefore some bounce. Not that there's been a great deal of help for the spinner out there, but even so, he often, particularly with the tail enders, will pick up a wicket or 2.
Yeah, good option to have if the seamers aren't getting the breakthrough with that second new ball. A spinner that's happy to take it when it's still got that shine on it.
Cook to complete the over. Bowls and stylishly played into the offside. Paul Walter fields at extra cover. There's no run. Roach, the batsman there, remains on 22. Jacks 75, 229 for 8. More words from Eva Gray, and she will be joined by Mark Church.
Yeah, these two just plodding along really nicely here. Nothing too drastic. Just playing the ball on its merits, keeping the good balls out. As we've been saying, not too many plays and misses with this second new ball.
Yeah.
Not too much movement through the air, a little bit, but yeah, the pitch looks a good one to bat on, and we saw throughout Essex's innings yesterday that there wasn't much rough on the ball, and the ball carried on swinging for a long time.
Wonderful game of cricket this, it really is. 2 good sides, one gets ahead of the other one comes back, and at the moment Surrey have got themselves to within those 42 runs of Essex's first innings total. Will Jacks on strike. Here is Porter from the pavilion end coming in over the wicket to Will Jacks, who's on driving. Good looking shot, but there is no run, and these two, Roach and Jacks, now have added 62. 62, we're into the 7th over with the new ball. Roach a very, very handy 22. The field spread for Will Jacks now. Just the 2 slips, and then they're defending the third man, the cover, deep backward square, and the fine leg boundary.
Yeah, it doesn't look too much like much is happening out there, but as and when this wicket does come, I'd imagine we'll see Dan Worrell swing the bat a little bit.
As over the wicket again comes Porter, forward goes Jacks, plays this one solidly out into the offside. it's not beyond the realms of possibility here that we could have exactly the same as we saw yesterday, that Essex could be having a bat for 10 overs tonight, because it's sort of it's mirroring yesterday's play, this, at the moment. It really is. But as I say, it's two very good sides going head to head. One gets ahead of the other one comes back. Terrific day of cricket, this.
Seen a lot of lower order runs.
We have. As over the wicket once again comes Porter. And here goes Jacks using his feet. Good looking shot again. Whips it up the ground, but Walter will get across to do the fielding. I think it was a combination of things for Surrey today with the bat in that top order. I think Essex seems were very patient, kept banging away on a good line and a good length. I think the Harmer factor came into it as well. And I think there were 2 or 3 Surrey batters there that they suddenly got a ball they thought they could get after. And it was the right shot, they just hit fielders.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so valuable having Simon Harmer as well. He can just dry up one end to allow the rotation down the other.
Porter is in, Jacks is down the pitch again, whips this off his hips, thinking about 2. Cook's got a bit of a way to come round, but they'll only get the single. That's one more lovely throw from Sam Cook, straight over the top of the stumps and into the gloves of Adam Rossington. 230 for 8 now, Surrey trailed by 41. So they're creeping towards that 271. It's still raining at Cheltenham, Hampshire and Gloucestershire, and Hampshire 385 for 6, but raining at Cheltenham College, unfortunately. As over the wicket once again comes Porter to Roach, and Roach shot up on his toes, punches out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Kemar Roach picks up another single. Just happy to stroll one more is Kemar Roach on 23. 231 for 8. Somerset all out for 424 at Taunton. Yorkshire 58 for 2. In reply, Kent, a bit of a recovery here. Kent in their second innings, 125 for 4 now against Warwickshire, so that's a lead of 65. That game is really moving on at Edgbaston as Porter is in over the wicket to Jacks. Jacks whips this, and Walter, brilliant. Brown, apologies, gets a hand to it at mid-on, otherwise that was away for 4. That's a great bit of work from Nick Brown, it really was, because I thought for it, all money there, that was away for 4 runs, but Brown's flung himself and got a hand to it. It's 2 more to Will Jacks. He moves on to 78, the partnership worth 66.
I think he's got the pads on there as well. It's a great stop.
It was, well, yeah, because he's doing the short leg stuff as well, isn't he? But it was a terrific bit of work. 233 for 8 at the end of that over. Jacks 78, Roach 23.
A change of bowling here.
It's the bandanaed Snater coming. He had 3 for 18 earlier on today. Shane Snater. Northamptonshire and Lancashire. Ooh, Lancashire all out for 132. Apologies for my little wall there, but I was surprised. All out for 132 in reply to Northamptonshire's 235, and Northamptonshire are 15 for 1. So Northamptonshire lead by 118. Nottinghamshire finally declaring at 618 for 8. Derbyshire are 88 for 2 in reply. Snater then, over the wicket he comes to Roach. It's a full toss first up, and Roach pushes it back up the pitch. Now then, across at Lords, Sussex, 523. So finally the Middlesex bowlers get to put their feet up.
And the great man.
Absolutely. Mr. Pujara, I know he got a double 100. 16th double 100 I saw in first class cricket. 231.
He loves batting,
oh, he does, especially on hot days, as we saw yesterday. So, yes, wonderful innings from Mr. Pujara. As over the wicket once again goes Snater. That's left alone by Kemar Roach. And in reply, Middlesex, as I say, 33 without loss. Stoneman 19, Robson has 11.
I always find it funny when people say that. I don't know why, it just makes me laugh. Joe Root always says, I just love batting.
Yep.
Just love it.
Hashim Amla as well.
Yep.
Loves batting. I like greedy batters. I like really greedy batters who just keep going and going and going. Ollie Pope, when he gets in, normally he's a greedy little so-and-so. As over the wicket once again comes Snater, and shot Kemar Roach. Wow, that's on the up, through extra cover, on the drive. Forget Carl Hooper, that's Kemar Roach. That is a gorgeous cricket shot. And Kemar Roach moves on to 27, 237 for 8.
He's looked really well organised here, Kemar Roach. He's looked very solid in defence against the good length balls, and he's pounced on anything just for the length. That was a lovely drive through the covers.
It's as good as anything we've seen from Kemar Roach. And day one of Leicestershire and Glamorgan, and Leicestershire going along very nicely, 327 for 5. And there's all your other scores from around the grounds. As over the wicket once again comes Snater to Roach, and Roach covers up, pushing this one out into the offside. Water comes around to do the fielding. He got off the mark with a gorgeous drive, did Kemar Roach, but that was a lovely shot on the up. Lovely flourish of the bat from Kemar Roach. Absolutely whistled off.
Yeah, it doesn't appear to be too much going on with the second new ball, does there?
Nothing at all.
They've played well, but not too much through the air for the first time in the game, really.
Snater in once again, over the wicket, short delivery, and this one's turned into the leg side by Kemar Roach. Rolls out there to Nick Brown at mid-wicket. Surrey were in trouble. When Cameron Steele was bowled by Snater. That was 103 for 6 at that point, and then Jamie Overton went to Harmer. But Tom Laws alongside Will Jacks got Surrey up to 167 for 8, now 237 for 8. Snater is in, looks for the Yorker, gets bat on it, does Kemar Roach. Came out as one of those low full tosses, but Kemar Roach kept his eye on the ball. It was one of those where you often see a batter try and whip it through mid-wicket and get out LBW, but he just kept the bat straight and played it back up the pitch. End of the over, 237 for 8. Eva Gray is alongside. Jeremy Coney will be along in a moment. And Jack 78, Roach 27, and partnership's worth 70.
Worth remembering, Will Jacks was dropped, wasn't he? Yep. Early on. At first, well, dropped at first slip, arguably should have been a catch for the keeper.
Yeah, Alistair Cook it was. Got a hand to it, but I think he was slightly put off by Rossington, who just moved a touch. And in the end, it almost looked like Alistair Cook just put his hand down as an afterthought and it hit his hand. But
trying to save 4.
Yeah, well, it's going to be just the one slip now. The field's spreading for Will Jacks, but again, they're defending the boundaries really. This isn't to give Jacks a single. As over the wicket comes Porter, and Jacks up on his toes, whips it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Because if it is, I'm sure Essex have worked out that Kemar Roach is batting quite well, and the fact they've put on 70 and he's 27 not out, and every run here is absolutely vital. So absolutely sure that Will Jacks quite happy to take the single and get Roach back onto strike. He's also going to look to, I think it into the leg side perhaps and tear for 2. Here is Will Jacks as over the wicket comes Porter to him. Jacks forward, he's going to take the single on here to Nick Brown, and he's down to Kemar Roach's end, but there you go. He's quite happy here to take a quick single up towards mid-on. Is Will Jacks. So Kemar Roach comes back onto strike. Field will move in a touch now, I would have thought, for Kemar Roach, but as I say, at the minute, Jacks is very, very happy just to take those singles.
Yeah, absolutely. He's showing confidence in Kemar Roach, and rightly so. As we've been saying, he's looking very settled. I'm sure he's absolutely loving it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting a good long bat, Kemar Roach.
I think the tail enders love a contribution with the bat, don't they?
Not half. Especially when he's playing shots like he did in the last over. As Porter comes in over the wicket to Kemar Roach. Roach is forward solidly, just pushing this one into a short extra cover position. And there is Simon Harmer, but just to add to the annoyance for Essex, that was a no ball from Jamie Porter, so that will be 2 more to the total. Can't remember too many no balls. In Scarborough we had hundreds, well, not literally hundreds, but I think I'm trying to remember what it was, but I think it may have been something up around, I think it was 30 odd no balls.
I think I remember seeing on on the scorecard, something like 36,
Yeah, it was.
40
It was.
something.
It
or
was. There was about 28 footfall ones. As in over the wicket comes Porter and punched off the back foot by Kemar Roach. Jamie Overton was guilty, as was Conor McCurr, but it was dear old Shannon Gabriel who was really coming down the hill, and he just couldn't get it right, poor fella.
I do find that hills do get you. I mean, I always find myself bowling uphill into the wind anyway, but I actually probably prefer it because you can attack the crease and feel like you're not going to overstep.
Yep.
Whereas when you're coming down the hill, we played at Hove a couple of weeks ago, just a little bit more hesitant.
Slope there as well,
just a little bit more hesitant.
Over the wicket comes Porter once again, and this one's pushed into the offside. But it's interesting that, because people around me were sort of saying, well, why don't you just put his marker back at? But it's not that simple, is it, really?
It's not. I always used to say that. I had a year where I bowled quite a few no balls, and everyone's like, just throw it back a bit. My dad does it all the time.
Does he?
And no matter how, he's got a lot of theories about cricket, my dad.
Has he?
Yeah.
Are they good theories?
No.
In comes Porter once again. Good afternoon to Mr. Gray, if you're listening in, as this was pushed by Roach out there to extra cover, and there's no run.
He's a big fan of the wide Yorker.
Is he?
Massive fan. And I've tried to explain the pros and cons. Not least that it's actually quite hard.
Yes, well, there is that, and it's great if it goes right, but if it goes wrong, it can be a bit of a disaster area, can't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's entertaining though.
Well, yes, I think that's great though. I think, you know, that he's keen on that, but as I say, just putting your run up your marker back a bit, it doesn't really tend to help. And poor old Shannon Gabriel just could not stop overstepping the front line. As in over the wicket again comes Porter. He's across his stumps. Kemar Roach, what's he got on this? A bit of pad, I think. That's going to run away for leg byes, and these are all hugely important runs, because that moves Surrey now to within 27 of Essex. 244 for 8. Well, we were sort of saying if Surrey can get up around 30, they'd be fairly happy with that. Now they're up to within 27. The clock is still saying 6:52 in the morning on the scoreboard away to our right hand side, so that might need a reset by tomorrow. 244 for 8. My old man, when I was playing, he used to do wagon wheels of my innings.
Really?
When I was only about 7. It was a bit like the famous Richard Blakey one from his Test debut, where most of mine were just the 2 sets of stumps. That was it, and nothing else. But yeah, but I think that's good. So he's got a lot of theories, has he?
Yeah, some of them are better than others.
Okay.
But yeah, the wide York one, it makes me laugh. He's obsessed with having a third man in Test cricket as well.
Is he?
Yeah, he's one of those. If it gets hit through the slips, then you're just giving them 4 runs.
Right.
But I say to him, though, they must have done their research, because if the evidence was there to suggest that you need a third man, I'm sure that they would have a third man.
But I like that. I like that he's courage of his convictions with that as well. That's like my theory with mid-ons. I think mid-on's one of the most redundant positions ever. How often do you see a side, I don't know, 400 for 4, and you've still got a mid-on? I've never got my head around that one, to be honest with you. or in the morning it's going everywhere, and it keeps nicking off through 5th slip, and everyone's, oh, we should have had another slip, and you've got mid-on stand. Now it's going to be a hell of a shot if it's nipping around the place to drill you off the front foot through mid-on. So yes, I agree with your dad on that sort of front as well.
We were just chatting off air about my boyfriend. He's got a few theories as well.
Good.
He's apparently read somewhere that you should have the keeper stood at first slip.
Interesting. Where does first slip go?
I'm not sure. I don't think we got that far.
Interesting. That's interesting, isn't it? Keeper. The first slip goes where the keeper should be. And the keeper goes where first slip.
He'd have sore hands.
There's some good theories here, I have to say. Well, we're going to get. I was saying to you, you have to get your boyfriend up here into the commentary box. He's a Yorkshire supporter as well, you were telling me. So he was obviously gripped by Scarborough last week.
It's quite funny. We were playing here on Thursday. It got announced on the tannoy, and I just looked over and I was
Of course you were playing, weren't you? In the London Cup. And Snater is in, and this is tucked away by Will Jacks through the leg side. He's going to pick up a single out there towards deep mid wicket. They'll pick up one more. 245 for 8. My old man as well had this wonderful theory that if you went out to bat, right, in a sweater, and you were batting okay, you mustn't remove your sweater because it'll affect your rhythm whilst batting. This is what he told me when I was little.
Might also affect your dehydration and heat
there
stroke.
was one innings when I was little where it was quite a warm day and I actually did all right, but I'd gone out in my long sleeve sweater, but I thought I better not do like that. I virtually stretched it off as this one's turned into the leg side. It's gone across his stumps again as Kemar Roach from Snater. This will be leg byes. One more to the total. 246 for 8. And Dad also, when I played, he's sadly no longer with us, but I always remember this. He used to, if I was batting and I was doing okay, he would sit in the same spot and he wouldn't talk to anybody. And Mum used to get quite embarrassed because someone would come over to say hello.
I think my dad does something similar actually. He always used to do laps whilst we were playing.
In comes Slater again. Outside edge from Will Jacks. Just the one slip in there. That's whizzing off down to the third man boundary rope. Great bit of fielding down there. And keeps it down to 2. I think that's Sam Cook down there. Does very, very well. You've actually made me nervous there, Sam. At 248 for 8. When I was little kids cricket captaining, and then I'd see the old man doing his circuit, trying to get a message on to an 8-year-old.
Put a third man in.
Get a short-legged. Try and bounce them. Dad, he only bowls off spin. No, get another one in. I love it. With my daughter now as well, when we're playing in the back garden, I have to watch myself at times. I have to say, this one's clipped away off his toes by Will Jacks down towards fine leg. He'll get another single. So since that new ball's come along, these two have looked very comfortable. And this is a fine innings now from Will Jacks. 83 in Surrey. Again, I always forget in these situations, points, bonus points. Surrey 1 run away now from a second batting point. But this is a fine innings from Will Jacks. 83 from 156 deliveries. Great support from Kemar Roach. 82 they've put on now as Snater is in. And Roach, here he goes, has a big old drive at this one as it swings away. Goes past the edge. That's taken by Rossington. So we're into the 10th over with this new ball. 249 for 8.
A very short extra cover in there, just for a couple of balls, and now it's gone back to second slip. So another change in plan after that big swipe outside the off stump from Kemar Roach.
And as I say, the one that you often see in these situations is give the so-called lower order batsman the strike. But Roach is playing beautifully here. He's driving this away through the covers. They're going to get 2 out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. That's the 250 up for Surrey. So a second batting point for Surrey. Eva Gray, you take a break. Thank you very much indeed. Jeremy Coney's going to come in, and Surrey now just trail by the 20 runs. So they trail now just by 20 at 251 for 8. The partnership is now worth 84. This is very good stuff. It's a great game of cricket, this. It really is. As I say, every time you think a team's sort of getting ahead, the other one comes back. 2 good sides going head to head. Good afternoon to you, Jeremy Coney.
Hello, Churchy. Yeah, well, it's looked, as you're right, I agree with you, it looks pretty benign conditions at the moment for batting. I mean, you just mentioned 10 overs with the second new ball, and they're down to 1 slip with those bowlers. So no bowlers really enjoying bowling on this surface. I can certainly imagine Roach wanting to stay out there batting.
Yeah, absolutely. As Harmer is now into the attack again from the pavilion end, and the first one's tossed up to Will Jacks. He'll get a single down there to long on. Jacks moves on to 84, but impressive innings this from Will Jacks. Again, really responsible stuff from Will Jacks.
Yeah, constrained, hasn't he been? I mean, we've seen him operating in other ways, so it's good to know that he's got this, you know, part to a game. He can construct an innings like this.
His sort of red ball career is on a good path at the moment. Is this? Oh, he's bowled. Kemar Roach tossed up by Harmer. Nice bit of bowling, and Kemar Roach looks to drive, hits the stumps. Possibly went in between the bat and the pad, but that's been a very, very good innings from Kemar Roach, and across goes Will Jacks just to give him a punch of gloves and pat him on the back, because he's done a terrific job there. Nice bit of flight from Simon Harmer, but a very fine innings from Kemar Roach comes to an end, and Surrey are 252 for 9.
Yeah, so the change of bowling from the seamers, who really, as I say, Roach was looking pretty comfortable. 29 good runs.
Getting a nice ovation as well there is Kemar Roach. He's a very popular man in these parts.
Well, I thought I'd just let everybody know that the crowd thought that he'd played pretty well, and so yeah, 29 runs. Very important runs too, actually. And so out comes Dan Worrell. And the last man, of course, for Surrey. But, you know, you look at those last partnerships of 55 with Laws going with Jacks. And now what's that, 85? 85 runs. So really, really important. 140 runs from the last two wickets, and certainly showing the top order partnerships of the first partnership 24, and then 7, 21, 36, 7, 8, 9. Those were the partnerships I've just called out.
It's interesting, isn't it? It's sort of the two innings in a way mirror each other, in the fact that obviously Essex were 91 for 6 yesterday at lunchtime, and then it was the sort of Rossington-Harmer partnership, and then Rossington going on to make the 100, and Will Jacks is 84 not out here. So Dan Worrell joins Will Jacks, and Dan Worrell has his own method.
What does that mean?
He'll block a few and then try and whack one out the ground.
Okay.
I think, as Harmer comes in over the wicket to him. Oh, well, he's got a full toss first up. He'll like that. He's driven it out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and he'll pick up a single, but he's actually very effective with the bat, Dan Worrell. One more to the total.
Jacks here now is going to do what Rossington did, and so he's going to have to just a wee bit of stage management here and making sure he can face as much as possible.
He's 84 not out. As Harmer is over the wicket to him, quicker this time, and he's just pushing this down into the leg side. So that is Surrey now trailing by 18. 253 for 9, setting this up beautifully at the moment for the game, as Harmer is in again, and this is tucked away by Will Jacks down towards fine leg. And there is Jamie Porter to do the fielding.
So one more to come this over. Jacks will be looking for a single here. Any change to the field? No.
I'm quite happy to keep it as it is.
Mid-on perhaps.
He's in again, and he's whipped this. Oh, and Brown's almost taken an absolutely cracking catch at short leg there. He did very well to anticipate the shot and get his hands to it, because Will Jacks just trying to whip that into the leg side to get a single. And Nick Brown here, it's just great anticipation at short leg. Oh, that would have been a good catch, low down, because it was timed by Will Jacks. It was one of those that sort of hit the hands, and it could have easily sort of popped up to him. But as it is, down it goes, and he can't really call it a chance.
Yeah, deliberately played off the face of the bat too, looking to whip it away past that short leg position and take that single, but no, he intercepts it. No, not really a chance. I don't think you can count that. Just a good stop.
Yeah, it was one of those where he sort of needed to stick up his jumper or something, although he's not wearing a jumper. As here is Snater coming in over the wicket to Worrell, and Worrell's letting this one go outside his off stump, and that's into the gloves of Rossington, moving away to his right hand side. I remember Michael Slater taking one of those at short leg. where against England, I can't remember who the batter was, but he absolutely
Took
nailed
it cleanly?
No, it got stuck in his jumper.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, he had a big jumper
Yeah,
on.
it normally bounces, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Sometimes can go off your leg or on your hand onto your leg and then up in the air.
Well, there was the Sam Billings one in the Test match where he caught it between his legs,
yes.
didn't he? As over the wicket comes Snater once again to Worrell, and Worrell straight delivery, just a little bit of movement. And Worrell gets bat on it, pushes it down towards backward point.
Now this is where Snater targets the stumps. He's got to just get it nice and straight and bring the stumps and LBW into play, so the length becomes important as well. It's not going over the top, and so drawing the batsman forward, see if it can just move away a touch.
Snater's in again, left alone by Worrell. That's too wide for Dan Worrell. He's not going to bother with that at all. And Snater turns and marches back towards us once again with his bandana on, head down, working out what he's going to do next.
It's been quite a workload for him, hasn't he? He's into his 20th over today, although not as hot as yesterday, of course.
The temperature has dropped today. Over the wicket comes Snater once again to Worrell. That's better. Worrell's forward, playing this one away into the offside. I was thinking that Surrey had to bat for 10 overs last night. It's not beyond the realms of possibility. It could be exactly the same here
Yes.
for Essex tonight, and those scores would be very, very close. So we're almost at the one inning stage now, and as I say, Surrey will be batting last, whatever happens.
Well, then it becomes, as you know, just a little bit. If the pitch isn't going to do much.
Over the wicket again goes Snater. Worrell forward again, just pushes this one solidly out towards cover point.
Maybe the movement that we saw from some of the Surrey bowlers might just make a difference. You don't know. Normally you get, see, I thought yesterday, you mentioned the heat and why it was swinging. That normally you get those currents of air that rise vertically from the pitch, and it's that block of air above the pitch that allows the ball to swing. If those
Snater is in, driving is Worrell up towards mid-on. Just to say to everybody, Mr. Coney is actually doing the movements,
the little micro movements of the airwaves coming out of the pitch, going up above the pitch, and it's that area that the ball swings, and it's those kinds of. It's not so it's the wind that's blowing the ball at all. It's those little movements coming up from the surface. And maybe with the grass that was yesterday. He says, building on this theory.
Keep going, Mr. Coney.
Yeah, but the heat on it as well, and a little bit of moisture rising up from the surface of the pitch. Maybe that was part of the reason from the swing yesterday, because it was more pronounced.
Oh, it was. But that was the thing that interested me is, you know, everybody always talks about cloud cover and it's warm and it will swing. Yesterday, perfectly blue sky, wasn't it? Absolutely no clouds whatsoever. But it swung all day. 2:53 for 9 as Harmer will bowl to Jackson. The interesting thing here is Jackson 84. Harmer's has pushed his man back onto that cover boundary. He's got a deepish mid-off, a long on. 2 men back on that leg side boundary rope. Harmer is in, reverse sweeps are the option, and he's looked for the reverse sweep and hasn't got anything on it. Well, Jack's taken by Adam Rossington.
It's a fair stroke because there's no one really behind point there, and if he's going to bowl outside off stump, I think it's quite a good option.
Absolutely.
And it sends a very clear message to the bowler to say you can't bowl out there. You're going to have to bowl slightly straighter.
Over the wicket comes Harmer. And slog sweeping this time is Will Jacks. Wow, he's got hold of that. He really has got hold of that. Flat for 6. Great shot. And he's almost lost his balance as he played that because he hit it so hard. But he's taken that from outside that off stump, just a little straighter this time, but he has got it and swung it over mid-wicket for 6. Great bit of batting. He's on to 90. 259 for 9. Surrey now just those 12 runs behind, and Jacks has moved on to 90. Harmer is over the wicket to him. Jacks forward this time and just pushes this out into the offside, and there's no run.
It was another ball, actually. He could have reverse swept
Yep.
as well, but I mean, the flat slog sweep was fine. As you say, nearly swung himself off his feet.
Really did. You heard the thump of that from Will Jacks as Harmer is over the wicket to him. Quicker, and Jacks has swung him again for 6 more. Up and over mid-wicket. Brilliant from Will Jacks, this. It's what we saw from Rossington yesterday against Kemar Roach. We're seeing it from Will Jacks here against Simon Harmer. Quicker ball, and he's just swung it over mid-wicket. Got that very cleanly. He's on to 96, 265 for 9.
Different line, wasn't it? That was sort of middle and leg. 96.
Harmer is in over the wicket to him. This one's at a full toss that he's driven away through extra cover. Is that getting to the rope? No, fielding's good, and it means he'll get back for 2. And Will Jacks moves on to 98 here. What an innings this is from Will Jacks. 267 for 9 now, Surrey.
Shows you the benefit of 163 deliveries that you've spent at the crease.
Well, I'll throw it out there, even if he doesn't get 100 here, this is the best innings I've seen him play in red ball cricket. When he came in, circumstances against this attack, brilliant innings this from Will Jacks. He's got a couple of first-class hundreds to his name. One this season, but this has been different. As Harmer is into him. Quicker one, he's whipping this down the ground. He's going to take the single, and that'll keep Will Jacks on strike on 99. 268 for 9. So Jacks 99. Worrell has 1. And it's now down to just 3. So we are into 1 innings territory now. But as I say, for Will Jacks here, when he came out to bat, Surrey in trouble, big trouble. And he's taken his time. He's played it very sensibly. And now we're seeing him in that over. Couple of 6s, a bit like Rossington yesterday, Jeremy Coney.
Four down, did he come in at 6?
Yeah, came in at 6.
88.
So, yeah.
88 for 4.
Yeah, 88 for 4, he's got them up to 268 for 9.
Yeah.
A couple of really good partnerships with Tom Laws and Kemar Roach. And the other key thing here is, you know, we were saying if Surrey could get to within 30 at one point, well, they're now within 3.
Yeah. Certainly the top order can actually learn things here about the length of time you have to bat at the moment to really get yourself in on this surface.
He's 99 not out, Will Jacks, as Snater is into him, and Jacks turns this one up the ground, and no run there as Critchley comes round to do the fielding. His whole red ball, we call it these days, career is taking on a very interesting path at the moment, Will Jacks. He's got his mid on and his mid off up as Snater. Will Jacks, you can see, he's just trying to get across the stumps and go leg side.
Yes, he is. That's I was about to talk about the position of the front foot. He's looking to go leg side. Only 3 men on the leg side, 6 on the off. He's going to force Snater to go outside that off stump more, or is he going to try and hit the pad? Let's wait and see. Snater's top of his mark still.
Here he goes, Snater over the wicket to the right-handed Will Jacks on 99. Again, he's trying to whip it leg side straight into Critchley. It goes, and there's no run. Ironically, there the delay was because Snater had sweat in his eyes, but he's wearing his big bandana.
Yeah, ineffective.
Alice band, maybe. They're all the rage. The Alice bands and bandanas. But very nicely today is Shane Snater, 3 for 34.
Well, he's got hair that requires, I mean, not even the pacifying power of an unguent would cope with that hair, I think.
Harmer's moved out from second slip to mid-wicket. 99 not out is Will Jacks. Snater's into him. There it is. This has been a wonderful innings because he tucks it into the leg side, and Will Jacks moves to a quite magnificent century with that single. As I say, in the circumstances and when he came in and the match situation, best knock he's played for Surrey in terms of championship cricket. Will Jacks is 100 not out from 168 deliveries, 7 4s, 2 6s. and he gets better each game he plays, Will Jacks, and he really here has got Surrey back into this game, and they just trail by the 2 now. Snater is going to come over the wicket to Dan Worrell, and Worrell the on drive, nice looking shot up towards Critchley, and there's no run. But Jeremy Coney, that has been a terrific innings from Will Jacks.
Yeah, and collectively, I think even more importantly, not just the individual component, which is always, it seems to grab the headlines, but it's more the fact that the team now suddenly, they've been dragged back into this game, whereas it looked as though there might be quite a substantial deficit between the 2 sides. Suddenly it's all even again.
Worrell, short ball, looks to pull, and he's not going to take the single. He wanted to, but Jacks has sent him back. Well, I think you always look at innings, don't you, in the context of the game and where your side is. And as you've just said there, when he's come in, Surrey are in trouble, and now he's got Surrey back in the game.
If you regard this as an important match between, 2 of the potentially top sides in this, this year's championship, it's a pretty important match, and therefore it's a very important innings to get your side and haul them back up to sort of parity.
Snater over the wicket to Worrell. Worrell lets him go outside his off stump. A few more of those thoughts, Mr. Coney, and then you'll be joined by Paul Newton.
Yeah, and not just parity. I mean, it's a case, I think, of the different bowling attacks that these 2 sides have. One relying pretty much on movement prior to pitching, and the others more into the surface and doing it from that place. And of course, Essex also have the harmer factor perhaps later on in this match, but let's wait and see where this game, the direction of the game is going. At the moment, all even Stevens really. What is Will Jacks going to do here to harmer? And it also has the ramifications later on in the game. Just where can he make harmer bowl? At the moment, he's been able to get away with 20 what? How many overs has he had? I can't see, it's not on the board at the moment. It's
28.
Yeah, 28 overs. And only about 2 runs an over, I would have thought.
Yes, he's probably just those 2 sixes has probably lifted
Just
it up
pushed
nearer
it.
2.5, yeah. But here he comes from the pavilion end. Bowles, and Jacks has whipped this ball into the onside. There was a run there all day long, but he didn't want it. Keeps the strike, 269 for 9. And however low his opinion of Worrell's batting, Worrell has enabled him to make that 100, or to reach that 100, by making sure he stayed there with him. And the next ball has been swept down, very fine indeed. May not have been entirely what he was aiming at, but it worked very well for him. 4 runs, 104 out of 273 for 9, and Surrey had the lead.
It's the line of the ball that's caused that to go fine, because he's bowling with 5 men outside on the leg side, right on the boundary, and so it's got a bottom edge sweep that he's tried to hit over the boundary actually, but it's still effective.
Harmer in again to Jacks, and Jacks has pulled this one probably for 6 into the onside, just waiting for the signal here, and it is indeed a 3rd 6 that Jacks has taken in recent overs off Simon Harmer, and he rockets up to 110, and now we see why he wasn't interested in the single earlier in the over, and the score leaps up to 279 for 9, and Surrey lead by 8.
It's, it's that absurd equation that we keep following nowadays of bigger bats and shorter boundaries. They just do not go for me, because every angle.
As Harmer bowls again, another one, and that's gone miles away. Paul Walter is pretty tall, but he can only watch that one disappear into the middle distance. And 6 more, 285 for 9, and this is now becoming a headache for Essex.
But you see, the angles change. You bring the field in, you haven't got the ability to take a 2. You see, it works to have all these men on the onside for a single, But if it's pushed out a bit more, the twos will start to happen.
Around the wicket now. Harmer bowls, same result, 6 more. And this is one of the most fearful hammerings that Simon Harmer has had to endure. 291 for 9, and all of a sudden, in the space of about 2 minutes, that lead now has spread to 20, and it was only 5 balls ago that the lead was established.
Well, I wonder whether it brings another bowling point into play.
Yeah. I mean, we've had, I think it's .4666 in this over, and Harmer to complete it, bowling to Jacks, who's leapt on to 122. Harmer bowls to him, and this time he just settles for keeping the bowling with the single, predictably, and 23 off the over, 292 for 9 at the end of it, and Jacks on to 123.
It's a very big over, and those figures that I was talking to you about just a moment ago, you know, they've been damaged somewhat, haven't they? And that can happen. But it does. I'm just sort of, you know, I'm on the high horse, aren't I, everybody? But I'm just saying that there's plenty. There's probably the distance between the rope and the outside of the ground at the moment as we look at that, going to the leg side. Would you say there's 25, 30 metres there? 25 anyway, I would say, looking just straight down here.
No more than that, I think.
No. So, I mean, that's the length of a pitch.
Well, I was just going to say, the length for me, it is about 22 yards in old money.
So, if someone is back on that boundary, is right back on the fence there, the angles that you have to take, that pushes the fielders into very different angles and allows you to pick up twos. And you don't want that, of course. So you've got to then start getting in-out fields and things like that. So there's more problems, and for the captains and for the field positioning and the depth of fieldsmen. So it makes it much more interesting, I think, for the game when you've got a larger field.
Yes, I agree. As Cook runs away from us, Sam Cook in and bowls to Jacks, and nice drive here, but the single is eschewed.
But very clean hitting. Very clean hitting.
Super hitting. It's a thing we notice. Chelmsford is smallish ground, and Essex have batsmen who in T20 cricket make a lot of runs with sixes that on a larger field would be caught on the boundary, which is why they have a better record at home than away.
It's where you feel sorry for a spinner who defeats a batsman and he gets a top edge and it goes for 6 when it really should be caught.
Cook's in, bowls to Jacks, and Jacks has a bit of a waft at this and misses, and it goes through to Adam Russington. But certainly Essex now are all of a sudden 21 behind, and what looked a pretty rosy position at 112 for 7 is now getting into an increasingly alarming deficit that they'll have on first innings. Worth remembering, Jacks was put down when he barely reached double figures, and that is proving a very expensive miss, and people have been saying what a vital game this is from both sides' point of view, and that could be a moment where the title was won for Surrey and perhaps missed for Essex, as here's a ball allowed to go through low to Rossington. Bowler is Cook, who's taken over from Snater for this over from the Vauxhall end. Magnificent recovery from Surrey. Jacks has never looked back after that reprieve. 292 for 9.
Yeah, he's just held back, hasn't he, until the last 2 or 3 overs. He's just judged it quite nicely.
Oh, he has.
Batting with the tail, 2 very good partnerships, and now this last one.
Yes, he's judged it beautifully. Didn't really go for it until he got to his 100, and then he's absolutely taken Simon Harmer to the cleaners. 23 off his previous over. All to Will Jacks, who now gets the single off Cook, playing it to deep mid-wicket, and Nick Brown. 292 for 9, yes, 293 for 9, and Jacks to 124.
And does Harmer bowl again?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? Well, Essex has got to bowl someone, and but Jacks has taken such a liking to him that maybe we might even see the other spinner, Matt Critchley, come on, spinning it the other way.
Yeah, that's right.
So at least he'd have to hit against the spin to fetch him for leg side boundaries.
Yes, he would.
I think I'd put Critchley on actually, but here's Cook bowling to Worrell. Oh, it's got to be close, Peel for LBW. It's not going to be given out, but it was well worth a shout. 293 for 9 remains the score. What did you make of that?
Well, I thought it was initially just outside. I mean, Worrell did come forward, so it's just a question in the umpire's mind. First of all, I would like to see the line of the ball, and then secondly, what sort of height it was.
Yes, because it could have been going over the top. I thought it was pretty much bang on line. He looked bang in front, but it might have been going over the top. And of course, as an umpire, if you've any doubt, you don't give it out. As Cook's in, bowls, and that ball is left by Worrell, who came forward, but then realised he didn't have to play at it. 293 for 9. And the moment of decision is now upon us to see whether Simon Harmer will bowl the next over or not. At the moment, he's walking in the opposite direction.
He's not interested.
No, I think he's probably had enough.
Maybe it looks like Critchley, is it? Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, I think this is again. I've got my hotline to Tom Wesley.
Well, let's see how he goes with his length for a start. I mean, I know it's turning away. Of course, Jacks can hit offside as well.
Oh, it's definitely.
So it's it's going to rely on some pretty thoughtful bowling about what sort of length and line he wants to bowl. I would have thought some straight deliveries. Yeah, slower deliveries, tempting ones.
I've not, obviously doesn't bowl a lot of overs generally. He's mainly been signed for his batting, but he is useful with his leg breaks, and even in T20 I think he's only once really taken some serious tap. Now this is the ultimate challenge. He's not only got a very big hitter to bowl to, but one who is seeing it like a football by this stage, but wouldn't put it past Critchley to come up with the goods here. However, it's a big challenge as he comes in now from the pavilion end of bowls, and immediately Jacks has an enormous waft at this one. Didn't really set himself particularly well for this ball at all, and just gets a thick inside edge into his pad. There's no run.
No, just lost his poise completely.
Yeah,
just needs to gather his thoughts here.
Critchley bowls again, and he's gone for the big heave, and it's 6 more. And well, I wouldn't want to be bowling to Jacks at the moment.
No, well, that one was dragged down, so that was more of a long hop. That was going to always go there.
Yeah.
Just you can't give the batsman too long to look at it.
One shy of 300 now, and 130 to Jacks, who only reached his 100 a few minutes ago, probably about 7 or 8 minutes ago. And boy, has he enjoyed himself at the expense of Harmer and now Critchley. Can Critchley get his revenge, as the next one is possibly going to be a catch there, and it isn't. And there was a worthy effort to get to it, but the ball eventually goes for 4. 300 up, 303 for 9.
Well, there's that bonus point I was talking about.
Yes, indeed. Third bonus point. Nick Brown dived, tried to make a catch out of it, just couldn't quite reach it, and it went through his hands for 4. Critchley is in, bowls again, another big hit down the ground, and it's a long boundary down there, but it's 6 more, and the score to 309 for 9.
Yeah, it's extraordinary hitting. As I say, I mean, he's used the leg side when Harmer was bowling. Now he's hitting to the offside. That one's very straight actually, and he's just cleared the leg just slightly, but it's very much just a straight drive getting underneath it, and very clean hitting.
Critchley bowls again, and another 6, just pulled over square leg, calm as you like. 315 for 9, and Jacks, having only recently reached his 100, if he keeps going, any moment now will reach 150. He's 146 not out.
Yeah, and that extra batting point now passed. So this one was dragged down again. So you give a batsman who's prepared to play his shots that time to look at it. He'll just pick his spot. He can see the bounce, and he's being given that time at the moment. He's got to get the length right.
Here's the next ball at the over. It goes out and has evaded the man Shane Snater on the cover boundary, and it's one of those that was smashed away, bounced in front of Snater, who slightly overran the ball. I think it probably took a little bit of an evil turn, and up goes the hand for the 150. 4 runs there takes him to 150, and since reaching his 100 I think he's hit 6 sixes, 3 fours and 2 singles.
Well done.
I might not be right, but that's what I make it.
Yeah, well, certainly a lot of runs off that over. So, I mean, this is just some carnage at the moment that's happening, and Surrey now surged to a lead of almost 50.
Yeah, and 48, yeah.
And solely on the shoulders at this stage of Will Jacks. So this is starting to become just a bit awkward for Essex. They've toiled away all day. They've been very much in the game and picking up wickets early and then in the middle session. But this is a bit of damage that's starting to happen now.
10 fours, 8 sixes, 184 balls for his 150. Fantastic knock by any standards. As Cook is in, beginning a new over from the Vauxhall end. Sam Cook's the bowler, and this ball is played by Dan Worrell just a few yards down to mid-on. He's on one, and what an important part he's played, because it's almost of Jack Leach proportions if you think of the Ben Stokes-Jack Leach partnership, in which Jack got just 1 run out of 70 odd. But here, when did the last wicket fall? 252, and this partnership now almost entirely down to one man has put on 67, of which Worrell has got 1. As here is Cook in.
Leach-like.
Yeah,
yes,
indeed. As this ball goes through outside off stump, there's no run, and it's 319 for 9.
I wonder if we're going to see Dan Worrell wearing a T-shirt with a one little line on it.
Yeah. No, that's right.
Where was the single? That's the question.
He may even drop a tweet to Jack Leach, and sort of say, "You're not the only one who's mastered this trick, mate. You should have seen me today." And maybe Will Jacks could also send one to Ben Stokes and say, you know, anything you can hit out of the ground, so can I, as Cook's in. Bowls to Worrell, and this is so wide that there has to be a case almost for giving that a wide. It isn't quite, as Rossington dives in front of almost second slip rather than first to take it, and the score remaining at 319 for 9. So this is the third consecutive 50 partnership for the last 3 wickets, and what a difference it's made. And here we go again. I know it's the second new ball long since taken, but again we see the closing wickets of an innings completely outscore those that have involved the frontline batsmen, as here's Worrell in defence playing it back to Cook. And in a sense, Jeremy, you could say that the wrong bowlers are bowling to the wrong batsmen in this partnership.
That's I mean, Harmer has come in for some stick. See you later, Simon. And then Critchley, I think, don't know his first name.
Matt.
Matt, see you, Matt. He's going to be away too now. So we're going through the bowlers.
Cook bowls. Oh, that's dropped in a bit short and caught behind. And that is the last wicket down at 319 for 9. And Jacks very worthily will finish on 150 not out. And equally worthily in some ways, Dan Worrell is out for 1. So in a partnership for that last wicket of 67, Worrell just makes the 1, but he had to be there for Will Jacks to reach his 100, let alone the 150. Thank you very much to Jeremy Coney, and great fun commentating on that bit, because Mark Church had only just vacated the microphone when Jacks reached his 100. And as well as you did for Will, Mark, I've done even better, because the next 50 has come. He probably faced about 10 more book deliveries to get to 150. We're now joined by Ricky Clark, and what a knock that has been, Ricky.
Fantastic innings from a very, very talented cricketer. Everything we said about him when he came to the crease, he was responsible, showed maturity, he took his time and just batted with his partners to try and get close to that Essex total, and then he opened up his arms and shoulders how we know he can, and some powerful hitting, just so clean, and he's walked off to a standing ovation which is richly deserved. A fantastic knock, and he's given Surrey pretty much single-handedly, with the tail end as well, a lead of 48, which is quite remarkable, as we were looking at one stage.
112 for 7 it was, and each of the last 3 partnerships has put on big runs for Surrey. 55 for the 8th wicket, 85 for the 9th, and now 67 for the 10th, and just as Essex recovered brilliantly yesterday, Surrey have sort of trumped that with that fantastic last wicket partnership, all down really to the magnificence of Will Jack's hitting. And what was so good about the innings, the first 100 was sort of authentic red ball cricket, and the last 50 was authentic white ball cricket.
It was, and that just goes to show how adaptable Will Jacks is. He's a mighty fine cricketer. You're looking at situations where we were talking about his strike rate, and it was sort of unheard of really for Will Jacks to be so patient, and then the power he just showed in that last little passage of play, just very smart, chose his options well, and just clearing the ropes by a considerable distance, and just a fine knock. You know, this has really put Surrey in the box seat now, and they'll be looking to come out, and it's a tricky period now for the Essex openers. I think it's 7 or 8 overs, something like that, left tonight. Snater took 3 for 35 and was wonderfully economical. Sam Cook's 3 for 63, pretty good as ever. Harmer 2 for 96, and of course I think to some extent, don't go away anyone, because we're in the gap between innings, but Ricky Clark and myself, Paul Newton, will keep things going till Essex begin their reply, and if Surrey can nick a couple out tonight, it really will have ended up being a very good day for them. I think a few sides have begun to work out that the way to play Simon Harmer is to attack him, whereas when he first came to this country, they would purely, you know, try and defend him, and if you ever let Harmer dictate to you, he's going to get you out before long. And he's still a very, very fine bowler, but obviously people like Will Jacks have proved that you can score runs off him. Yeah, I think he's a fantastic bowler, Simon Harmer. That his figures were fine. You know, he's bowling onto a day 2 pitch at one stage, but Will Jacks is, you know, I've seen him do it to many bowlers, in fairness. On song, Will Jacks will whack anyone out of the attack, and obviously that's just gone onto Simon Harmer's figures a little bit, one of those overs. You know, but I don't think Simon Harmer's going to be finishing this game by any stretch. You know, he'll be looking for the batters now in his team to sort of get close to this lead that Surrey have, and then build on that, and then give him something to bowl at. So, as we've said many occasions in commentary, these two sides very, very good going at it, and this is going to leave us with an interesting passage of play the next few overs, and then going into the remaining 2 days.
That the thing we've noticed here, we saw Essex recover and far more than double what the first 5 wickets had total, with their eventual total of 271, and at first I think we thought the same thing might happen here. Then when wickets 6 and 7 went down, we thought, oh, maybe not on this occasion, but it all came true with a vengeance in the end. And I think more and more, of course, psychologically it's easier for the later order batsmen. I think they feel they can take risks because the runs aren't expected from them, whereas the top order batsmen, you know, they're sort of desperately playing for their professional careers and trying to put runs on the board, and it's difficult when these Duke's balls are sort of fresh.
Yeah, I think you've got to look at, you know, the way that the batters go about it in terms of trying to see off that new ball, so to speak, and you know, the line and length, it probably does a little bit more, and when the tail enders come in a little bit, I've been down there myself, you know, the bowling's a little bit more tired, and you feel you can free up your arms a little bit and play the shots, but it's crucial for both sides. You know, a sign of a good team is that if the batters don't quite do it on one occasion, you know, that your tail enders can contribute and sort of get those batters out of jail and try and get you to a competitive total. We've seen that with Harmer and Rossington for Essex, and Will Jacks with Tom Laws and Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell at the end. You know, it's exciting cricket, and we're in for a tricky period now for Essex, I feel.
Oh, I definitely.
They want to try and get through this unscathed,
and it's perfect for Surrey because they've got just a handful of overs this evening, but enough to take a wicket or two, and then the ball will still be fresh in the morning.
Yeah, it will, and just watching there now that Will Jacks has got his pads off and he's bowling a few off spinners, so
yes.
he's feeling very confident. He wants a new ball as well, I feel. But you know, it's Yeah, as we said, it's two great sides locking horns and going at it, and you know, I think we're in for 2 exciting days of cricket coming up.
And although not all games are as good and competitive as this one is, but I do feel that, you know, when things aren't going well for the England cricket team, the conclusions always seem to be, oh, county cricket, it just can't hack it. And time and again, I see things and think, yes, it can. There's even an argument that says that players, when they first go to play for England, tend to do well for England. You know, Rory Burns did very well when he was brought in. Ollie Pope was averaging over 50. It's when they've been with England very often for a couple of seasons that the performances go down, but they never seem very keen to actually look at themselves at times, you know, and think, well, maybe, and I appreciate that pressure does come on, and you know, when you become known on the international circuit, in a sense, when you're new, you get a slight advantage that the other sides haven't worked you out, and then they do. But it seems to me to be just, you know, sort of almost like lazy journalism, just to play championship cricket.
I think exactly that. You know, it's very easy when things aren't going well that you pinpoint it and say that's county cricket. But from my point of view, and Churchy and I was on commentary earlier on, we sort of alluded to it, that a lot of the players that do well for England, they come from county cricket. They've sort of built up their games and understand themselves and go into the county game to progress and to play for England, and they do that by a weight of runs or wickets.
Yep.
So it can't be too bad, the county game.
One point I'd just like to raise with you, one of my big criticisms of the ECB, they understandably to some extent sort of almost worship people who can bowl 90. I can understand that, but every one of them who can do that is injured. We've got a list of 12 at the moment who are all injured. Jofra Archer, gift from the gods, you know, somebody decides he wants to play for England. But what you don't do for me with people who can bowl 90 is use them like cart horses. Jofra once bowled 36 overs in an Australian innings and 42 in New Zealand. And these are young bowlers before they've had a chance to, you know, fill their frame out. You're going to cripple them, and indeed that's what's happening. You've got to bowl them sensibly.
I think if you look at county cricket, very rarely we see those sort of overs and numbers going into a seamer who particularly bowls with good pace. So I think a lot of the time you can look at the makeup of an England setup. A lot of the time they go with the 3 seamers and maybe 1 spinner or something like that, and you know, it's a lot of overs on the body. But in county cricket you have so much cricket, I don't think you can afford to go with that sort of system.
So Roach is in and bowls, and Nick Brown pens this one off down to himself. Will Jacks in the gully. You can't keep a good man out of the frame here, and straight away the very first ball of Essex's second innings goes to Will Jacks, and 0-for-0 Essex improbably trailed by 48, and it was basically like a hurricane, really, or a monsoon, the third 50 of his innings, as Essex went from looking as if they might have a narrow lead when the 9th wicket went down to, you know, what's not to be sniffed at, a deficit of 48. Roach is in, bowls round the wicket, and this ball goes through to Ben Folkes, and still 48 behind, no run.
Well, they said there was a yellow weather warning coming in.
Yes.
As you said, that's not coming, but as you said, Will Jacks has whacked it to all parts of the Kia Oval, and the mighty fine knock.
Yep. We'll bring Mark back in at the end of the over for the last 5, if that's okay. And here is Roach again, round the wicket to bowl to Nick Brown, and the Brown has played this. It's a lovely shot away, extra cover drive for 4, despite the good efforts in the covers there, but there was no stopping that. And 4 for no wicket. Nick Brown, who does time a ball very nicely with his cover drives, but he could do with some runs because he's only had a couple of innings this season. Got 100 in the very first game, but has struggled since then. Didn't make many in the first innings.
That's a lovely shot.
It was.
You know, you've been in the field for a period of time, and you've come out to bat for 6 overs, and he really lent on that and got in a great position and straight through the extra cover.
Roach to bowl to him again. So leave outside off stump. It was coming back and it didn't miss the off stump by all that much, but fine judgment. 4 for no wicket, 44 runs behind, and Nick Brown had only just made his first 50 back in 2014 when he went to Chesterfield against Derbyshire, made 132 not out in the first innings and 100 not out in the second, and was on the field for the entire match. And I said to him, were you tired? And he said, not until Tender Scouter came in. And he said, I had to run so fast, I've ended up quite exhausted. As here is Roach bowling, another lead from Brown, and 4 for no wicket.
That was always a feature when I used to play against Tendo. He made me tired, and I was in the field inside, seeing him run between the wickets.
Yes, he had this low sense of gravity, and he could turn at the end of one run like a swimmer who goes back on the second length. And, you know, Gooch once described partnerships between Tender Scouter and Foster as the fastest running he'd ever seen. Here is Roach in, bowls to Brown, and Brown again, 4 runs here, another lovely, exquisite drive through extra cover for 4, 8 for no wicket, the deficit down to 40. Ricky, it's been a great pleasure to meet you and commentate with you today, and similarly, Jeremy, thank you very much. And Eva, thank you very much to Mark Church for making it a most enjoyable experience, and I'll leave you now to take it out with the final 5 overs, as Ricky will be the next voice you hear.
2 lovely cover drives in that over from Nick Brown. Kemar Roach is over pitching slightly, enticing the drive, and Nick Brown was quickly onto him, moving the score for Essex 8 for none, as they're going to try and combat the remaining 5 overs of day 2. It's going to be Dan Worrell that's going to come from the Vauxhall end.
Well, it's been interesting anyway. You haven't been able to take your eyes off it at all. So I've been doing this a long time now. That Will Jackson, in terms of championship cricket, is right up there. As Worrell is in to Alistair Cook, and first delivery for Alistair Cook in true Alistair Cook fashion. It's on his pads and he's just tucked it away through the leg side for 4. And Essex 12 without lost, trail by 36. But just match situation, the attack he was up against, and also the stage of the season, to sort of go, I think it was 16 balls, he went from 100 to 150, but it was the way he built that innings, Will Jacks. Outstanding innings from him, as Dan Worrell comes in over the wicket to Alistair Cook's gone past his edge. Good length that to Alistair Cook, isn't it, early in the innings?
Yeah, lovely delivery there from Dan Worrell. Obviously got a little bit too straight first ball, similar to what he did first innings, and Cook got off the mark again in true Cook style, but that was a lot better from Dan Worrell. Just outside that off stump, bring it back in. Cook didn't know if to leave or play it, and end up sort of fending at it as it went past his edge.
Waits again, there's the left-handed Cook as Worrell's into, and that does swing a touch as forward goes Cook. Pushes this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. The other thing to mention here is that Surrey at one stage, when Jamie Overton was out, 112 for 7, and then all out for 319. So Laws, Roach and Worrell have all done a terrific job there with Will Jacks.
Over 200.
Yeah, absolutely. And 3 batting points as well. As that does swing. That's well played by Alistair Cook. Just pushes that one up towards mid-on. But that's one way to look at it, actually, is the fact that 112 for 7, you end up with 3 batting points. And Laws, very valuable innings from him, 19, Kemar Roach 29, and Dan Worrell just the 1, but was out there for 17 balls. And as I said, in 16 balls of that, well, he went from 100 to 150, Will Jacks.
It's the partnership, so it's not the score from the lower order, it's the partnerships with Will Jacks.
That's a beauty, outside edge, gone! Alistair Cook has gone, Dan Worrell's got him with an absolute cracker. And Alistair Cook pushing forward, late swing, little outside edge. And Ben Folkes does the rest, but this is just a gorgeous piece of swing bowling from Dan Worrell. Big wicket for Surrey this evening. Alistair Cook has gone for 4, and Essex are 12 for 1.
That is lovely bowling from Dan Worrell. We've seen him bring the ball back, swinging it into Alistair Cook, and that one just felt like it just held a little bit, and it sort of dragged Alistair Cook into play, and just a little feather through to Ben Folkes, and Ben Folkes is not dropping that. Exactly what Surrey wanted. They wanted to see the back of Alistair Cook, and they have, with this tricky period. 4.1 overs remaining in this day 2. It's been fascinating cricket, and you're going to see Sam Cook walk into the crease. It's always fascinating. You've bowled all your overs in these hot conditions, and can you go out and help me out, buddy?
Well, he's walking out with a massive grin on his face to join Nick Brown, but yeah, good stuff from Dan Worrell again, and just that little edge. And Cook knew, and all the Surrey fielders knew. Finger went straight up. So 12 for 1, trailing by 36. Essex Don bested this at Scarborough. Out second ball, LBW to Jamie Overton, and I was actually set outside as he walked back past whoever it was who was about to go in. He just went, sorry mate. So attacking field, 3 slips, leg slip, short mid wicket for Sam Cook, the night watchman. As in over the wicket goes Worrell, and Cook's forward, and well, he's off the mark in very good fashion here. He's just put the bat on it, it's whistling off towards the boundary rope, and that is over the rope and away for 4. So boundaries and a wicket of Alistair Cook. It's exciting stuff, this, it really is. 4 overs remaining today on this second day, and 16 for 1 Essex. And the wicket to go, Alistair Cook caught behind off the bowling of Dan Worrell for 4.
He must have an incredible bat in his hand there, Churchy. Sam Cook just sort of dropped his bat on it really, and it just raced away through. Point for 4. Obviously we know the oval's pretty fast across the square, but it raced away.
It did, it absolutely whistled off. But yeah, those partnerships we were talking about, from 112 for 7 when Overton went, then when Laws went 167, when Roach went 252, Worrell 319, as Roach is round the wicket to Nick Brown. It's wide outside the off stump, and Nick Brown has absolutely nothing to do with that, and that's taken by Ben Folkes. I was just wondering as well, Worrell's picked that wicket up, yes, but the power tonight has to be with Will Jacks, doesn't it? And you just wonder whether Rory Burns might be tempted just to bung in the ball for an over. How often do you see it that someone's just having one of those days? As Roach comes round the wicket to Brown, and Brown is beaten on the outside, although if Roach and Worrell keep doing this, there's absolutely no chance of Will Jacks getting an over tonight. But you just wonder sometimes, some players have days, don't they, where all the power's with them, and maybe it's one of those days for Will Jacks.
Just before Surrey were coming out to field again, I was looking down and I saw Will Jacks with a ball in his hand, bowling it through to, I think it was Jim Troughton, the coach, and I was like, he's getting loose to, he wants a new ball.
Yeah, might happen.
But you never know, 1 over.
As Roach is round the wicket here to Brown, and Brown is pushing off the back foot down towards Cameron Steele. In there at backward point, and there's no run. The thing about Will Jacks this season is everybody's known he's had the talent ever since he sort of emerged, but this year it's sort of the way he's gone about it with the bat and with the ball. He's taking it to he's taking it to another level now. He's Will Jacks. This innings will be huge for him, absolutely huge for him. Round the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach to Brown, and Brown is letting this one go outside his off stump.
I just think he's an incredibly intelligent cricketer, fantastic cricketing brain, the way he goes about it. I think sometimes he's been too eager to impress, but you know, this innings here he's given himself a chance. He sort of read the situation and said, actually look, if we're going to get anywhere close, I've got to be here and just bat normally and try and build partnerships.
Essex have bowled beautifully. As in round the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and Brown's forward a bit late on this, hits the toe end of his bat, rolls 2 Jacks in there at third slip. I thought Essex, the seamers bowled with great discipline. I think they've worked their game plan out. I think it was working for them, and at 112 for 7 we were sort of saying if Surrey could get to within 50 here, that would be a good effort. So Essex didn't do a lot wrong, to be fair. It's just he played so sensibly to get to the 100, then went mad, and basically took Harmer out of the equation. And it's just an outstanding innings as Roach is in, and this is turned leg side by Nick Brown up towards mid-on, and there was one chance to get rid of Will Jacks, put down by Alistair Cook at slip. End of the over, 16 for 1, then 3 to go tonight.
I think you just have to give credit to the Surrey tail end and Will Jacks. And as you said, Essex have not done anything wrong. You know, they had Surrey 112 for 7. And again, similar to Surrey when they were bowling, they didn't do anything wrong. They bowled beautifully, and Rossington and Harmer come to the crease and built a partnership to allow Essex to get to 271. I think it's just, you know, I sit here, Churchy, and obviously retired last year. This is actually brilliant to watch. On the other side of the rope, you're watching two sides with incredibly good cricketers on both teams, locking horns and going at it, and it's really is good to see.
Yep, there's Dan Worrell down below us. From the Vauxhall end coming into Sam Cook, the night watchman. That comes back at Cook. He plays it very solidly. I'm not sure he's going to do the Nighthawk role here. Sam Cook. What's all that about? Stuart Broad, the Nighthawk. Honestly, it's like expecting him to get... Remember Knight Rider? Expecting, like, when Stuart Broad finally hangs up his very, very talented boots, to get his own Saturday night 6 o'clock show.
Nice watch then, Kit, is it, Kit?
The Nighthawk, honestly. Walking out with a cape on and a mask at this rate. As in over the wicket once more comes Worrell to Cook. Short ball. Oh, he's not enjoying that. That's a get off me. And there is Cameron still lurking in there at leg slip. It was in the air for a while. Gets away with it, Sam Cook. But it's a good bit of bowling again from Dan Worrell. Got Paul Water like that yesterday. That short ball gloved it, and Cameron still took a good tumbling catch in there at leg slip.
Not many openers would have liked that delivery from Dan Worrell, so Sam Cook has done incredibly well, just sort of try and fend it off. It was well directed from Dan Worrell.
It was indeed. She's gone a bit finer now, Cameron still in that leg slip position as Worrell is in too. Cook outside edge, gone, caught by Ollie Pope at second slip, and it's just Dan Worrell again, hitting that length with a bit of swing. Sam Cook's done nothing wrong there. He's just pushed forward, outside edge, good tumbling catch from Ollie Pope at second slip, and Essex find themselves 16 for 2. But really, as a night watchman, a night hawk, a night rider, you're not playing that, are you? It's just a brilliant bit of bowling from Dan Worrell.
I think you have to look at the passage of play, and Sam Cook played a beautiful forward defensive, and Dan Worrell said, right, I'm getting you off that front foot. Went with the short ball, obviously just eluded Cam Steele, a leg slip, and straight away that short ball was kept Sam Cook in his crease. The feet didn't really move, and Dan Worrell got it in a beautiful area, shaping away, and Ollie Pope does the rest at second slip. And it's just fantastic bowling all round. You know, there's ways of getting wickets. Yeah. How can I, you know, get him off that front foot? And it was a short ball, which, as I said, not many openers would like, let alone a night watchman. And then the follow-up ball. It's all about the follow-up ball. We got in a beautiful area. No feet from Sam Cook. Nicely taken from Ollie Pope.
So that's it. A pair of Cooks are back in the dressing room now. Both the Cooks are back in the dressing room, and the captain is out there, Tom Westley. He's got to be careful here to Worrell, because of course yesterday Worrell bowled him, the one where he tried to whip it through mid-wicket. So it's amazing how a side can those sorts of partnerships at the back end of an innings with one player doing what Will Jacks did, suddenly you get on a roll.
Momentum, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And you just feel with Surrey now have got that tonight. Tomorrow's a new day, but now in this is going to be a horrible 2.3 overs for Essex. As in over the wicket comes Worrell to Westley, and Westley gets in behind this, covers up outside his off stump, pushes away into the offside. Rory Burns does the fielding. Will Jacks is running up just to get a bit of grit on those hands. there at third slip. But it was a good catch from Ollie Pope as well. Slow down, took it very cleanly. Dan Worrell walks back towards us with a huge grin on his face. Something that Rory Burns has said to him. Quoted some Shakespeare or something, probably. 16 for 2. As Worrell is into Wesley, and off the mark is Wesley, just clips this one off his pads. Out towards deep mid-wicket. There's Tom Laws, who did a very good job with the bat today. Tom Laws. And Essex 17 for 2 now. Trailing by 31. Alistair Cook caught behind off Worrell for 4, and then Sam Cook caught by Ollie Pope off the bowling of Worrell, also for 4. Back onto strike comes Nick Brown. So Ben Folkes just doing a bit of traffic direction there with the fielders, getting Cameron Steele just behind square at deep backward square. As round the wicket goes Worrell to Brown. Brown's letting this one go. Outside is off stump. End of the over. Another good one from Worrell. He's picked up 2 for 9 tonight. As Dan Worrell, 2 to go in the day. And Essex here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Essex, Surrey live stream with Ricky Clark alongside. 2 to go today. And Essex 17 for 2.
There's no small there, Churchy. I think obviously you have loads of video analysis, but it's interesting that the seamers have come around the wicket to Nick Brown. So obviously there's a potential percentage of dismissals from around the wicket. Obviously Worrell's been bowling beautifully from over, particularly to Cook, swinging the ball back and then holding it across, but straight away went round the wicket to Nick Brown.
So Kemar Roach will now get a go at the right-handed Wesley. So Tom Wesley will be on strike here to Kemar Roach, and over the wicket comes Roach to Wesley. Wesley's forward, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. 11 balls to go today. You're not taking Dan Worrell out of the attack, are you? You're not going to give Will Jackson over now.
I wouldn't say now, no.
No. He's down there at the moment, is Dan Worrell. Got 8 in the game as well, it's probably worth mentioning now. Dan Worrell, 8 in the game. So Ben Folkes has just jogged up to have a quiet word with his captain. As Roach comes in once again from the pavilion end to Wesley. Wesley's forward. Plays this solidly back up the pitch, and Roach does the fielding off his own bowling. The other thing, from a pure batting point of view, is when you're sort of on the end of an innings like that from Will Jacks, and the tail end does what they did with Will Jacks, going out there to bat tonight it's a thankless task, isn't it? It really is.
It is. I think you look at it on the basis of how the momentum switched. You'll be there as an Essex player.
Over the wicket again goes Kemar Roach. This was pushed off the back foot by the right-handed Wesley, and there's no run.
You'll be there as an Essex player going, right, we're going to have a nice lead and we can just, go about. I think there'll be gaps, they won't be as attacking and stuff like that, and the momentum has just switched completely, and it allows then the bowlers tonight just to go a bit more attacking. You can have those fields and put the pressure on the Essex batters, and that's what we've seen so far in these 4.3 overs. That Surrey can go on the attack.
Goes wide of the crease this time does Kemar Roach. Wesley's in behind a short ball, pushes it down towards Tom Laws, who's come in from backward point. We'll all be back with you tomorrow, of course, from 11 o'clock. Eva not with us tomorrow. Eva's preparing for the Rachel Hayhoe Flynn Trophy game on Saturday. So thank you to Eva Graves, but absolutely terrific. But Jeremy Coney, Ricky Clark, I think the great Dick Davis is with us tomorrow as well. He's already been in to check where lunch is. As over the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach. And in behind another short one goes Wesley, pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, I saw him in the press lounge having a nice cup of tea and a bit of cake.
Quite right too, Mr. Davis. The lovely thing about Dick being here tomorrow is that I can discuss with him my love of musical theatre. He's a big lover of musical theatre. He's trod the boards himself a number of times as Mr. Davis. So looking forward to that. No doubt discussions of My Fair Lady will be had tomorrow with Mr. Davis as Roach is wide of the crease again to Wesley. Wesley lets it go outside his off stump. So final over of the day to come from Down Worrell, down below us from this Vauxhall end. And what a day of cricket this has been. Absolutely superb again. Surrey starting the day 24 for 1. At lunch they were 93 for 4. At tea they were 185 for 8. Then all out for 321. Wheeljack's 150 not out. Alistair Cook and Sam Cook both gone this evening, and Essex find themselves trailing by 31, 17 for 2. And well, I like your description of two really top sides going head to head, and when one gets ahead the other one comes back, and you wouldn't put it past Essex tomorrow just to come back into this in some way, shape or form. But it's been a terrific day of cricket again, it really has.
Here we see Dan Worrell coming over the wicket now. He's interestingly come round the wicket for the last ball of the last over.
He's into Nick Brown, and Brown lets this one go outside his off stump. He's got 3 slips in there, not over attacking, even for the final over of the day, because we had a wicket in the final over of the day yesterday when Ryan Patel was out. But yeah, fascinating this. It really is absolutely fascinating.
Ryan Patel just goes into leg slip. Got a man out on the deep square leg boundary, Cam Still. We're going to see Dan Worrell really sort of challenge these stumps and these pads.
Just to say, across the river at Lords, Middlesex 98 without loss. Okay. So, finally Stoner Robson have got
Mark Stoneman might be a bit happier,
yeah, a bit happier now. As over the wicket comes Dan Worrell to Brown. Brown's in behind this, playing it back up the pitch. Rory Burns does the fielding. 4 balls to go today. Of course, Mr. Pajara enjoyed the heat of yesterday. Stuck in. Sussex 523. Middlesex 98 without loss. So Mrs. Robson and Stoneman had to spend a day and 3/4 in the field before they finally managed to get their bats in their hand.
I'd like to have heard that Tim Murtaugh was maybe night watchman, ready to go in.
Should be, absolutely. Oh, this is a beauty from Worrell again to Brown. It's just going away, shaping in, and then just going, and beats the outside edge. Lovely stuff from Dan Worrell.
Really good bowling from Dan Worrell, similar to how he got Sir Alistair Cook out. Obviously swung it back in a couple of times, and that ball that just holds and just keeps on going with the line. And again, the feet from Nick Cook weren't really anywhere there. He was just worried about the ball coming back in towards his pads and the stumps, and just sort of prodded at it and just missed the outside edge. Lovely bowling.
Yeah, it's classy stuff this from Dan Worrell again, as he's in over the wicket to Nick Brown, and Brown's forward will get a single. Just pushing this one out towards Tom Laws, sweeping on that cover boundary rope. So 2 balls to go today. Essex 18 for 2. Tom Wesley, the Essex captain, who must be a bit as a captain in these situations as well. Your brain is going all over the place, isn't it? And now he's just got to say to himself, right, get through these 2 balls, get a good night's kip, and come back tomorrow. Still very much in this game, of course, Essex. They only trailed by the 30, but I think when they found themselves in the position they were, and then to suddenly be staring down the barrel of 6 overs tonight and trailing, as over the wicket comes Worrell, and that's on leg stump, and that's tucked away by Wesley into the leg side. Tom Laws will come up to do the fielding, but it's been a pulsating final session, hasn't it? If you think Surrey at tea were 185 for 8 at tea, then they were all out for 319, and Essex 19 for 2 in their second innings. So it's been all go since the tea break.
I think that's what you get from 2 very, very good sides. You know, we've alluded to it today and yesterday, that no one's willing to give an inch really, and just locking horns, and it's from the first ball to the very last ball of each day, and it's been fascinating cricket, and already looking forward to tomorrow.
3 slips, leg slip, as round the wicket goes Worrell. Shout for LBW, as Brown got a little bit of something on that, I think. It wasn't a bad delivery, last one of the day, but a little bit of bat onto that front pad, and that is stumps. Essex 19 for 2, trail by 29. Ricky Clark, it's been a hell of a day of cricket, and just again, a few words there for Will Jacks with that 150 not out.
I think we all know that he's a fantastic cricketer, someone who I believe will go on and play for England. He's that good. And already you're seeing the Essex batters in Nick Cook and Tom Westley going up to him and congratulating him. You know, it was a special knock. You see special knocks and innings and people taking wickets and stuff in the county game, left, right and centre. But there was something about that innings that was very, very special indeed. And it's just the manner he went about his innings. It was very measured, it was controlled. He attacked when he needed to attack, and particularly towards the end. You know, some of the striking, you know, these are big boundaries here at the Oval, and they were sailing into the seats. And again, it's a good bowling attack. I think that's what you have to look at. Essex are a fantastic bowling attack, and his striking is just so clean, and he's really put his side in the box here. You talk about game-changing moments. I think we might be looking back at this in this game as it goes on and saying that could be a defining moment on potentially putting Surrey in a good position to win the game.
Absolutely. Thank you very much indeed, Ricky Clark, for your company today. Ricky Clark will be back with us tomorrow. Thank you to Eva Gray as well. Eva, thank you for the last 2 days. We'll see you soon. Good luck Saturday. And also to Mr. Jeremy Coney, who will be back with us tomorrow. Paul Newton as well. Thank you, Paul, for your company. And Mr. Dick Davis will be back tomorrow, which, as I said, gives me a chance to talk about musical theatre as well, which is excellent news. So, what a day of cricket we've had here today. Essex closed tonight 19 for 2. That means they trailed by 29, but I think anybody who was here today will always remember that innings from Will Jacks. 150 not out, went from 100 to 150 in 16 balls, got Surrey into the lead, and then Dan Worrell with those 2 wickets tonight, both the Cooks. Alistair Cook caught behind for 4, and Sam Cook caught by Ollie Pope off Worrell for 4 as well. So that's it from us this evening here from the Kia Oval. We'll all be back with you tomorrow, but for now I'll hand you back to Kevin Howes in Derby.